I accidentally picked up a celebrity's cat, and the female celebrity worshipped me. Mistaking the upstairs celebrity's cat for a stray, I took it home and cared for it for 3 days. Now she's at my door. What do I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. I swear I'm not a cat thief. Chen Jiang hurriedly explained to the girl at his door. I believe you, she said, eyes full of anticipation as she glanced at the piano inside. But could you play that melody you were just playing again? Chen Jiang. It all started when Chen Jiang suddenly regained memories of his past life in the entertainment industry. Chapter 1: The Fat Orange Tabby. Blue Star, Huagua. Deep City. Zhengxing Residence. You silly cat, stop looking like the world's ending. You're acting like I abused you or something. Chen Jiang looked at the fat orange tabby sprawled lifelessly on the couch, its eyes full of despair. Just today, he had taken this cat whom he'd picked up 3 days ago to the vet, and well, let's just say the poor guy lost his family jewels. That's what you get for always sneaking out to mess around with girl cats. You little playboy, sure, you had your fun, but it's winter now. What if you left some kittens out there to freeze? Chen Jiang scolded. Meow tilde, the fat tabby protested with a dissatisfied cry. No use complaining. The deed is done. What, you expect me to glue some chicken eggs on you now? Chen Jiang sighed, half laughing. All right, I'll give you 2 cans of food today. Stop yelling. Meow. Fine. 2 extra cat sticks, happy now? Chen Jiang gave in helplessly. He found the cat completely by chance. That day, he was walking past the landscaping downstairs when a dirty, overweight tabby suddenly darted out of the bushes. Their eyes met, one man, one cat, and Chen Jiang took one look at the scruffy feline and immediately concluded it was a stray. After making sure no one else was around, he decisively lured the foolish cat home. Truth be told, he hadn't planned on keeping a pet. But this tabby looked just like the orange cat he'd raised for over 10 years in his past life, back when he'd graduated college. He couldn't help himself. They look way too alike, Chen Jiang muttered, staring at the cat. That's right, Chen Jiang was technically a transmigrator, or you could call him someone reborn. And as a transmigrator, he was probably one of the least successful ones. Other people get godlike powers, start with infinite money, or end up ruling empires. Him? He was barely financially free, just enough to laze around after college. 10 years ago, early 2013 to be exact, he suddenly crossed into this parallel world. He found himself a little elementary schooler. But weirdly, he was still himself, same name, same looks. Even his parents and relatives hadn't changed. He confirmed it was a parallel world based on 2 things. First, the world was called Blue Star, different from his original Earth. Second, many of the pop culture and entertainment works he remembered no longer existed here. They had been replaced by completely different entertainment media. Many of the famous authors and celebrities from his past life were nowhere to be found. This divergence in pop culture seemed to start the year the new Huagua was founded. Aside from the entertainment industry, history seemed to have stayed mostly the same. Chen Jiang had initially planned to follow the classic transmigrator route, making a killing by copying past works. But when he tried to write his first novel to earn some startup cash, he realized something shocking. All the entertainment content he consumed in his past life had become fuzzy and blurry in his memory. He could remember the names, but not the contents. That year, a little boy who dreamed of being a pop culture genius had his hopes shattered. Eventually, he accepted reality and continued with school like everyone else. After all, life had to go on, right? Thankfully, back then, there were other ways to make money besides copying novels. Even as a kid, despite all the restrictions, he figured out a goldmine: Bitcoin. Fortunately, although he lived in Guangdong province, he wasn't a native Cantonese. As a descendant of a chaos and hacker family, while his household wasn't wealthy, his relatives were no ordinary folks. He had family in Hong Kong, the US, and Shanghai, close relatives within 5 generations. Aunts and uncles from his grandparents' generation. He used to get big red envelopes during Chinese New Year, and though his mom always took most of the money under the promise of saving it for when you're older, he still had some leftovers. Over the years, it added up to a few thousand yuan. Then one year, a long-lost rich relative who had immigrated to the US during wartime suddenly returned for a family reunion and secretly handed him a 5-digit cash gift. Probably worried his parents wouldn't accept it, the relative gave it to Chen Jiang directly and swore him to secrecy. Unlike in his past life, where he would have obediently handed it over, Chen Jiang immediately took the money and YOLO'd it all into Bitcoin. He bought over 200 coins and patiently waited until their value spiked the year before. Even though he knew the price might go even higher later, he sold them all once they hit a peak. It was already more than enough for him to retire. And he also knew that regulations on crypto would only get stricter in the coming years. So after graduating this year, he moved into the spacious city center condo he bought 2 years ago. After opening a can of food and watching the fat orange cat chow down, Chen Jiang lay on the couch, the cat's former territory, and stared blankly at the ceiling. In his past life, he'd already been working at this point. 9 to 9 shifts, 6 days a week, barely making ends meet, constantly gaslit by toxic managers. This time around, he graduated from a top-tier university. Maybe work-life wouldn't be so bad. It should be better, right? After all, it was Deep City University, not some second-rate school. He checked the dorm group chat on his phone. No new messages. Everyone was busy, unlike him, who had the luxury of slacking off. His roommates were impressive. One had passed grad school entrance exams, another was preparing for civil service, and the last had secretly joined his dad's company and was working hard every day. My sons are all doing great things, Chen Jiang chuckled with pride. Deep City University students really were built different. As the best university in this booming Tier 1 city, its students were treated like golden children. Even students from Tsinghua and Peking University might not enjoy this level of local privilege here. Buzz buzz. His phone vibrated. A message from his mom. Mom, how's your business going lately? Chen Jiang, not bad, Mom. Don't worry, your son's doing fine. Mom, that's good. I heard the economy's not doing well. Aunt Wang's son lost a lot of money recently. Mom, by the way, now that you've graduated, when are you going to find a girlfriend? You've been quiet for 4 years. Mom, you better get moving. Your cousin's only 3 years older and his kid is already in preschool. I'm not saying you have to get married, but at least date someone. Chen Jiang. So that's why she messaged another round of marriage talk. A rite of passage for every graduate, apparently. That cousin she mentioned was his second uncle's son. 3 years older than him. Didn't he go to college? Got married young, had a kid. That kid's in kindergarten now. Chen Jiang, I'll try, Mom. If I find someone suitable, I'll go for it. He replied casually and used busy as an excuse to end the chat. His mom thought he was running a business. That was all a cover story. To avoid pressure about job hunting, he claimed he'd been doing e-commerce since college. It also gave him a reason to send money to his parents over the past few years, which made them incredibly proud and happy. They knew he'd bought a house in Deep City, but thought it was in the suburbs and that he was still paying installments. Truth was, he'd bought a luxury condo downtown in full. Day after day, he stayed home either playing games, reading novels, or hitting the gym. It was kind of boring. Being too rich can be a problem too, Chen Jiang sighed. I need something to do, or I'll lose my mind. Maybe I really should try some e-commerce. Open an online store. The thought made him a bit excited. He wasn't afraid of losing money anyway. It wasn't about profit, it was about having something to do. Just then, he suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. The fog in his memory lifted like clouds parting after a storm. The once blurry entertainment memories of his past life returned crystal clear. Even songs he'd only heard once or twice were playing vividly in his head, note for note. WTF? Chen Jiang gasped. Chapter 2, It's Not a Stray Cat. Chen Jiang pondered for a long time, unable to figure out why the memory had suddenly resurfaced. Why now of all times? He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What was going on? Could it be some kind of side effect from transmigrating, causing part of his memory to be blocked, and now that the side effects were gone, the memory had been unlocked? As for why it was so vivid, Chen Jiang decided to chalk it up as a perk of transmigrating. If I had remembered this a few years earlier, I might already be a household name, either a famous writer or a star, Chen Jiang mused. But it's not too late now. It's just not that important anymore. He used to need money, but now he was financially free. Since the memories were back, there was no need to run an e-commerce business anymore. He could casually rewrite a hit novel from his previous life and easily pass the time. He might even contribute something to this world's entertainment industry, why not? Meow tilde. At that moment, the chubby orange tabby interrupted Chen Jiang's thoughts with a meow. Chen Jiang looked over and saw that the canned food and treats in the orange tabby's bowl had been licked clean. The fat cat stared at Chen Jiang with longing eyes. That's enough. You're already this chubby, don't come crying when you can't even walk. Chen Jiang firmly ignored the cat's pleading mews. Meow. The orange tabby let out a disgruntled cry and curled up by the wall in protest. And now I can't tell if you're just a friend or a love I miss. Chen Jiang hummed a line of lyrics. It was one of his favorite songs from his past life. I can't help it, I have to play, he muttered, walking over and sitting down at the piano. He'd had this piano for quite a while. Whenever he had free time, he'd play a bit. As a music enthusiast in his previous life, Chen Jiang had learned to play quite a few songs. Now, with a memory that had been buried for 10 years suddenly returning, all he wanted was to play one song. 2001, this is the one. The elevator doors opened slowly. A girl stepped out, dressed in a white hoodie and wearing a cotton cap. Hands on her hips, she hesitated in front of Unit 2001. Her social anxiety was kicking in. What if the guy was unreasonable? How was she supposed to explain that the cat he picked up was actually hers? 3 days ago, Yi Yanxue had gone on a business trip to the Magic City to perform in her friend's concert. Before leaving, she locked her orange tabby, Xiaoju, in the apartment. This was her usual routine: keep the cat inside and let the automatic feeder handle things. But the moment she arrived at her destination and checked the home surveillance, Xiaoju was gone. At first, she thought the cat was just hiding. But 2 days passed, and the little guy still didn't show up. That's when she realized her silly cat had really vanished. All the doors and windows were tightly shut. She couldn't figure out how it got out. Maybe there was some hidden passage for cats in the apartment that she didn't know about. She rushed back home today and immediately went to the building's security office to check the footage. There, she saw a stranger carrying her cat away 3 days ago. The building management told her the man lived just 1 floor below. So, she came knocking. But standing outside the door, she hesitated again. How do I even start this conversation? Yi Yanxue bit her lip, conflicted. Just then, a beautiful piano melody floated out from the apartment, accompanied by a man's singing voice. The dandelions by the school fence are a scenic flavor of memory. The cicadas singing from the playground during naptime still sound beautiful after all these years. The melody was strikingly pleasant. Yi Yanxue searched her memory but nothing came up. She didn't recognize this song. Was it an original? She was stunned. The guy who stole my cat has talent like this? Could he be in the entertainment industry too? But that didn't make sense. If he were, and lived this close, she should have heard of him. As the soothing melody wound down, Yi Yanxue simply closed her eyes and enjoyed the rest of the song. Then the chorus hit. The promise we made growing up tilde was so clear, we pinky swore I believed it. We said we'd travel the world tilde. That's the one rebellious thing you still hold on to. Yi Yanxue's beautiful eyes shimmered with surprise. This song had hit level quality. If it were released, it could definitely become a gold single. Who exactly is this guy? She patiently waited a few more minutes. As soon as the music stopped, she rang the doorbell. Inside the apartment. Hearing the bell, Chen Jiang got up, puzzled. He hadn't ordered any delivery. Who could it be? He opened the door and was greeted by a stunning face. Meow. The big orange tabby, previously basking in the sun by the window, bolted forward like a flash. Xiaoju. Yi Yanxue cried out joyfully and scooped up the cat. Then her gaze turned to Chen Jiang, accusatory and full of grievance. He's my cat. To prevent Chen Jiang from denying it, she pulled out proof. Here's a photo and a video. Seeing the evidence, Chen Jiang was instantly embarrassed. He mistook someone's pet for a stray. What now? Urgent online answers, please. He was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, I swear I'm not a cat thief, I just thought no one wanted him. Yi Yanxue frowned slightly, then reached under the tabby's tail. They both froze. Chen Jiang's face turned beet red. He wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. So awkward it hurt. You had him neutered? Yi Yanxue asked hesitantly. Sorry, he kept trying to run off to find a female, so I had him fixed, Chen Jiang mumbled apologetically. Yi Yanshua's face turned pink. She looked at Chen Jiang and said, how much was the surgery? I'll reimburse you. No need, it was only a few hundred yuan. Chen Jiang waved it off. This situation was totally social death. He had genuinely thought the fat orange tabby was a stray, but turns out it had a loving owner, and she even came to confront him. You live in Building 10 too? Chen Jiang suddenly asked, remembering something. He looked her over carefully. Delicate features, oval face, cherry lips, glowing skin. She was almost too beautiful, with a sweet appearance that was straight out of a celebrity photo shoot. Wait a second. She was a celebrity. You're that star who lives above me? Chen Jiang asked in surprise. You know who I am? Yi Yanxue blinked. Don't underestimate your popularity. I listen to music too. You've exploded in the last few years, known as the #1 sweetheart, the young pop queen Yi Yanxue. Every young person knows you, Chen Jiang said. Her lips curled into a small smile, clearly pleased but trying to stay humble. Those are just empty titles, nothing worth mentioning. But how did you know I live upstairs? She asked curiously. Your neighbor, Aunt Liu, told me, Chen Jiang replied. She said a celebrity lives above me, but didn't he mention who? I'd seen you before, but you always wore a mask. Now I finally recognize you, you're the one. Chapter 3. Did you write that song yourself? It's quite cold today. Would you like to come in and have a cup of hot tea? Chen Jiang invited. Okay, thank you. Yi Yanxue held the fat orange, exhaled a breath of white steam, and walked into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, she said to Chen Jiang, thank you for taking care of my little orange these days. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Chen Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party was quite reasonable and did not identify him as a cat thief, otherwise he would have been very embarrassed. What should I call you? Yi Yanxue asked. My name is Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang responded. Were you playing the piano just now? Yi Yanshue's eyes fell on the piano in the living room. Steinway? How much did you pay for it? I don't know much about these brands. I asked a classmate to choose it. It's a second-hand guitar and I spent more than 100,000 yuan on it, said Chen Jiang. The song you just sang, did you write it yourself? Yi Yanxue asked her question. Did you hear it? Chen Jiang was stunned. I was at the door just now and happened to hear you singing that song. Yi Yanxue explained. I wrote it. Chen Jiang admitted shamelessly. Although this song was composed by Jay Chou in his previous life, there is no Jay Chou in this world. I also want to bring Jay Chou's works to the world and promote them, so I can only be wronged and replace his right of authorship. You are so amazing. Yi Yanshue's beautiful eyes lit up, and she asked Chen Jiang, can you play and sing it again for me? If it's suitable, can you sell this song to me? Chen Jiang was stunned for a moment. You want to buy this song? He didn't expect that he would be noticed by the other party just because he had just improvised a song. What's the name of this song? Yi Yanshue's eyes sparkled. Dandelion's Promise. Dandelion Promise. What a great name. Do you like this song very much? Chen Jiang added cold water to the kettle and put it on the heating port to boil it. Yes, this song is of very high quality. Netizens always say that I don't have any hit songs. Now I just lack a song of acceptable quality. Yi Yanxue nodded, her chubby face flushed. Chen Jiang thought about it and said truthfully, I actually wrote this song for male voice. Although girls can sing it, it feels a little off. This song was sung by Jay Chou in its previous life, and the original version was a male version. Chen Jiang still hopes that this song will be sung by a male singer with a voice similar to Jay Chou in this world. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yi Yanxue looked visibly disappointed. But I have another song here that I feel will be more suitable for you. Chen Jiang suddenly said. Do you have other songs? Yi Yanxue suddenly became interested. At this time, the hot water began to boil. Chen Jiang lifted the lid of the kettle and said with a smile, drink your tea first, and then I'll sing for you. This is the Dansong tea I brought from my hometown. It's very clear. After taking a sip of tea, Yin Shua felt it was indeed very refreshing. She didn't usually drink tea, but she still tasted its sweet taste. Okay, I'll play and sing for you. Chen Jiang stood up, walked to the piano and sat down. A long melody sounded. After the prelude ended, his voice slowly rang out, "Here, winter, leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year." This song is another hit. Yin Shua widened her beautiful eyes, and her gaze towards Chen Jiang completely changed. She pricked up her ears and admired him quietly. A hit song can be said to be written by accidental inspiration. If two songs are of this level, it proves that the composer himself is very talented. When the song was over, Chen Jiang turned around and asked, "What do you think?" "I like this song very much, but I always feel that it is not suitable for me." Yin Shua hesitated. "What you mean is that you have never sung this style of song before and you feel that your voice cannot handle this song, right?" Chen Jiang guessed her thoughts at once. "Don't you want to challenge yourself? This song isn't that difficult. You have a wide vocal range. I always feel that you are more suitable for singing songs that are more natural." Listening to Chen Jiang's tempting voice, Yin Shua made up her mind and threw the sleepy orange cat in her arms. "Okay. I've decided, I want this song." "Meow Tilder," the fat orange cat called out in dissatisfaction. "You name a price." Yin Shua looked at Chen Jiang. "I'm not short of money." Chen Jiang smiled and shook his head. "How about we work together? Cooperation? Do you mean profit sharing?" Yin Shua asked. "Yes." Chen Jiang nodded. "Okay, then we'll split it 50-50. Yin Shua agreed without hesitation. She thinks this song is worth the price. Even if you have to pay for the subsequent production and promotion yourself, the fame you gain is priceless. Yin Shua vaguely feels that the quality of this song can catch up with those classic songs of the Queens. The most important thing is that Yin Shua is not short of money. "Okay, I'll draft the contract in the next 2 days and we'll sign it." Chen Jiang was a little confused at this time. He didn't expect that the other party would directly tell him the profit-sharing plan he expected. You have to know that you are just an unknown creator, while the other party is a first-tier celebrity. In fact, he also knew the rules of this industry. A 50-50 contract was generally the price for working with a gold medal songwriter. It's said to be a 50-50 split, but in fact the other party will get less in the end. After all, she is still responsible for the post-production and promotion of the song. "Okay, then I'll wait for your contract." Chen Jiang nodded. After drinking a few more cups of tea and adding WeChat, Yin Shua picked up the orange cat and said to Chen Jiang, "Then I'll leave first. Xiaoju, say goodbye to this kind uncle who adopted you for a few days." As she spoke, she waved the orange cat's furry paw. "Bye." Chen Jiang laughed. I didn't expect that Yin Shua, a celebrity, would have this kind of personality in private. By the way, these are the cat food and canned cat food I bought specially. You can take them with you. After watching the other person leave, Chen Jiang returned to the sofa. At this point, he was still a little dazed. What happened today was truly magical. The orange cat I picked up turned out to belong to the female celebrity living upstairs. She came to my house and unexpectedly heard me singing. Then I negotiated a cooperation with myself. It's just like a novel. Chen Jiang muttered to himself. This big fat cat is actually called Xiaoju. This name is too inconsistent with the real thing. He stood up, walked into the study, and turned on the desktop computer he had bought to play games. I searched the music copyright website and started typing out the music score. It took me half an hour to register the copyrights of the 2 songs. Register a few more songs. Chen Jiang spent an entire afternoon uploading more than 10 songs in one go. They are all popular songs from previous lives. Cuckoo. His stomach suddenly made a protesting sound. Chen Jiang looked out the window and realized that it was getting late. It's freezing outside the window. Although Guangdong province is in the south and it doesn't snow, it's still very cold at the end of December. The temperature was in single digits. Chen Jiang contacted a nearby restaurant to deliver food, and then opened the world's most famous novel platform, Yuejin Reading. Since copying songs alone is not enough to kill time, Chen Jiang plans to move his previous life's online writings to this world and update them every day to kill time. Online articles often have several million words, and it takes 2 to 3 hours to update the basic 4,000 words a day. Chen Jiang also reads novels in this world. Some of the routines of online novels in this world are similar to those in his previous life, but they are all old-fashioned routines. For example, the return of the Dragon King and the rebirth of the immortal emperor, and recently it seems to be more popular to get the rich slapped in the face. I'm the kind of person whose parents hid their identity for many years. It turns out that I'm a rich second generation. Opening class reunion. Fantasy novels are still at the counterattack stage. Chen Jiang immediately thought of the Chulhu Western fantasy novel, The Mystery, which had dominated the charts for several years in his previous life. This book has more than 4 million words. It's enough for Chen Jiang to write for a year or two. Chapter 4, All My Roommates Are Funny. Without further ado, Chen Jiang quickly downloaded the writer's assistant from Yuejin Reading. Registered an alias named Jiang He. Sorry, this pen name has been registered. Chen Jiang. The rivers and streams are thousands of miles long. Your pen name registration is complete. After registering the pen name, Chen Jiang clicked to create. The 2 big words, mysterious, which were very famous in the previous life, were typed in the title box. Introduction, in the tide of steam and machines. Created. Chen Jiang clicked on the first chapter and began his writing journey tonight. His typing speed was quite fast. In less than 15 minutes, he typed 1,000 words. If you calculate it this way, doesn't that mean I can write 2,000 words in half an hour? He thought to himself. Sure enough, the plot that I typed out based on my memory is definitely faster than those authors who created it based on their imagination. In about half an hour, Chen Jiang completed the first chapter. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. The takeaway has arrived. Jingxing Mansion is a high-quality building in the center of Shenzhen, surrounded by many high-end restaurants. Chen Jiang ordered takeout from one of the restaurants. This meal cost several hundred yuan. A meal costs several hundred yuan per person, and it is not considered high-end cuisine. In his previous life, Chen Jiang should have been staying in his rental house and eating a good meal. While eating takeout, Chen Jiang curled his lips. Why is this thing more expensive than other places? I don't think it tastes that good. If the price wasn't basically the same around here, Chen Jiang would have wanted to order a cheap pork trotter rice. When it comes to eating, you have to go for the authentic urban village food. After dinner, Chen Jiang sent a message asking the property management to come and collect the garbage. After tying the garbage bag tightly and throwing it at the door, he went back to his study and continued typing. At 7:30, Chen Jiang finally finished writing the beginning, a total of 10,000 words. Should I send it directly or ask an editor to submit it? Chen Jiang hesitated for a moment, and finally opened the omnipotent Xiaobar. Search for Yuejin novel editor contact information. Sure enough, the omnipotent bar friends know everything. Soon Chen Jiang saw a post. You guys, I read a few online articles recently and I feel like I'm good enough again. I heard that the recent book Dragon King Returns made dozens of thousands in a month. If such a worthless person can make that much money, I can do it too. I want to try it too. I think I can make at least 6 figures, right? Please let me know the contact information of the editor of Yuejin. Someone replied below, email of Yuejin editor, xxxxxxxxxxx@qq.com. Brother, listen to my advice. No one wants to write novels. You can't make money. 2.5 years ago, I was just like you. I had a dream in my heart. I quit my job with a monthly income of 8,000 yuan and became a full-time novel writer without telling my parents. Now guess what I am doing. What are you doing? Being a security guard is an easy job with a high salary. I am currently working as a security guard while getting full attendance on Yuejin. I earn a total of 8,500 yuan a month, which is 500 yuan more than before. Oh my god, a security guard can make 7,000 yuan a month. Just hearing this makes me want to go. Looking at the comments below, Chen Jiang couldn't help but smile. Being a security guard is indeed a good way to make money. As far as he knows, the security guards in Jingxing Prefecture can earn a full 10,000 yuan a month, and they are all strong young men. Occasionally, you can earn some extra money. From time to time, security guards resign and follow the owner to enjoy life. All I can say is that we avoided 40 years of DT. Chen Jian copied the editor's contact information. Log into your email and send the file to the other party. Soon an automatic reply popped up. Didi. Hello, I am the editor of Yuejin. I have received your manuscript and will reply within 24 hours on working days. Chen Jiang nodded with satisfaction. We will reply within 24 hours, which is quite efficient. If your paper is rejected, you can submit it to another editor in time. Although Chen Jiang was confident in this manuscript, he could not guarantee that it would be approved in one go because every editor had different tastes. After submitting the manuscript, I looked at the time. It's almost 8 o'clock. It was completely dark outside. When the weather was not so cold, Chen Jiang would go out for a run at this time every day. It has become a habit. But it's winter now, so Chen Jiang bought himself a treadmill. Exercise at home. After running 5 kilometers, I was covered in sweat. Chen Jiang took a sip of water and was about to pet the cat when he suddenly remembered that the cat had been taken back by its owner. After sitting down and resting for a while, Chen Jiang went into the bathroom to take a shower. As a native of Guangdong province, he still insists on taking a bath every day even in winter. After taking a hot bath and drying his hair, Chen Jiang returned to the bedroom in his bathrobe. It was already 9 o'clock. Chen Jiang looked at the dormitory group. As the night went on, the roommates became active. Zhang Jianlong, after a busy day, I can finally take a break. Wu Haiping, Mr. Zhang, have you contributed your insignificant grassroots strength to your company today? Zhang Jianlong, go to hell, stop teasing me. How are you preparing for the civil service exam? Wu Haiping, I guess it's still the same. Oh, my parents are really stupid. They have already moved to Guangdong province, but they still follow the Shandong way of thinking. Can't they learn from the Guangdong people's thinking? They insist on making me take the civil service exam. Wu Haiping, I was recently enrolled in a class. I have to watch online courses every day. I am almost driven crazy. I don't know if I can pass the exam next year. LV how, at least you can arrange your time freely. Now I have to go to the laboratory to help out every day, attend classes, and write papers. I am almost going crazy. Chen Jiang, old Lu, you finally have time to show up. I haven't seen you these days. LV how, you are the most relaxed one, just lie down, right? Have you found something to do recently? Chen Jiang, to be honest, I have already entered the entertainment industry. I am planning to practice for 2.5 years and then make my debut with my basketball skills. There are also Kuan-Kuan-S memes in this world. After all, Chicken You Are To Me is not an important entertainment work. Many bad songs still exist, such as the Mage, His few good songs have disappeared. Wu Haiping, remember to sign my basketball when the time comes. Zhang Jianlong, it's so funny, you're still planning to debut in overalls, right? What era is this? You're still using old memes. Chen Jiang, tell me, boy, how is that colleague you liked before doing now? Zhang Jianlong, har, brother Long, how can you not take her down? She has already surrendered under my genes. Chen Jiang, does she know your identity? Zhang Jianlong, you're overthinking. Only a few senior executives in the company know my current identity. That corrupt supervisor even scolded me today. Don't let me catch you with any evidence, otherwise I will report it to my father. Chen Jiang, great, you finally found your true love. It's worth it to infiltrate the bottom of the company this time. These roommates are all funny and their families are all well off. 2 of them are from well-off families and 1 is a rich second generation. There is another first-generation rich man, yes, it's Chen Jiang. Chapter 5 Why did you come to my house again? As the saying goes, roommates for 4 years, father and son for life. Now that we have graduated, everyone has gone to different places and I don't know when we will see each other again. This kid Lu Hao stayed in Shenzhen University for postgraduate studies, so it was not difficult to meet him. Wu Haiping returned to the provincial capital of Guangxi to prepare for the civil service examination. Zhang Jianlong returned to Shanghai to work at his own company. I don't know when I will see these 2 roommates again. Chen Jiang rubbed his temples, stopped thinking about it, covered himself with the quilt, turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next morning. Early in the morning, Chen Jiang always felt like something was pressing on his stomach, which made him feel uncomfortable. The sunlight outside the window has already sneaked into their house through the gaps in the curtains. They were not drawn properly last night. Fortunately, the sunlight is not glaring in winter. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Jiang subconsciously touched his stomach, which was soft. It turned out to be a big fat orange. No, the big fat orange, the little orange with snowy clothes. Chen Jiang suddenly woke up and lifted the quilt. Meow! The big fat orange boy shouted in dissatisfaction. Obviously, the quilt was very warm, but it was lifted up by Chen Jiang, and the cold air affected big fat orange's sleep. Didn't you go back? Chen Jiang looked confused. He picked up the fat orange, the weight, yes, it was it. Did I fall asleep? Chen Jiang pinched his thigh to make sure he felt pain. You silly cat, why did you run out again? Also, wasn't my house locked? How did you get in? Chen Jiang looked puzzled. He quickly checked the surveillance camera at home. In the corner of the surveillance video, a fat cat suddenly appeared on the balcony, got into the house through the window gap, and then swaggered into Chen Jiang's bedroom, which had not closed the door. Did you climb in from the balcony? This made Chen Jiang dumbfounded. After all, this is the 20th floor. This cat is so fat, I didn't expect it would dare to climb the stairs like this. It is said that cats have 9 lives, but even if they have 9 lives, they will become cat cakes if they fall from such a high place. So you also climbed down the stairs along the balcony before? Chen Jiang looked at Fatty Orange helplessly. He took a photo of the orange cat and sent it to Yin Xue. Your cat has come to my house again. Remember to pick it up when you wake up. Yin Xue replied immediately, I just realized it was missing. I didn't expect it to be with you again. Wait a minute, I'll wash up first, then go to your house and bring it back. Chen Jiang changed his clothes and got up to wash up. As I finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, Yin Xue was holding a transparent bag filled with soy milk buns. I didn't kidnap it this time. It came here on its own. Chen Jiang made a joke. I know it woke you up so early in the morning. Sorry for disturbing you. Yin Xue said apologetically. I brought you breakfast. Bought it for me. Thanks. Chen Jiang felt a little surprised. Let me show you a video. He showed the surveillance video to Yin Xue, and now she finally understood how her little orange boy escaped. So that's what happened. The window on my balcony wasn't closed either. It looks like he escaped from there. The balconies of the apartments in this building have a small window on the wall leading to the inside. Sometimes this small window is not closed tightly, and even if it is closed, it can be easily pushed open. However, this window is so small that even a person's head cannot pass through it, so it is subconsciously ignored by many people. I didn't expect to give this stupid cat an opportunity to take advantage of me. Your balcony is a little longer than mine. I guess it used this point to jump to your balcony. Yin Xue analyzed. It probably came down this way before. It probably jumped into your house at first, and then found a chance to slip away. I was wondering why the potted plants on the balcony fell over. Chen Jiang suddenly realized. I'll put a window cover on that small window when I get back. Yin Xue said. By the way, my agent sent me the electronic contract last night. I will buy this song from you in my personal name. There is no need to go through the company account. We can just go through the electronic signature process. Okay. Chen Jiang nodded. Now that technology is advanced, many contracts can be signed directly online, and the legal effect is the same as that of paper contracts. Please fill in the song title and your signature first. Yin Xue opened the electronic contract directly on her mobile phone. This song is called Encounter? Why don't you just use your real name to sign it? Why not use a pen name? She asked curiously. Chen Jiang signed his name at the end of the contract, no need for a pseudonym. There are many people named Chen Jiang in this world anyway, and those fans will not pay special attention to me as the composer of this song. Generally, apart from people in the circle, few people pay attention to the songwriter of a song. I sent you the music sheet. Okay. Yin Xue responded. After finishing the contract, Chen Jiang noticed that Yin Xue was still wearing a light pink nightgown. Her little head was wrapped in a rabbit ear hat with 2 cute rabbit ears standing up. Her face was red from the cold, and you could tell she was wearing no makeup, but her skin was very good, just a little yellowish without makeup, and without any blemishes. It does give it a more natural feel. Her lips are moist and a little translucent, probably because she applied lip balm. Without lipstick, her lips are pink and tender. This would be very soft if I kissed it. This face is really exquisite. Even among the female stars in the film and television industry, many cannot compare to the singer Yi Shue. You're going out to buy breakfast wearing this. Chen Jiang was a little amused. Anyway, I bought breakfast in the community and those fans can't come in. It doesn't matter even if they take pictures. It's just a pajamas. Yi Shue said indifferently. It's really cold today, and the pajamas are the warmest. Where's Xiaoju? Yi Shue asked. I'm sleeping on my bed, wait a minute. Chen Jiang walked into the room and picked up the fat orange boy. Yi Shue took the orange cat, thanked him, and said with a smile, when you have any new songs in the future, remember to consider me. That's a must. Chen Jiang agreed. As the female singer with the fastest growing popularity in the Chinese music scene in recent years, Yi Shue's popularity is no less than that of some divas. But in terms of song popularity and quality, she is still inferior to those divas. Because of this, many netizens have raised questions. Is Yi Shue worthy of the title of Little Queen? She urgently needs high-quality songs to prove herself and pave the way for her promotion to a Queen of Pop. Then I'll go back first. Yi Shue said while carrying the big fat orange. After Yi Shue left, Chen Jiang looked towards the door and couldn't help but mutter, "This girl is really pretty." He added in his mind, "The most important thing is that it suits my aesthetic taste." All I can say is that even if she is wearing pajamas and has no makeup on, she is not someone that those heavily made-up female internet celebrities can fool. No wonder those people in the film and television circles are sighing. A female star with such good external conditions is actually mixed up in the music industry. Yi Shue is wasting her talent in the singing circle. This is the legendary, you can make a living with your looks, but why do you have to rely on talent? The other side. Yi Shue carried Xiaoju back home and put it in a cage. Then he concentrated on looking at the music score. This song is really awesome. Yi Shue's eyes were shining. The image of Chen Jiang appeared in her mind. He was quite handsome, at least not worse than those popular stars she had seen. There is also a sense of masculinity that those young handsome guys don't have. More importantly, he is very talented. Just these two songs, once released, will be enough to make him directly become a first-class songwriter. With these two songs as a foundation, as long as the songs he writes later are not too bad, he can be promoted to a gold medal songwriter sooner or later. Chapter 6. Your book is amazing. It's a pity that he didn't sell that song to himself, but having this song meeting is enough. Come on Yi Shue. You can't bury this song. Yi Shue cheered herself up. Meow Tilder, the little orange cat, was scratching the door of the cage, calling out in dissatisfaction. Yi Shue ignored it and started practicing singing. Magic City, Yuejin Literature. Uncle Wang, good morning. Xiao Zhang, why are you here so early today? Yes, come to review the manuscripts early, otherwise the good manuscripts will be taken by others. At the gate, a young man wearing a big cotton padded jacket and carrying a thermos cup walked in shivering. I took the elevator to the second floor and walked into the office. The entire Yuejin editorial office was empty. The immortal found his seat and sat down. In this cold winter, I am convinced. He sighed. If his performance wasn't so bad, he would definitely want to sleep in at home. Yuejin stipulates that the working hours are 9:30, but it is only 8:30 now. At a meeting last week, their superiors gave Group 7 a training session. The performance is too poor. We Haven Tea brought in 10,000 orders in the past 6 months. There are very few fine products. Can you blame me for this? I'm the only editor in charge of the entire group, and my energy is limited. The immortal wanted to cry but had no tears. Originally, their editorial team consisted of 4 people including the editor-in-chief, but one of them went back to his hometown a few months ago. There was another person who had been an editor for a long time and felt that he was good enough, so he quit his job to start a book business. Now I am the only editor in charge in the entire group, and I don't have much experience. It would be strange if I could achieve good results. It can only be compensated by internal circulation. Daxian first reviewed the manuscript in the platform library. The platform rules are that every author must choose an editorial group when publishing a book. Books with a minimum of 6,000 words will be reviewed within the group within 5 working days. If the review fails, the scope will be released and reviewed by editors from all platforms. He first reviewed the group's library. The immortal emperor is reborn, the Dragon King returns. A rich man's article. They are basically some old-fashioned themes. After reviewing for half an hour, I found only one book out of dozens of books was of acceptable quality. After sending a short message about the signing agreement to the other party, Daxian took a sip of the wolfberry water in the thermos cup. Alas! He shook his head. I always feel that books nowadays are becoming more and more template, all following the same routine. I read the manuscripts from outside the group for a while and found that they were even worse than those from within the group. Yes, if the quality is good, it would have been picked up by the editing team long ago, so how could it leak out? I'd better check my mailbox. Daxian muttered to himself. Compared with the platform, he is more optimistic about the manuscripts submitted via email. After all, those who can get his email address are basically old hands. Another super rich novel. This one is quite innovative, so I think it can be signed. Everyday writing. After rejecting several books, he finally became interested. This is a novel about daily love. This subject matter is relatively niche, but it has always had a group of loyal readers. If it is well written, it is not impossible to get 10,000 subscriptions. After reading the manuscript, I found the plot and characters are all good, so I signed it. After sending a short message to the other party about the signing, Daxian stretched his body. Hey, master? You're here so early. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. The immortal turned around and saw that it was Lan Qian, the editor from Group 3. I can't help it. I was scolded by the editor-in-chief last week. The editor-in-chief told me to work harder and get a few copies of the book with tens of thousands of subscriptions as soon as possible. You came early enough. I can't wait to see the statistics of that super rich novel I signed some time ago. The statistics of this book have been very good recently. I estimate that it will get tens of thousands of subscriptions. Lan Qian chuckled. Lan Qian was one of the same editors who joined the company as him. In the past 6 months, the other party has brought in tens of thousands of orders. But the immortal doesn't have any. The only books with tens of thousands of subscriptions that he has serialized now were left to him by his predecessor who left the company earlier. Lan Qian's words immediately aroused his competitive spirit. I just don't believe it. I can't bring out even one copy with 10,000 subscriptions. Daxian took a deep breath and clicked on the next article in his mailbox. Mystery. When he saw the title of the book, he was slightly stunned. Finally saw a different book title. Those titles prefixed with Divine Rich Man, Immortal Emperor, and Dragon King almost made him vomit. I opened the file and read the introduction. This seems to be a fantasy novel with a Western background. Steam, potions, machinery, and extraordinary things. This setting is a bit new. The immortal immediately became interested. Read the text below. The beginning left suspense, the original body's notes, the mysterious revolver. It also introduces that the protagonist has a younger sister and an older brother, which is a very novel worldview. The author's writing style is also very solid, in the typical Western literary style. Looking down, the immortal gradually became fascinated. After reading 10,000 words, I still felt a little unsatisfied. Just with this opening setting, it completely crushes the traditional counterattack fantasy novels on the market. With this opening, from his perspective as an old bookworm, this book will definitely be a hit as long as it can maintain its popularity. And a big hit. Signed. Daxian seemed to see the performance waving to him. He calmed down and typed a reply. Hello, your introduction is very good, you can add me as a penguin friend and sign a contract. Just as he was about to send it, he hesitated again and added, I am very optimistic about your book. After sending the reply, Daxian felt a little nervous. He hoped that the other party would not let him down. He was really optimistic about this book. If the duck flew away and the editor chose another one, he would be so sad. In the morning, Chen Jiang exercised at home for a while, running and jumping rope. After changing clothes, I continued typing. I typed 10,000 words and looked at the time and more than 2 hours had passed. Chen Jiang was just about to turn off the computer and go out to find something to eat. Suddenly I saw the penguin number flashing in the lower right corner of the computer. Click to see, Uejian editor Daxian applies to add you as a friend. Note, hello, your manuscript has been approved. Please approve it to my friend. Chen Jiang was stunned for a moment. Although he had never signed a novel before, he had learned about the submission process on Chebar. Normally, shouldn't he add the other party after he replies? After checking the other party's Penguin account and finding it was indeed the editor's number, he clicked to approve the other party's application. With doubts, Chen Jiang logged into his email and saw the other party's reply at first glance. "You think highly of my book." Chen Jiang felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that this editor was so knowledgeable. "I could see the huge potential of the book, Mystery, at first glance. It seems that he took the initiative to add me as his friend because he was afraid that I would run away to another editor." Chen Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, the other party sent a message. "Editor Daxian of Yuejin, hello, your manuscript has been approved. I saw that you haven't added me as your friend yet, so I took the initiative to add you." Jiang He, hello, editor. Jiang He, sorry, I was typing just now and didn't see the reply. Editor Daxian of Yuejin, it's okay, sir. I'm very optimistic about your book Mystery. I'd like to ask when the book will be published. Send books? Chen Jiang replied directly. If you want to send the book, you can do it today. Editor Dashing of Yuejin, then you have to select 7 groups and send 6,000 words when you publish the book, and then I will help you sign it. Editor Dashing Yuejin, there is no need to update too many words during the period of new book. A stable 4,000 words a day will be enough. Chapter 7 Don't expose yourself. Following the instructions of the immortal, Chen Jiang published a chapter of 6,000 words. Without waiting for background review, Daxian directly used his own authority to pass the review. After a while, the contract signing message came. After uploading the electronic contract, Chen Jiang turned off the computer and went out to find something to eat. There is a large shopping mall near the community. Chen Jiang found a Bagua hotel here. While waiting for the food to be served, Chen Jiang received an invitation to join the group from the editor. Editor Daxian of Yuejin, this is our group of authors. You can join it. If you have any questions, you can ask the old hands in the group. The reason why he said this was because Chen Jiang's writing style did not belong to any big boss in the site. The immortal suspected that he was a demon from outside the realm and came to Yuejin to attain enlightenment. Jiang He, okay. Chen Jiang also added the group chat and turned off the message notifications. At this time, the waiter brought the food Chen Jiang ordered. Looking at the brightly colored Peking duck, Chen Jiang took a bite. The taste seems to be even worse than the local Cantonese roast duck. It should be said that they each have their own characteristics, but Chen Jiang still prefers the Cantonese flavor. After lunch, Chen Jiang returned home and continued typing. When I had typed more than 4,000 words, my cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Laolu, how come you have time to call me today?" Chen Jiang asked puzzledly. "You can't even tell what day it is today because you're staying at home. Today is Sunday." Maringjie rolled his eyes on the other end of the phone. "I have good news for you." "Good news." "Chen Cece and I are together." Even through the internet cable, Chen Jiang could hear the other party's excitement. The tone was full of boasting. "Oh, congratulations." Chen Jiang smiled faintly. "No, why aren't you surprised at all?" Maringjie expressed his confusion. "Given the way you two were flirting before, I'd be surprised if you weren't together. I think what should be surprising is that you two actually waited until graduation to get together." "Who confessed first?" Chen Jiang asked. "Of course it's me. We have the same mentor and we're together every day. I asked her out to see a movie last night and made my thoughts clear to her." Maringjie replied. "I was wondering why you were suddenly preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Turns out you have other intentions." Chen Jiang joked. "Cece means to treat you to dinner tonight. After all, we met because of you, and you can be considered our matchmaker." Maringjie explained the reason for the call. Chen Jiang and Chen Cece are from the same hometown. They met at a hometown association and were not very familiar with each other. At that time, several freshmen from the same department added each other as their friend. Later, when he had a dormitory gathering, he met a few girls from the other dormitory. Since they were acquaintances, Chen Jiang greeted them immediately. The two dormitories simply sat together. I don't know what happened later, but these two funny guys added each other on WeChat. Later, the relationship between the two of them obviously warmed up. It was obvious from before that they had feelings for each other, and now they have finally become a couple. Okay, what time in the evening? Chen Jiang agreed. 7 o'clock, the beef hot pot restaurant I often ate at before coming here. Manhwa said. Winter nights come early. At this time, heavy snow had already fallen in the northern region, and the residents went to bed early. However, in Shenzhen, a large southern city, the flow of people on winter nights is no less than that on summer nights. This is a city that never sleeps with a futuristic technological feel. Chen Jiang drove the car and parked it in a parking lot near the destination. Then he zipped up his coat and walked forward with his hands in his pockets. The commercial street was crowded with people, and with so many people, the temperature around became much higher. It's not that cold anymore. Walk into the beef hot pot restaurant in your memory. Pushing open the door of the private room, Chen Jiang saw a young couple snuggling together and whispering. Ahem. Hearing the cough, the two quickly separated. Chen Jiang looked at the two of them with a smile and said teasingly, I said before that you two were a couple, but you refuted me, old Lu. It's been a while since we last met, and now you want to stick your whole body to each other. What lewd words! Chen Cixi glared at Chen Jiang. Ma Yingjia's face turned red. Before, this guy was as stupid as a piece of wood. Chen Cixi complained. Okay, have you ordered the food? Chen Jiang asked. We ordered a few kinds of meat. Take a look at what else we need to add. Chen Cixi pushed the menu in front of Chen Jiang. I'll make you go bankrupt without eating you out. Chen Jiang ordered a few more plates of beef without any hesitation. Eat whatever you want. I don't believe you have such a big appetite. Ma Yingjie laughed. Forget about drinking, I still have to drive, and you two young lovers still have to go on a date. Chen Jiang ordered a bottle of drink for each of the three people. Go to hell, let's go home directly after dinner. It's so cold, we don't have the energy to go on a date every day. Chen Cixi rubbed her hands. Go home? You guys rent a house together. Chen Jiang immediately discovered the blind spot in the words. When did it happen? It's just these 2 days. Last night, we were together and decided that it would be more convenient to move out. Cixi had wanted to rent a house before, and she had already found one, so we just moved out. All the furniture is complete, so there's no need to buy anything else. Lu Hao said happily. It still has to be you. Chen Jiang gave a thumbs up. It seems like you're the only one without a partner in our dormitory right now. Ma Yingjie suddenly said. There's nothing I can do. I haven't met the right one. My mother even called me the day before yesterday to urge me to do it. Chen Jiang said helplessly. I hope you can find the girl of your dreams soon. Chen Cixi picked up the drink and the three of them clinked glasses. At this time, the waiter brought in several plates of raw beef. This hot pot meal was a delight. After eating, the young couple paid the bill and said goodbye and left. Chen Jiang sat in the private room for a while before slowly standing up. Walk out of the hot pot restaurant. The commercial street outside is very busy. Chen Jiang simply joined the crowd. Take a stroll and take a walk after dinner. There were many street vendors, and the various snack stalls dazzled Chen Jiang. The whole street was filled with fragrance. However, for Chen Jiang, who had just eaten, he really had no appetite at all. Boss, I want a bunch of strawberry candied haws and a marshmallow. A pleasant and familiar female voice suddenly entered Chen Jiang's ears. Meow tilde, the orange cat's sad cry sounded. Chen Jiang looked towards the candied haws cart next to him. I saw a girl wrapped tightly up standing there picking candied haws. She had a large warm transparent cat bag on her back. In the cat bag, a familiar orange cat was looking at Chen Jiang with expectant eyes. As if to say, let me out. Chen Jiang walked over, thinking about greeting the other party, Ian. Before she finished her words, the girl suddenly turned around, stood on tiptoe, and covered Chen Jiang's mouth with her small hands. The milky scent of the hand cream entered Chen Jiang's nose. Sure, don't expose yourself. Yi Yanxue said nervously. Chen Jiang then realized that the reason why Yi Yanxue was dressed so conservatively was because she didn't want to reveal her identity. If Chen Jiang hadn't seen the fat orange boy she was carrying behind her, he probably wouldn't have recognized her. Sorry, I didn't notice that. Chen Jiang quickly apologized. Yi Yanxue was stunned where she was. After a few seconds, her face turned red and she whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm a little sensitive." Chapter 8: The Origin of Xiaoju's Name. Her reaction just now was completely subconscious. It was because his identity was exposed in a public area before, which led to him being surrounded by people, and the shadow he cast was too great. "Boss, another string of candid whores, please." The two found a corner, and Yin Shua handed the candid whores in her hand to Chen Jiang. "Here you go." Chen Jiang was stunned for a moment, then took the candid whores and said, "Thank you." Looking at the red candid whores in his hand, Chen Jiang's memories came to his mind. "I would occasionally eat a string of candid whores when I was in high school, but I haven't eaten it for a long time now." This was the first time a girl invited him to eat candid whores. Chen Jiang took a bite and found the candid hawthorn sandwiched in glutinous rice paper to be sweet and sour. Yin Shua took a bite of strawberry candid whores on the left and a bite of marshmallow on the right. "Do you like sweet food?" Chen Jiang couldn't help but ask as he watched this scene. Girls all like sweet food. Yin Shua chewed strawberries, her voice soft. "I'm taking Xiaoju back to my parents' house for dinner, and I stopped by here to buy some food." "I didn't expect you to be here too," she explained. "I came here to eat with my friends, and they went back first." "Are you preparing to go home?" Chen Jiang asked. "Yes, my parents' house is nearby. I walked here and was about to take a taxi," Yin Shua said. "Didn't you drive?" Chen Jiang asked curiously. Hearing this, Yin Shua stammered, "I don't have a driver's license yet." "Didn't you take the exam?" Chen Jiang asked subconsciously. "I failed the third subject. I've been too busy lately and haven't taken the makeup exam yet," Yin Shua said a little embarrassedly. "That's great. I'll take you two home." Chen Jiang knocked on the cat bag on Yin Shua's back. "Meow tilde," Xiaoju called out in dissatisfaction. "This little guy is quite heavy, right? Do you want me to help you carry it for a while?" Chen Jiang asked with a smile. "No need." Yin Shua shook her head and defended Xiaoju. "I think Xiaoju is fine." "Har har, okay, let's go back." Chen Jiang glanced at Yin Shua and took out a pack of tissues from his pocket. "Wipe your mouth," he reminded. Yin Shua touched her chin in confusion, only to find that it was accidentally stained by the marshmallows she was eating. "Thank you." She took the tissue. Chen Jiang seemed to have discovered a new world. He felt that Yin Shua at this moment was just an ordinary girl, without any airs of a celebrity. The two walked side by side, walking slowly, eating the candid whores together. Arriving at the parking space, Chen Jiang pressed the key. Yin Shua sat in the passenger seat and placed the cat bag in front of her. The little guy just stared at Chen Jiang. "Big fat orange. When did you raise little orange?" Chen Jiang asked. "I picked it up on the road 3 years ago. At that time, it was very small and thin, and dirty, not as fat as it is now." Yin Shua gestured with her hands. Chen Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. "No wonder you named it Xiaoju. You are really amazing. You have raised it so fat. I saw it a few days ago and was surprised. How could a stray cat like it get so fat?" "Are you from Shenzhen?" Yin Shua asked while holding the cat bag. "No, my hometown is Punang and I am a chowker," Chen Jiang said. "Chowker?" Yin Shua fell into deep thought. Is there such an ethnic group in Guangdong province? "My father is from Chaoshan and my mother is hacker, so I am a Chaoshan hacker," Chen Jiang explained with a smile. "Are you a local of Shenzhen?" He glanced at Yin Shua. Yin Shua responded, "I grew up here, but my hometown is in your province. But my family only goes back home during the Chinese New Year, and I don't speak the language there." "Did you go to college in Shenzhen?" Chen Jiang asked. "No, I studied in Shanghai. I graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Now being a singer is considered a professional career for me," Yin Shua said. "Are you studying in Shenzhen?" she asked. "I'm from Shenzhen University and just graduated this year," Chen Jiang replied. "Just graduated this year? Then you are 1 year younger than me. I graduated last year." Yin Shua was a little surprised. She originally thought that Chen Jiang should be older than her. "You released a song while you were in college?" Chen Jiang asked curiously. He remembered that Yin Shua had been quite popular in the past few years, and her career reached its peak right after her debut. Yes, I signed with the company in my freshman year. Yi Yanxue nodded. That's great. Chen Jiang praised. You are also amazing. You can write such a good song at such a young age. Yi Yanxue's eyes sparkled. The car got on the road. Surrounded by tall buildings and bright lights, this is the most prosperous area in Shenzhen. The residential area where the two lived was not far from here and it took about 15 minutes to get there. Underground parking lot. Thank you for taking me home. Yi Yanxue thanked. You're welcome. We are neighbors living on the same floor as each other, and we are also partners. Chen Jiang said with a smile. By the way, when I was practicing the song you gave me today, I found that something was not quite right. Yi Yanxue suddenly said. What's going on? Chen Jiang looked at her. I always feel like my singing is lacking some flavor. Yi Yanxue looked a little worried. That's easy. Let's go to your house and you sing for me. Chen Jiang suggested. Yi Yanxue's eyebrows lit up immediately. Thank you for your help. The two took the elevator to the 21st floor. Yi Yanxue's home is on the 21st floor, 2101, just above Chen Jiang's home. After changing her shoes, Yi Yanxue pushed open the door. Chen Jiang followed her and looked around curiously as he entered the door. The structures of the two houses are actually similar, but the decoration of Yi Yanxue's house is obviously simpler. Mainly white. There is a piano in the living room, which looks no cheaper than Chen Jiang's. I'll play and you sing. Chen Jiang sat down in front of the piano. Okay. Yi Yanxue put the orange cat into the cage and moved a chair to sit next to the piano. Chen Jiang's fingertips moved and the sound of the piano rang out. After the prelude ended, Yi Yanxue slowly spoke. I heard winter leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year. Who I meet will determine what kind of conversation we'll have. The person I'm waiting for is in such a far future. I hear the wind coming from the subway and the sea of people. I'm standing in line, holding the number plate of love. After singing once, Yi Yanxue looked at Chen Jiang eagerly. Chen Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't look at me like that. Teacher Chen, please give me some advice. Yi Yanxue said in a serious tone. Chen Jiang thought for a moment and said, don't be too serious. Relax when you sing. You could use less technique and more emotion for this song. Believe me, your original singing voice is perfect for this song. I know you really want to sing this song well to prove yourself. Changing your style is indeed an unknown process, but I still believe you can do it. This album will definitely sell well. You have to trust my vision as an author. Chen Jiang encouraged. Thank you. I'll sing it again. Yi Yanxue sang it twice more, and this time the effect was obviously much better. I think after practicing a few more times, I should be able to do it. I have found the direction, she said happily. That's good. I'll go back first. Don't be too tired. It's important to protect your throat. Chen Jiang reminded. Okay, bye. Yi Yanxue nodded and agreed. Return to your home. Chen Jiang exercised on the treadmill for a while. After resting for a while, I went to take a shower. After taking a shower, he searched for his books on the Yuejin platform. The book, Mystery, is already available on the platform. He checked the back end of the writer's assistant again and found that there were only 5 or 6 collections. There are no comments at all. There are too few words now and it hasn't started to be exposed yet. Chen Jiang is very much looking forward to it. What kind of effect will be achieved with more words in the future? I don't know if I can achieve the same success as in my previous life. Chapter 9 Yi Yanshue's Situation. Chen Jiang suddenly found that someone tagged him on Penguin. He clicked on it and saw that it was the author group he joined today. 7 author exchange groups. The group was very lively at this time. 99 plus. I found the message that tagged me, and the other party was a cover artist. Being forced to do art design after failing at writing a book, the new big guy in the group. I was forced to do art design after my book failed, will the big guys buy the cover? There are also densely packed messages of at below his message. At Big Brother, please guide me. At Big Brother, please guide me. These people are quite interesting. Do they praise every new person who joins the group? Chen Jiang looked at the messages they sent with interest. To be the cover. Chen Jiang hesitated. The cover he is using now is still the template cover that comes with the system. For this kind of novel cover, I usually find a base image myself and then ask an artist to add the words. It only costs a few bucks to get it done. But Chen Jiang is a man who values rituals, and since he wrote the novel himself, then just make a better cover, since you have money anyway. He opened Taobao and planned to directly customize an original background map. After finding an original picture customization studio with high praise, Chen Jiang put forward his requirements to the other party. There is a famous scene in the book, Mystery, which is the scene where the protagonist enters the foggy space and plays the role of the fool. Chen Jiang planned to make the cover based on this scene. I spent a few $100s and told the store my requirements, and they promised to produce the pictures within 3 days. Having typed a lot today, Chen Jiang doesn't plan to continue typing at this time. Curled up in bed, Chen Jiang started a game. 10 minutes later, the word failure appeared on the screen. Chen Jiang gritted his teeth, looked at his MVP record of killing more than a dozen people, and reported his teammates. This king is getting more and more outrageous. He shook his head and quit the game. Watch short videos. After liking several dancing videos of young ladies, Chen Jiang suddenly saw a video. It starts with, "Today let's evaluate Yin Xue, a female singer who has been very popular in recent years." The sound used is the audio from the editing software, and it looks like a marketing account at first glance. When Chen Jiang heard the content was about Yin Xue, he continued listening out of curiosity. The previous content is nothing special, just some negative information about Yin Xue. Because of her title as the Little Queen, many people are questioning whether she has the ability to do so. Because there are so few songs that can be played. Lack of outstanding representative works. There are many doubts about this, but in fact, she has good singing skills and her voice is very recognizable. But the overall quality of her songs is really not worthy of her status. The resources are just too poor. Finally, the marketing account released a piece of gossip. According to rumors, the contract between Yin Xue and her company Qingqing Entertainment is about to expire. It is said that there have been many conflicts over the contract renewal. During this period before the contract expires, Yin Xue is afraid that she will not be able to get any resources. Having a conflict with the company? Chen Jiang seemed to be thinking about something. Although the news revealed by marketing accounts is sometimes not true and may be exaggerated. But the information they revealed all has a source. In other words, Yin Xue's contract was indeed about to expire, and she was having a bad time with the company. Judging from the resources the company had given her before, it can be seen that the company is indeed too stingy. A top-tier singer with good talent, but the songs he was given were all mediocre. It's still okay for an ordinary first-line singer, but compared with someone of Yin Xue's status, it's still a bit too bad. It can be said that most of Yin Xue's current achievements have nothing to do with the company. All of them were obtained through one's own strength and luck. If she encountered such a company, she would definitely run away when the contract expired, which led to a falling out between her and the company. Yin Xue wants to become a star, but this company is not supporting her. No wonder she was so eager to buy a song from me that day. Chen Jiang suddenly realized. He is anxious to make a comeback with the songs he wrote. After looking through the comment section, netizens' comments were mixed. Some people think that Yin Xue is really capable, but the company provides too few resources, so it is better not to stay in this crappy company. Some people blindly criticized her, saying that Yin Xue had to tune her voice when she sang, and mocked her for not being worthy of the title of Little Queen. Don't criticize her, Yin Xue has also held concerts, she obviously has the ability. Don't blame everything on the entertainment company. If you don't have enough talent, then you're not good enough. Why do you say the company didn't give you resources? It was Qingqing Entertainment that discovered Yin Xue in the beginning, and now that she has become famous she wants to change jobs. How ungrateful. Chen Jiang clicked on the homepages of these black fans' accounts and found something wrong. Most of these accounts are 3-no accounts. At this time, Yin Xue had just finished taking a shower, dried her hair and walked out of the bathroom. I picked up the phone and saw several voice messages from my agent, Sister Lee. Yin Xue, the company is so disgusting. They hired internet trolls to spread the news of your breakup with the company on a large scale. There are a lot of negative information about you in the media. This is to destroy you before you leave. Are you sure about your new song this time? The release of this new song is crucial. If the new song is too lame, your reputation will probably be completely ruined. Yi Shua's face suddenly fell. It's really endless. You're putting pressure on me. She muttered, remembering the new song. She wasn't 100% sure about it. Although this song is of high quality, when it comes to the critical moment, it is always easy to have wild thoughts and question my own level. Yi Shua felt like she was dying of inner confusion. How annoying. Woo woo. She could only assure Sister Lee that she could do it, and then send the new song sheet to her. First stabilize the morale of the troops. Meow tilde. At this time, Xiaoju came over and rubbed Yi Shua's trouser leg. Woo woo, Xiaoju is still the best, he knows to comfort his mother. Yi Shua picked up Xiaoju and rubbed him hard. Meow. Xiaoju looked at Yi Shua with a look of despair. It's as if to say, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to ask for canned food. I'm really not trying to comfort you. Unfortunately, Yi Shua couldn't understand cat language. Fortunately, after a lot of torture, Yi Shua finally poured a can of food for the fat orange cat. Xiaoju, Chen Jiang said you are so fat, the fattest cat he has ever seen. This is the last time. I can't feed you like this anymore. The next day. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Shua went to the company. As soon as she walked into the agent's office, she saw Sister Lee, who was in high spirits. Yin Shua, why didn't you show me the music score earlier? I was so nervous these past few days that I couldn't sleep well. Sister Lee happily rebuked her. I just got this song 2 days ago, and I haven't had time to tell you yet. Luckily I have this song, otherwise I don't know how I would explain to my fans next month. Yi Shua explained. 2 months ago, the company had agreed to find 2 gold medal songwriters to customize a song for her. She didn't doubt it at the time and posted the news on Weibo. Who knew that last week the company suddenly said that the song had been taken away by another first-line artist of the company? After learning the news, Yi Shua reacted immediately. The company is deliberately trying to make things difficult for her and bring her down. That's why she was so excited when she heard the song played by Chen Jiang 2 days ago. This is like a life-saving straw. A timely help. I was wondering why you asked me to come to the company so late at night to draft an electronic contract. So this is what happened. Sister Lee said happily. As the company's gold medal agent, she benefited entirely from Yi Shua's help. It can be said that the two are now on the same boat. In addition, she had been watching Yi Shua all the way here, so during this period she was even more nervous than Yi Shua, the real owner. The lyrics and music were all written by the same person. He is such a talent. Where did you get to know such a person? Sister Lee asked curiously. I met him by chance. I didn't ask about his past experiences, but he doesn't seem to be a well-known figure in the circle. Yi Shua explained. Sister Lee wanted to ask something else, but Yi Shua interrupted her and said, it's fine as long as he is willing to sell the song to me. We should now consider the subsequent publicity issues. Given the company's nature, I don't think they will give us publicity resources this time. Chapter 10 Song Recording. I asked Miss Xia, and she said she is willing to promote your new song. Sister Lee said. Hearing this, Yi Shua breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, this girl is still reliable. Ms. Xia also said that if you can't find a company you like in the future, you can consider Tangshan Culture. Sister Lee continued. Yi Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and felt warm in her heart. It is true that a friend in need is a friend indeed. It was not in vain that I loved her before. I'll send her a message later, Sister Lee. So what the others are saying is that they won't participate in our promotion this time. Yes. Sister Lee nodded. Yi Shua's eyes were as calm as water, which was also within expectations. Most of the time, people maintain a relationship for the sake of benefits. It is human nature to flee when disaster strikes. Before, they all pretended to have a very good relationship with me, but when I was in trouble, they all stayed away from me. It's okay, we can promote it ourselves. I have good traffic myself, so it doesn't matter if the company doesn't help with promotion. Good wine needs no bush, she said. In the afternoon, Chen Jiangang had written a chapter of more than 10,000 words. By the way, I updated today's chapter. Chen Jiang looked at his collection. It had only been 1 day, but he already had more than 30 collections. And there were a few more comments. A new author? Not likely. The writing of this book is really solid, and the setting is also very good, but the updates are too rare. I saw this book in the latest update, and it's surprisingly good. It's just too short, much better than the ones on the list now. I have sent it to the readers of other novels. Good books should be promoted more. There were 4 or 5 comments like this. Chen Jiang estimated that these people were found from other novel reader groups. This data has appeared before the recommendation and exposure has even started. It turns out that the book, Mystery, is more attractive in this world than in the previous life. The market in the previous life has been developed to a certain extent, but the online literature market in this life is still a mess. Readers who are used to reading those pretentious and face-slapping routine novels will definitely have a response that is incomparable to that in the past when they suddenly see such a novel. Now that the stone has fallen, it remains to be seen how big a commotion it will cause in the end. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Jiang picked it up and took a look. Yin Shue, Chen Jiang, I'm going to record a song the day after tomorrow. Are you free that day? I'd like to invite you to the recording studio to participate in the process. Yin Shue, after all, it's you who wrote the song, so I think the final product still needs to be approved by you. Shivering. Chen Jiang, no problem, I will be there when the time comes. Chen Jiang smiled. He immediately understood what the girl was thinking. It was obvious that she had no confidence in herself and wanted Chen Jiang to come over and interrogate her. After all, no one knows what this song should be like better than the author himself. Yin Shue, thank you. Yin Shue, I'll ask someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Chen Jiang, okay. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. At noon that day, just after finishing his meal, Chen Jiang received a call from Yin Shue. Chen Jiang, my agent said her car has arrived at the community, the license plate number is. Okay, I'll go down right away. After going downstairs, Chen Jiang saw the car that Yin Shue mentioned at the gate of the community. This is a business-oriented tram. Hello. Chen Jiang knocked on the car window. The car window was rolled down. You are Mr. Chen, right? Chen Jiang saw clearly that there was a woman in her 30s wearing sunglasses sitting in the driver's seat. The woman was Sister Li. The moment she saw Chen Jiang, she was stunned. I didn't expect that the talented songwriter Yin Shue mentioned is so young. And she doesn't look bad at all. With such talent and looks, if he debuts as a singer, the chances of him becoming famous are very high. She was suddenly moved. Yes, it's me. I heard Yin Shue talk about you. Are you Sister Li? It's me, Mr. Chen, please get in the car. Sister Li nodded. Chen Jiang opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Sister Li turned around and said politely, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to bother you today. Chen Jiang smiled and shook his head, it's not a problem. After all, this is also a song I wrote. I should be there to supervise the recording. The car is driving on the road. About 20 minutes later, it finally stopped under a building. Mr. Chen, we're here, said Sister Li. After getting off the car, Chen Jiang followed Sister Li in. It wasn't until the elevator door stopped on the 6th floor and Chen Jiang walked out that he saw the sign at the door and was stunned. Banksia Recording Studio. Isn't he Yin Shue from Qingqing Entertainment? Generally, large companies have their own recording studios, but this is obviously a private recording studio. Chen Jiang had never thought that Yin Shue and Qingqing Entertainment would come to this point. When he walked into the recording studio, Chen Jiang saw Yin Shue sitting on the sofa with a girl sitting next to her. This girl is also very good looking, with a cute style. Chen Jiang recognized her immediately. Tang Xiexia. An artist who has been very popular in the past 2 years. Chen Jiang, you're here. Noticing someone coming in, Yin Shue raised her head and took a look, and was immediately delighted. Xiexia, let me introduce you. This is Chen Jiang, my downstairs neighbor and the composer of the song Meeting. She introduced to Tang Xiexia who was beside her. Chen Jiang, this is Tang Xiexia. I don't know if you have heard of her. She is an artist of Tangshan culture. Of course I've heard of her. Miss Tang is quite famous. Chen Jiang said with a smile. Are you the creator of a Meeting? I finally meet him in person. When I saw the score yesterday, I thought it was written by some gold medal lyricist and composer. I didn't expect you to be so young. Tang Xiexia was obviously very interested in Chen Jiang and praised him generously. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Jiang was very happy to hear the other party's recognition of him. When do we start recording songs? He asked. Yi Yanxue looked at Tang Xiaxia. Tang Xiaxia picked up the phone. Let me ask Uncle Wei, he should be here soon. Chen Jiang sat down on the leather chair opposite the two women. Aren't you an artist from Star Entertainment? Why are you here recording a song? Hearing Chen Jiang's question, Yi Yanxue's face suddenly showed a bitter look. I broke up with the company. It's okay for me to go to the company to record songs, but I'm afraid they will do something tricky in the post-production of the song. This recording studio is Xiaxia's private studio, and the employees are all hired by Xiaxia herself. I was worried about handing the song over to those people for packaging, so Xiaxia brought me here after listening to it. I plan to hand over the post-production of this song to Xiaxia's recording studio. The people in Sister Yanshua's company are so despicable. Not only did they hire internet trolls to discredit her, they also blocked her original song in an attempt to ruin her. Tang Xiaxia stood up for Yi Yanxue. When does your contract expire? Chen Jiang asked curiously. Next month. Yi Yanxue complained. I posted on Weibo before that the new song would be released next month. They want to force me to renew the contract, but I don't want to stay in this crappy company any longer. Sister Yanxue, if you ask me, just come to my Tangshan culture. I guarantee that you will become a superstar within 3 years. Tang Xiaxia promised. Let's talk about it after the contract expires. I haven't thought about it yet. Yi Yanxue touched Tang Xiaxia's head. At this time, the glass door outside opened and a middle-aged man in a jacket walked in. Uncle Wei. Tang Xiaxia stood up. Xiaxia, this is Miss Yi, right? I've heard the songs you sing, they are very good, your basic skills are very solid, and your voice is also very distinctive. The middle-aged man smiled at Yi Yanxue. Hello. Yi Yanxue responded quickly. Xiaxia told me about your situation. To be honest, I sympathize with you. You've got a company like this. Qingqing Entertainment has made a lot of money in recent years and is starting to get carried away. Uncle Wei shook his head, not hiding his disgust for what Qingqing Entertainment had done. He suddenly turned his gaze to Chen Jiang. You are the creator of a meeting, right? You look so young. Uncle Wei said with some surprise. Hello, my name is Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang said with a smile. The two shook hands. Uncle Wei is a well-known music producer in the industry, and his ability in composing music is extraordinary. I specially invited him to be in charge of the post-production of this song. Tang Xiaxia explained. Originally, Uncle Wei didn't want to come, but I took the initiative to show him the music sheet, and he immediately agreed to participate in this production. Har har, it's my honor to compose such a good song. Uncle Wei smiled at Chen Jiang and said, when I saw this song, I thought it was some old monster's pseudonym at first. I didn't expect that he is so young. Mr. Chen is really young and promising. The younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. Chapter 11 Drunk Yi Yanxue. Uncle Wei, you are too kind. Chen Jiang's face turned red. It's fine for Tang Xiaxia, a half-baked showbiz person, to praise him. Even though Chen Jiang was thick-skinned enough, he still felt a little embarrassed to be praised like this by Uncle Wei, a famous music producer in the circle. Let's start recording the song. Tang Xiaxia reminded. Yi Yanxue walked into the recording studio, and Uncle Wei adjusted the equipment. He was the overall supervisor of this recording. Other staff members were also ready. It took more than 2 hours to record the song this time before Chen Jiang produced a version that he was most satisfied with. After recording the song, it was already 3:30. Uncle Wei stayed to work overtime to handle the follow-up processing of the music. Chen Jiang and his companions left first. Let's all come to my house for dinner tonight. Thank you for accompanying me to record the song today. Yi Yanxue suggested. Okay, I haven't eaten the food cooked by you, Sister Yanxue, for a long time. Tang Xiaxia was the first to agree. Are the dishes cooked by Yanxue delicious? Chen Jiang asked curiously. Sister Yanxue is a great chef. Tang Xiaxia said with a boastful expression. Sister Li smiled and said, Yanxue is indeed good at cooking. Her father started out as a restaurant owner. She has been influenced by him, so her cooking skills won't be bad. Yi Yanxue said proudly, yes, even if I don't want to be an artist in the future, I can still be a chef. I won't starve to death anyway. Several people got into Sister Li's car. After arriving at the community, Chen Jiang went home first. Tang Xiaxia and Sister Li accompanied Yi Yinxue to buy groceries. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at Yi Yinxue's home, the three of them sat at the dining table, waiting for Yi Yinxue to serve the food. Here it comes: steamed sea bass, mapo tofu, chicken stew with mushrooms, cold cucumber salad, braised shrimps, and finally Crucian carp soup. Looking at the plates of meat dishes that looked delicious, Chen Jiang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This seemed to be basically the same as the food served in those high-end restaurants he had eaten at. The only difference may be the name. The names of the dishes in other restaurants are more sophisticated. Try it quickly. Yi Yinxue looked at Chen Jiang with her beautiful eyes shining brightly, her face full of anticipation. Chen Jiang picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, giving a thumbs up. It's really delicious, amazing. I told you, Sister Yinxue is a great chef. Tang Xiaxia said while eating chicken. By the way, do you want a drink? I just bought a few bottles of beer at the supermarket. Tang Xiaxia suddenly remembered and took out a few bottles of beer. You guys drink it. I have to drive later, so I won't drink any more. Sister Li waved her hand. Yi Yinxue hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, I'll drink too. Seeing that both women wanted to drink, Chen Jiang, as a man, naturally agreed. It's just beer, not white. If it was white wine, Chen Jiang might still hesitate. Cheers. The three of them each held a bottle of beer and clinked their glasses. Sister Li was eating on the side, watching this scene with a smile. I haven't felt this kind of atmosphere for a long time. After the meal, there was no food left on the table. Tang Xiaxia sat on the chair and touched her round belly in an unladylike manner. Hiccup. Sister Yinxue's cooking is delicious. If her fans saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. When Chen Jiang saw this scene, he thought of Yi Yinxue's private personality. It turns out that only through private contact can you reveal the true face of a star. Sister Li looked at the time and said to Tang Xiaxia, Miss Tang, it's getting late. Let me take you home first. Okay, by the way, Sister Li, I've said it many times, you don't need to be so polite in the future, just call me Xiaxia like Sister Yinxue. Tang Xiaxia corrected. Sorry, it's my professional habit. I'll do it next time. Sister Li smiled helplessly. Sister Yinxue, let's go back first. Tang Xiaxia said to Yi Yinxue. Okay, be careful on the road. Yi Yinxue's face was slightly tipsy, and she tried hard to stay calm and spoke to the two of them. Drive slowly on the road. Chen Jiang also said. After the two left, Chen Jiang asked Yi Yinxue, let me clean the table. He looked up at Yi Yinxue, only to see her looking at him with a dazed expression and a flushed face. This look was completely different from her usual self. The delicate little expression, coupled with the already beautiful face, makes people can't help but feel a desire to protect her. Xiaoju. She suddenly shouted. Meow tilde. At this moment, an orange cat that was locked in an iron cage in the living room for fear of disturbing others while they were eating cried out in confusion. Seeing that Yi Yinxue was not in good condition, Chen Jiang hurried forward to check the situation. As soon as she got close, Yi Yinxue suddenly stood up, stretched out her hands and hugged Chen Jiang's neck. Before Chen Jiang could react, the next second, he felt his face hit something soft and a fresh fragrance entered his nose. His eyes suddenly widened and his mind went blank. At this time, Yi Yinxue mumbled incoherently, Xiaoju, mommy give me a hug, eh? Xiaoju, why, have you become fat again? Chen Jiang quickly broke free and supported her. Is this drunkenness? He was a little confused. How much has he drunk? It seems like less than a bottle, but is already so drunk. He helped Yi Yinxue back to her chair, and then called Tang Xiaxia, whom he had just added, on WeChat. Hey, are you guys out of the neighborhood? No, I just got in the car. What happened? Tang Xiaxia asked with some confusion. You may have to come back. Yi Yinxue is drunk. Chen Jiang said helplessly. Drunk? Didn't she say hello to us before we left? Tang Xiaxia was stunned. I don't know either. Anyway, please come back so soon. It's not convenient for a man like me. Chen Jiang urged. Okay, we'll go back right away. Tang Xiaxia said and hung up the phone. After a while, the doorbell rang. Chen Jiang hurried to open the door. As soon as Tang Xiaxia and Sister Li walked into the dining room, they saw Yin Shua leaning on a chair with her face as red as a tomato. The two girls quickly helped Yin Shua back to her room. Chen Jiang then breathed a sigh of relief and went back to clean the table. After he finished washing the dishes and wiping the table, the two women came out of the room. Sister Yin Shua vomited all over the floor just now. Luckily she didn't vomit on us. Tang Xiaxia said thankfully. We changed her clothes and she is asleep now. Was her alcohol tolerance so poor before? Chen Jiang asked puzzledly. I don't know either. I've had dinner with her many times, but I never saw her drink. Tang Xiaxia said. I've never seen her drink alcohol either. Sister Li also said. If it weren't for today, we wouldn't have known that she couldn't drink that badly. Since you're asleep, I'll go back first. Chen Jiang said. Sister Li, you go back first. I will stay to look after Sister Yin Shua. You can ask the driver to pick me up later. Tang Xiaxia said to Sister Li. Sister Li nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. After returning home, Chen Jiang couldn't help but think of the scene just now. Chen Jiang took a deep breath and tried hard to stop thinking about it. I was originally planning to calm down and type a few words on the computer. Chen Jiang couldn't help but feel hot inside again. Yin Shua's appearance just now unconsciously appeared in his mind. No, I have to take a shower and calm down first. Chapter 12 Yin Shua's Troubles. The next morning. When Yin Shua opened her eyes drowsily, she felt her head buzzing. Sitting up, she rubbed her head. What's wrong with me? She tried to recall what happened last night. I remember we finished our meal, and then Sister Li and Xiaxia went back first, and then. Yin Shua widened her beautiful eyes and her little face suddenly became hot. She recalled the memory of yesterday. Xiaoju, mommy, give me a hug. Xiaoju, why are you getting fat again? That is not Xiaoju at all, it's Chen Jiang. Oh no. How am I going to face him in the future? Yin Shua bit her red lips and said, I'll just pretend that I have blacked out and don't know anything. Right. This way it won't be awkward. She touched the pajamas she had changed into. Suddenly fell into deep thought. She couldn't remember what happened after she held Xiaoju yesterday. Who helped me change into these clothes? Her heart suddenly began to panic. Subconsciously picking up her phone, she saw the message from Tang Xiaxia. Tang Xiaxia, Sister Yin Shua, you were drunk last night. As soon as we got in the car, Chen Jian called us back to help. Tang Xiaxia, I didn't expect that you have such a low alcohol tolerance. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to drink with me. Tang Xiaxia, Sister Yin Shua, you must never drink outside by yourself in the future. It was a good thing we were at home yesterday and Chen Jiang was an upright man, otherwise who knows how dangerous it would have been. Yin Shua finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the message she sent. It seems that they helped to change the clothes. Thinking of how Chen Jian called back two girls to take care of her after she got drunk last night, Yin Shua suddenly felt warm in her heart. He is not only good-looking and talented, but also a gentleman. Yin Shua's face turned red again. If any other boy had done the thing I did last night, he would have probably started to have bad thoughts. He was the only one who not only did not take advantage of others' misfortune, but also deliberately kept a distance from him. Yin Shua recalled the last time she drank alcohol, which seemed to be her 18th birthday. On the night she came of age, her old father saw a foreign story from somewhere. She said she wanted to test her daughter's alcohol tolerance so that she would have an idea of how much she could drink without getting drunk next time she went out to drink. Originally, the old father had a good start, all for the sake of his own little one. Who would have thought that Yin Shua would be drunk and unconscious after just drinking a glass of beer? That day, her mother told her that her old father had not slept all night and his hair almost turned white from worry. Because of this incident, her dream of making her debut as a singer was almost cut short by her father. The reason was that he heard that the entertainment industry was very chaotic and he was worried that something might happen to his young and inexperienced daughter. After waking up the next day, she repeatedly assured her father that she would not drink outside and signed a letter of guarantee. After talking for a long time, he finally relented and agreed to let Yin Shua continue to apply for the music school. In fact, the situation in the music industry is not that bad, and it is not as chaotic as rumored. The entertainment industry is where all the good and bad are mixed, and the reputation of the entertainment industry has been ruined by those people. It had been several years since this happened, and Yin Shua had no memory of it. However, she also knew that she could not drink alcohol at all. As a singer, she also had to protect her voice, so she did not drink at all in the past few years. Last night, because she was at home, she thought it would be okay to drink a little. I didn't expect to cause such a big mess. Moreover, when I got drunk at home that year, my parents clearly said that I just fell asleep quietly on the table. Why did he do this time? I can't drink anymore. Yin Shua swore secretly in her heart. After washing up, Yin Shua changed her clothes. I looked at the time and it was only 7 o'clock. She hadn't gotten up so early in a long time. Ever since the company has provided her with less and less resources, she has hardly received any endorsements and has been feeling very idle recently. So I sleep until I wake up naturally every day. After washing her face, Yin Shua felt that her whole mental state had improved a lot. When I went out to buy breakfast, the elevator door dropped to the first floor and slowly opened. The weather is very good today. The sun is out and the temperature has risen by a few degrees, making it a lot warmer. At this time, there are many elderly people exercising in the community, and some even come down to run early in the morning. Yin Shua saw someone running in circles in the community, and he was running towards her direction. She suddenly felt that the man looked familiar. Yin Shua. At this time, Chen Jiang also noticed her, ran up to her and stopped. Chen Jiang. After seeing his appearance clearly, she suddenly felt inexplicably panicked. Don't be nervous, just pretend you know nothing. After repeating it in her mind, Yin Shua smiled as usual and greeted Chen Jiang. What a coincidence, you came down to exercise so early. Yes, the weather is good today, but I also exercise on the treadmill at home on a normal day. At this time, Chen Jiang felt a little guilty when he saw her. Fortunately, judging from her appearance, she should have forgotten what happened last night. He subconsciously glanced at Yin Shua's upper body, then quickly looked away. You can't usually see it. I didn't expect it to be so hidden. I'm going to buy breakfast. Do you want me to bring one for you? Yin Shua asked. No need, I just finished running, would you like to walk together? Chen Jiang said. Good. The two of them tacitly did not mention what happened yesterday. The two walked together towards the breakfast shop in the community. Before arriving at the row of rented shops, Chen Jiang suddenly noticed a newly opened shop next to it. This is a rice noodle roll shop. And judging from the name, it seems to be a specialty of Chen Jiang's hometown. When did a rice noodle roll shop appear here? Yin Shua's curious eyes fell on the name of the shop. Try how it tastes. Chen Jiang asked. Okay. Yin Shua nodded in agreement. She actually also liked eating rice rolls. The two entered the store, found a seat and sat down, and each ordered an egg rice roll. The owner of this shop is a middle-aged man who looks very honest. He even tried to communicate with the boss in his native dialect, and found out that he was indeed from their place. This boss is a local from our area, so he should be more authentic. Chen Jiang said to Yin Shua. There are many shops selling Chaoju-style rice noodle rolls in Shenzhen, but only some of the owners are real Chaoju people. While the rice noodle rolls were still hot, the two of them started chatting face to face. I'm sorry to have troubled you last night. I didn't expect that I would get drunk after just a little bit of alcohol. Yin Shua said with an apologetic tone. It's not a trouble. Sister Li and the others are taking care of you. I didn't do anything. Chen Jiang waved his hand. After the rice rolls were served, Yin Shua buried her head and quickly finished her breakfast. I'm stuffed. She glanced at Chen Jiang's plate and it was also empty. Then let's go. Chen Jiang shouted. Boss, check out. The rice rolls were not expensive, so Chen Jiang paid the bill together. Good. The boss who made rice noodle rolls looked at the two of them and asked Chen Jiang curiously, Young man, is this your girlfriend? She looks like a celebrity. No, we're just ordinary friends. Chen Jiang quickly denied. Yin Shua blushed when she heard this and followed Chen Jiang without saying a word. The two left the rice noodle shop together. Chapter 13 song finished. Hey, okay, thank you Uncle Wei. On their way back, Yin Shua suddenly received a call. After hanging up the phone, she was visibly happy. Chen Jiang, Uncle Wei said the arrangement is ready, and he has sent the finished product over. Would you like to listen to it together? Okay. Chen Jiang was also a little curious about how the finished product would sound different from the previous life. But considering the abilities of the top music producers in the industry, it shouldn't be too bad. Arrived at Yin Shua's home. Yin Shua took out her laptop. I opened the document sent by Uncle Wei, and as the accompaniment sounded, Yin Shua's voice followed. After listening to it once, Chen Jiang was very satisfied. As expected of a top producer in the industry, the quality is no worse than that of his previous life. How do you think you sang? Chen Jiang asked Yin Shua. Yin Shua opened her eyes wide, a little incredulous. Is this really what I sang? Really, I said your voice is very suitable for singing this song. Chen Jiang said with a smile. Thank you, Chen Jiang. I thought I was going to collapse, but luckily I met you. Yin Shua's eyes showed genuine gratitude. You're welcome. A good song should be paired with the right person. Besides, it's not like I don't get a share of the profits. The more people listen to your song, the more income one can get. Chen Jiang waved his hand. You are such a good person. Yin Shua said seriously. Chen Jiang quickly stopped him when he heard this. Don't say that. It makes me look like a clown. Yin Shua smiled sweetly, revealing two beautiful dimples on her face. Okay, I said you are a really nice person, okay. When Chen Jiang saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. Yin Shua's smile was beautiful, like a budding flower that finally blossomed. Seeing Chen Jiang staring at her, Yin Shua suddenly felt a little shy. Meow tilde. At this time, the fat orange cat came over and rubbed Chen Jiang's trouser leg. Its cry broke the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Ha! Xiaoju, what's wrong with you? Chen Jiang looked at it in confusion. Its entire furry cat face looked pitiful. Didn't you feed it? Chen Jiang asked Yin Shua. Yin Shua blinked and said, No, I feed it automatically every day. It's impossible for it to be without food. I see. It wants to eat canned food. I haven't fed it canned food for several days. It used to like canned food the most. I guess it's greedy. Chen Jiang stretched out his hand and pretended to hit it, but the fat orange cat quickly ran away. You're so fat and still want to eat canned food. You're almost turning into a pig. Yin Shua said with a pout. Yes, the doctor told me the same thing the last time I took it to Gaydon. He said it's normal for orange cats to be a little fat, but its body size is not normal among orange cats. Chen Jiang agreed. Chen Jiang, why don't you stay at my house for lunch? Yin Shua suddenly said. It's hard for me to cook alone. Her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, as if she thought of something. How about you come to my house for dinner every day? I'll cook for you. R. Chen Jiang's eyes widened suddenly, a little confused. Is this appropriate? You live alone at home anyway, and I live alone too. It's hard to cook by myself, so I can only order takeout or eat out. Yin Shua explained. We can just be each other's dining partners and eat together. Is that okay with you? Of course you can. Chen Jiang nodded, indicating that he had no objection. He thought that it was not very healthy for him to stay at home every day and always eat outside food. It would be great if the chef Yin Shua was willing to cook for him every day. Then I will pay your food expenses every month. Remember to record it in the account and don't miss it. Chen Jiang reminded. Okay, in the future, if I'm busy and not at home to cook, I will message you in advance. On the contrary, if you don't come back for dinner, remember to message me as well. Yin Shua nodded seriously. Good. Chen Jiang and Yin Shua happily became dining partners and ate together every day. What do you want to eat for lunch? Yin Shua asked. I'm fine with anything, just do what you want. Chen Jiang said casually. Okay, if you have any particular food you want to eat later, you can tell me and I will cook it for you. Yin Shua said again. Chen Jiang couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yin Shua, who was thinking about what to cook for lunch. This girl is really enthusiastic. Do you want me to accompany you to buy groceries at noon? Chen Jiang asked. No need. Yin Shua shook her head. I'll buy one near the community. It's very convenient to ride a small electric bike. I've wanted to cook at home for a long time, but it was hard to do it because I was alone before. Then I'll go back first. If you need help, call me at noon. Chen Jiang said. Good. After returning to his home, Chen Jiang looked at the backstage of the writer's assistant. The novel has reached nearly 30,000 words. Although the number of words is still small, more and more people are reading it. Most readers in the comments section scolded Chen Jiang for being short and weak. Chen Jiang looked at the collection and found that there were hundreds of them. In the past few days, he also studied the exposure mechanism of the Yuejin reading platform. His novels have been included in the recommended new books library, and I guess these readers came from there. The novel, Mysterious, has been replaced with a cover customized by Chen Jiang, and now the book details page looks much better than before. Editor Daxian of Yuejin, Mr. Jiang He, I checked your follow-up reading the day before yesterday, and it has reached the data of the first round of recommendations. Editor Dashin Yuejin, generally speaking, novels with your word count are rarely read. Your book has accumulated readers entirely through natural traffic. Editor Daxian of Yuejin, in a non-fan fiction context, this situation is simply a miracle. The first round of recommendations will be available next week. Chen Jiang was stunned for a moment. According to the recommendation mechanism of the Yuejin platform, his novel should not have been put into storage and exposed 2 days ago, and the number of words is pitifully small. I didn't expect that the number of readers would reach a round of recommendations in the fantasy category. I can only say that the novel, Mystery, is really powerful. Jiang He, okay, thank you editor for your concern. At this time, in Shanghai, at the Yuejin Literature Office building. In the office. The editor saw Jiang He's reply and quickly replied, "This is what I should do." He glanced at the data in the background and was in a good mood. It's only been a few days, and the number of follow-up readings of this book has already reached over 100. This is just the data from the day before yesterday. Now the collection data of Mystery has accumulated more than 800. Daxian guessed that the data read today is at least more than half of the collection. As long as the quality remains the same in the future, this book will definitely get more than 10,000 subscriptions. If this book continues on this trend, his performance next year will probably be secure. No, I have to find a few chapters to promote for Boss Jiang He. The immortal thought. Boss Jiang He is so supportive, as an editor he can't let down his guard. Chapter 14 Weibo Preview. Please read. Editor of Yuejin, Mr. Jiang He, I have found a few authors with tens of thousands of subscribers to recommend your chapters for you next Tuesday. Editor Dashing of Yuejin, at that time, you can add 2 more chapters to increase the readership rate. Jiang He, okay, thank you for your help. Chapter promotion means finding other big authors and asking them to recommend other authors' novels in the latest chapters. If the great master could find him a few chapters with tens of thousands of subscriptions, he must have done it by doing favors. Chen Jiang thought, when my book is on the shelves, I will give a thumbs up to those who have helped me promote my chapters, and return the favor. Editor of Yuejin, when the data of your book is better, I will ask the editor-in-chief to help you get a major recommendation. Highly recommended. It seems that this editor really has high expectations for this book. Chen Jiang murmured to himself. At noon, Yi Yanxue prepared a sumptuous meal. The dishes on the table were just as varied as yesterday, except that the portions were not as large. Do you usually eat so well at noon? Chen Jiang swallowed. Well, isn't today the first day we become dining partners? I was thinking of making something delicious. Yi Yanxue handed the bowl and chopsticks to Chen Jiang. Start. While eating, Chen Jiang suddenly asked Yi Yanxue, when will your song be released? It will be in a few days. Sister Li will use my account to post a Weibo. Yi Yanxue replied. And Xia, she will also help me to repost the Weibo to promote it. In the past, when I released a new song, my company would ask other celebrities to help repost it and find marketing accounts to promote it. This time, there are fewer procedures. Chen Jiang smiled and said, you can also promote it on major short video platforms. Now is the era of big data. It's actually different from before. In the past, if a good song didn't have traffic, it might be buried and would have to wait many years before being discovered. In this day and age, as long as you sing well, it's impossible not to be exposed. I know that good wine needs no bush. Your song is so awesome, the audience will definitely like it. Yi Yanxue actually understood this. Are you planning to release this song in the middle of next month? Chen Jiang asked again. Yes, the card was released before the Chinese New Year, and the traffic will be heavier during this period. Yi Yanshua nodded. By the way, Sister Lee called me just now and seemed to be asking me about your situation. What do you want to know about me? Chen Jiang was a little curious. She asked me if I was interested in making a debut and releasing songs. She said that with your looks and talent, you could charm thousands of girls in a minute and become the new generation king of the Chinese music scene. Yi Yanshua looked at Chen Jiang with a complicated look in her eyes. I told her that you probably wouldn't want to show up, but she refused to believe me, so I asked you. Why doesn't she come to me directly? Chen Jiang expressed his confusion. Yesterday he added Sister Lee, Tang Xiaxia and Uncle Wei on WeChat. She clearly had her own good friends, but she didn't contact him directly, which made Chen Jiang a little confused. But he didn't think much about it. Anyway, there was no way he could release a song. Chen Jiang doesn't like being in the spotlight. Even if he wanted to promote the entertainment works of the previous Earth, he just wanted to hide behind the scenes and give the opportunity to show these works to other people who are destined to do so. She's afraid that you'll reject her directly, so she wants me to test the waters. What do you think? Yi Yanshua smiled faintly. Please thank Sister Lee for her kindness on my behalf, but I don't like to be in the spotlight. I'm not short of money now. I just want to live a quiet life and do some creative work occasionally. Chen Jiang refused. Okay, then I'll tell Sister Lee. Yi Yanshua took out her cell phone and sent a message to Sister Lee. Beep beep. After dinner, Chen Jiang received a message from Sister Lee. Sister Lee, are you really not considering entering the entertainment industry? Chen Jiang, no, I am not short of money, and I don't want to be exposed to the public. Sister Lee, well, it's a pity that you have such a talent. Sister Lee, if you encounter anything related to the entertainment industry in the future and need help, you can come to me directly. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Sister Lee, I want to thank you this time too. Yanshua and I share the same joys and sorrows. The song you wrote not only helped Yanshua, but also helped me. Chen Jiang, okay, I'll definitely come to you if I need anything. Cheers. In the blink of an eye, it was Tuesday. Today is the last day of December and the end of the Gregorian calendar year 2023. After today, a brand new year will begin. In the early morning of that day, a piece of news suddenly became a hot topic on Weibo and quickly dominated the entertainment list. The hot search terms are, Yi Yanshua officially announced the specific release time of the new song. Clicking on it, it turned out to be a post from Yi Yanshua's personal Weibo. Dear fans and music lovers, after a period of hard work, the new song, Meeting, has been completed and will be released on major platforms next month, which is mid-January next year. Please stay tuned. Although she has had fewer exposure opportunities in recent months, Yi Yanshua's fame has remained high. 2 months ago, she announced that she would release a new song by early next year at the latest. So many fans have been looking forward to it. Now I finally waited for the new song to be released. The comments section was quite lively with fans' comments. Finally, I've waited for my Yanshua's new song. I don't know what type of song it is this time, I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know what the quality of this new song is. I feel so bad for Yanshua. Will they not give her a good song again? This company is too stingy. Meet. Does the title sound like a love song? The meaning of the song title, Meeting, is not necessarily a love song. I feel it could also be about meeting a loved one, family love, or friendship. Haven't you heard about it? It is said that Qinxing Entertainment blocked the song that originally belonged to Yi Yanshua, and gave the song written by the gold medal composer to another first-line singer in their company. I don't know where her new song came from. Everyone, go check it out. Star Entertainment has also announced that Hanmai's new song will be released on the same day as Yi Yanshua's. Seeing someone comment in the comment section, many people realized that Hanmai, another first-line singer from Qinxing Entertainment, followed suit and announced the release time of her new song, Waiting for You. Seeing this scene, many people who knew the inside story realized that the two were at odds with each other. As a result of this incident, fans of both of them were completely quarreling in the comment section. It is said that Hanmai stole Yi Yanshua's new song. Isn't their company too partial? Not only did they schedule the posts on the same day, but they also only promoted Hanmai. I found that everyone in their company helped Hanmai forward the post, while Yi Yanshua only had Tang Xiaxia next door to help forward it. This Hanmai is so disgusting. She is so weak and only relies on traffic to get to the top. Why does she steal Yi Shua's song? Yi Shua fans, stop yelling. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Hanmai got this song because of her own hard work. That's right, you can't win, so you blame our Hanmai. Your Yi Shua should reflect on whether she is not working hard enough. It is said that Yi Shua's contract with Qingqing Entertainment is about to expire, so it is normal for the other party not to help her promote. At this time, Yi Shua was at home. Sister Lee looked at the comments on Weibo and said to Yi Shua, Hanmai also announced the release date of her new song. Isn't it a coincidence that it's the same day as yours? Yi Shua's face was calm. She also knew that the other party was going to confront her. Who would believe that this was not intentional? The new song chart only lasts for 1 month, and the other party is trying to compete with me. Yi Shua said to Sister Lee, everyone knows what Qingqing and Hanmai are up to. In terms of strength and personal traffic, I am absolutely confident that I can beat her. I just don't know how good her song, Waiting for You, is this time. And Qingqing Entertainment will probably support her without reservation this time. The main thing we will compete with at that time will be the quality of the new songs. However, I have absolute confidence in the songs written by Chen Jiang. I think no matter how good his songs are, they can never surpass Meeting. At most, they can be on par with this song. She believes that the song Meeting has reached a very high level, and whoever can write a song of this level has the hope of becoming a gold medal songwriter. This kind of song is not something that can be written easily. If Qingqing Entertainment really had such a good song, they would definitely not give it to Hanmai, who has connections with her. Wouldn't it be nice to use it to attract those freelance superstars? So, the advantage is mine. Chapter 15: The Inflated Editor. Star Entertainment. Operations Office. Dad, I've already done what you asked. After Yi Shua released her new song, I immediately asked the people in the department to change the release date of Hanmai's new song to mid-January. A man in a suit, who looked to be about 25 years old, spoke on the other end of the phone. Okay, I got it. By the way, you should withdraw all the Navy troops related to Yi Shua, said the person on the other end of the phone. Why? Didn't you say you wanted to kill Yi Shua and make it impossible for her to survive in this circle? The young man asked puzzledly. Don't ask why. Just do as I say. Remember to pay the salaries of those water soldiers and deal with it cleanly, so that they won't expose this matter later. By the way, I've told you so many times, you have to call me Mr. Lin in the company. It will have a bad impact if others hear it. I understand, Mr. Lin. At this time, in a luxury house somewhere in Shenzhen, a middle-aged boss in pajamas hung up the phone. Honey, what's wrong? The young woman next to him asked puzzledly. I've asked people in the company to help promote the news of your sister's new song. The middle-aged man forced a smile. Really? Honey, thank you. Upon hearing this, the young woman was immediately surprised. She deliberately pulled down her collar, revealing a hint of whiteness, and moved towards the middle-aged man, but was pushed away by him. I'm going to go out and smoke a cigarette. The middle-aged man put on his shoes, walked into the sun, looked at the lights outside, and lit a cigarette. He couldn't understand why the honorary chairman of the Music Association called him just now and warned him about hiring internet trolls to discredit Yi Shua. He also knew that Yi Shua's family also ran a company and had a high status in the business circle. But he didn't take it seriously, thinking that as long as he wasn't in the entertainment industry or an official, he wouldn't be able to get into the entertainment industry. But I didn't expect to underestimate the other party. Yi Shua's family actually knows Mr. Liu Guoxing, the honorary chairman of the Music Association. The reason why Yi Shua was discredited before was entirely because the other party did not accept the A-level contract offered by Qingqing Entertainment and wanted to get an S-level contract. Since becoming one of the top 5 entertainment companies in China, Qingqing Entertainment has always been very domineering in its actions. No one has ever dared to refuse the contract renewal offer from Star Entertainment. It was precisely because Yi Shua did not agree to the contract offered by the company and wanted to change jobs that the company's board of directors decided to discredit her and do everything possible to bring her down. After Mr. Liu's warning, he calmed down at once. It seems that I can't play dirty tricks with Yi Shua, I can only rely on formal means to fight head-on. I don't believe that your new song can compare to Waiting for You written by Ma Jing, he said unwillingly. Before this, he had investigated the situation in the circle. It was confirmed that Yi Shua did not ask any senior or above gold medal composer to invite her to write songs. This proves that her new song was written by an unknown composer. He felt that Yi Shue was completely desperate, so she would find such an unknown composer to write songs for her. How can a song written by such a person be compared with a gold medal composer like Ma Jing? If we wait until next month when Yi Shue releases a song, her fans will be completely disappointed. By then, she won't need the company to smear her, but she will at least suffer some loss. The advantage is on our side. It's a pity that Yi Shue cannot be completely brought down. This was the first time that Star Entertainment was warned for targeting a singer, but there was nothing they could do as he was a veteran of the Music Association. Even big companies like Star Entertainment have to give way. At this time, inside a high-end residence. This girl is really a worry. I've heard people in the entertainment industry are a mixed bunch, but she just won't listen. Yi Shue's father Yi Jianjun said helplessly. They didn't even tell us they were being targeted. If Xia Minute hadn't seen it online and called us to tell us, we would probably still be kept in the dark. Don't we still have you? This time it's all thanks to Uncle Liu. Next time he wants you to cook for him, hurry up and go over. Don't keep making excuses. Cooking a meal is not a difficult task. I'm old and I just want to eat like you. Yi's mother Li Fanru glared at Yi Jianjun. Okay, Uncle Liu has helped our family a lot this time. I will visit him in a few days and cook a big meal for him myself. Yi Jianjun said with an apologetic smile. Her father, you said our daughter has become a big star now, why haven't we heard anything about her situation? Li Fanru said with some concern. She's already 23 years old, almost 25 in lunar age. I heard that many celebrities don't get married until they are in their 30s or 40s. What do you think Yin Shue thinks? She doesn't even have a partner yet. She's only 23 years old, why are you in such a hurry? Young people nowadays like to marry late, and you shouldn't always compare those girls from your hometown with our Yin Shue. Yi Jianjun said helplessly. Only capable girls marry late. The girls in my hometown stopped studying after graduating from junior high school and high school. Their families are also ordinary, so they got married early. How can they compare with our girls? If you ask me, she can marry the right boy if she finds one. It's okay even if she never gets married. I only have one daughter, and it's not like I can't support her. Okay, I won't mention this again. Li Fanru said. Morning. Joyful literature. For the authors of Yuejin reading, every Tuesday determines the fate of countless new books. This day's follow-up reading determines whether the novel can be included in the next round of new book recommendations next week. By 9 o'clock, many editors were already in place, checking the data of their new book's first day recommendations. Every day the editor can only see the reading data of his subordinates' 24 novels from the day before, but on Tuesday, the reading results of Sunday's novel have just come out. Sunday is the time for weekly recommended rotation. Daxian, the editor of Group 7, also checked the data of his new authors at this moment. This week, 8 of his books entered the first round of new book recommendations. Compared to other groups, it is pitifully small. After looking at the follow-up reading data, I found that half of the data in the 8 books were really poor, with too low conversion rates, and it is estimated that they will not advance to the second round. The data of the other 3 books can only be said to be acceptable, and there is hope of advancement. Daxian's eyes fell on the mystery that he was most looking forward to. 3,630. Shit. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and carefully counted the numbers on it. After confirming that it was a 4-digit number, his whole body swelled up. Har ha har ha. He couldn't help laughing out loud. Hearing his laughter, several colleagues around him immediately looked in his direction. Master, is there something going on with your books? Lan Qian from Group 3 glanced at the screen curiously. Not bad, more than 3,000 follow-up readings. Is this a book on a 3-wheeler or a 4-wheeler? It should be enough to be on Sanjiang. Well, that's not right. He suddenly saw the bold words, first round data. What the hell? There are over 3,000 followers on the first day of a round. Are you sure this is a fantasy category and not a light novel fanfiction? His voice was so loud that his colleagues around him could hear it clearly. What? Great Immortal, your people produced such a magical book. Everyone gathered around, wanting to see if what Lan Qian said was true. After seeing clearly. Congratulations, Master. It seems that this book has the same potential as Qianper. Several veteran editors were relatively calm. After all, this kind of situation has happened before. The book, Sky Breaks the Sky, which is now ranked first on the platform's best-selling list, has data similar to that of Mystery in the first round. Several new editors who joined the company last year like Daxian were very envious. They wished the book was signed by them. As soon as Group 7 editor-in-chief Hyamian stepped into the office, he noticed a group of people surrounding his editor-in-charge. "What are you looking at?" He walked over curiously. "Brother Sponge, congratulations. Your group is really amazing. You actually found such an awesome book." Chapter 16, The Secret begins to become a hot topic. Please read. Chen Jiang was typing, and when he saw the follow-up reading data sent by the editor, he seemed very calm. In fact, the editor seemed even more excited than him. "Editor Daxian of Yuejin, let me tell you, your book is very famous in our department. The reading data is even more impressive than when the new book, Jianpo Kangxiong, was first published." Yuejin editor Daxian, our editor-in-chief, was very happy when he heard the news. "I have already mentioned the recommendation to him, and he looks like there should be no problem with it." Chen Jiang has also read the book, Heaven Breaks the Sky, mentioned by the Immortal. This book was published in January last year. It swept all the rankings of Yuejin in a short period of time and also achieved remarkable results on the channel site. It is said that there are millions of readers on several free sites. To be honest, Chen Jiang was shocked when he first saw this book. Because the setting of this book has many similarities with the previous Life's Divine book, Fights Break Sphere. If many of the subsequent plots were not completely different from Dupo and not as exciting, Chen Jiang would have thought that someone had traveled through time like him. The author of this book is called Hongshu. Like the previous Life's Dupo, this book also features the story of broken engagements and waste materials. The protagonist also has an old man with a golden finger. Several schools of thought appeared in 2009 in the previous life, but only appeared in 2023 in this life. If it was the Dupo in the previous life, Gimme might not be able to defeat it, but the plot of this Jianper is weaker than the Dupo in the previous life. Chen Jiang is confident that he can beat Dupo at least on the main site, Gimme. As for the channel station, Chen Jiang was not sure. The reading threshold of the book, Mysterious, is too high. Except for Yuejin, no other website has such a large number of white readers. Editor Daxian of Yuejin, there is a chapter push today, don't forget to update 2 more chapters. Jiang He, okay. Jiang He, by the way, what are the titles of the books by those authors who helped promote my books? Jiang He, I will help them promote it when it is put on the shelves. Yuejin editor Daxian, the godly rich. At noon, Yin Shue said she cooked oil-splashed noodles. Chen Jiang just pressed the doorbell, and after the door opened, he saw Sister Li standing in front of the door with a puzzled look on her face. "Chen Jiang? Are you here to see Yin Shue?" Because she promoted her new song last night, she stayed overnight at Yin Shue's house. Chen Jiang didn't expect that there were other people at Yin Shue's house, and was a little surprised. "Sister Li, you are here too. I'm here for lunch. I eat at Yin Shue's house every day now. You're here." At this time, Yin Shue, wearing an apron, came out. "What's going on between you two?" Sister Li glanced at the two of them with a complicated look. "Don't get me wrong, we just eat together. He pays for my food and I cook for 2 people. Otherwise it's not easy for me to cook by myself." Yin Shue explained. After hearing this, Sister Li finally understood the whole story. The 3 of them sat at the dinner table together, and Chen Jiang tasted a bite of the oil-splashed noodles. Millimeter, delicious. He glanced at the oil-splashed noodles in the 2 women's bowls, which were obviously much redder than his. "The peppers you put in are different?" Chen Jiang asked puzzledly. "Yes, aren't you from Guangdong province? I just put a little less." Yin Shue explained with a smile. Looking at the noodles in Yin Shue's bowl that were dyed red, Chen Jiang thankfully said, "Luckily you are careful. I really can't eat such spicy food." "Sister Li's bowl is spicier," Yin Shue said. "Where are you from, Sister Li?" Chen Jiang took a look at the oil-splashed noodles in front of Sister Li, which was indeed redder. "I'm from Sichuan." Sister Li said with a smile, "I asked Yin Shue to make this bowl of noodles spicy. Sister Li, I've made up my mind. When the contract expires, I will set up my own studio," Yin Shue suddenly said while eating noodles. It's not bad to set up your own studio. I'll go over and continue to be your agent when the time comes. Sister Lee nodded. It means that if you start your own business, you can only rely on yourself to find resources. But it's also good this way. You don't have to worry about being blocked by the company like now. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Jiang sipped his noodles, deep in thought. As expected, the data for the book, Mysterious, grew rapidly. After the first round of recommendations, the number of readers of this book has exceeded 20,000. The editor was a little confused at first, but he found that 1/3 of the readers of this book came from searches. Since the total increase has increased, the platform has given more natural exposure, which is why we have today's data. Later, he investigated and found that an online book blogger had recommended the book, Mysterious, on major video platforms. In the video, he praised the book to the skies. This blogger has more than 200,000 followers, and the video he posted has received more than 100,000 likes on major platforms. No wonder it has brought so much growth to Mystery. In this world where creativity is scarce and online literature is developing slowly, the setting of this book has shocked the worldview of countless people. It turns out that novels can be written like this. It turns out that there is such fine brand in online articles. What the hell was that before? Due to the surge in data, the book, Mysterious, topped the new book list with more than 10,000 followers, leading the second place. At this time, the book has only 80,000 words. It was only after the editor saw that his performance was so good that he was prepared to recommend him to update more frequently that the book reached its current number of words. Otherwise, if we update it at a normal rate of 4,000 words a day, it would probably only be over 50,000 words now. Countless authors have been discussing this magical book that suddenly appeared. Yuejin 10,000 subscription author group. Mengyan, have you seen the new book list? That book, Mystery, has surpassed Ao Ji's urban literature. I am crying my eyes out. My book has only been on the top of the new book list for 2 days and then it's gone. I originally wanted to get some more readers to read it, but the editor advised me not to make any futile struggles. Mengyan, brother Dao, can you bear this? What's wrong with your editor? Why is he still advising you to give up? My editor said that the number of readers of this book, The Mystery, is 5 times higher than mine. I can't catch up. This number is so fucking scary. Mengyan? No wind. Want to use PG to exchange for the boss's chapter recommendation. All of a sudden, all the authors who were lurking in the group were blown out. Mengyan, wow, is it that awesome? Sweet Potato Brother, didn't he have so many followers at this time last year, right? Wu Feng, this book seems to be from our group 7. Daxian asked me to recommend a chapter for this book last week. My favorite JK with white silk stockings, did the great master also ask you for it? Wu Feng, did he look for you too? Want to use PG to exchange for a Big Boss S chapter recommendation, I was also asked. Wu Feng, wouldn't he have snatched up all the 10,000 subscription titles among our 7 groups that are still serialized, right? My favorite is JK with white silk stockings, I think it is very likely. Wu Feng, I was wondering why this book is so awesome, it turns out I contributed to it. Want to use PG to exchange for a Big Boss S chapter recommendation, don't be so narcissistic, do you need this little traffic from the big boss? Smile. Want to use PG to exchange for chapter recommendations from big guys, damn, I made a fortune. At that time, the big guy said that he would help us make a sacrifice in the comments when this book is put on the shelves, but I didn't take it seriously. Mengyan, I didn't expect that there would be a day when you, PG giant, wouldn't need to use PG to change chapters. Secret. Far away in a small county in the northeast, a young man in his 20s was peeking at the chat history of a group chat. Is the growth rate of this book faster than that of my chimper? Curious, he opened Yuejin reading and found this book on the new book list. So awesome, I have to learn from you. Chapter 17 song released. Time flies and it is already mid-January. Just a few days ago, Yi Yinxue finally terminated her contract with Jinxing Entertainment. Today is the day her new song is released. At 12 o'clock noon, the 3 women gathered at Yi Yinxue's house. The song Meeting has been launched on major music platforms. At the same time, Star Entertainment also released Hanmai's new song Waiting for You. For a time, the entire music industry was paying attention to these 2 songs. Everyone is curious, whose song is better between these 2 people. Because of the release of a new song today, Yi Yinxue is not in the mood to cook. The four of them started a stove in the snow, getting ready to eat hot pot. For this purpose, Chen Jiang contributed the beef balls that his mother sent from home. When Chen Jiang walked into Yin Shue's house carrying a bag of beef balls, he found that they were closely watching the background data of major platforms. Let's eat. It's only been a while since the announcement. I guess the audience hasn't even listened to the whole thing yet. Yes, Sister Yin Shue, stop squatting. Let's go eat hot pot. Tang Xiaxia patted Yin Shue's shoulder. Okay, let's go eat hot pot. Yin Shue nodded. At the dinner table, Tang Xiaxia comforted her. Sister Yin Shue, don't be too nervous. I'm not nervous. Yin Shue denied. If you weren't nervous, why would your chopsticks be shaking when you pick up a meatball? Sister Li revealed. Yin Shue. She really couldn't hold a beef meatball steadily. She didn't know why. She was obviously very confident before, but after the new song was released, she became nervous. She had never encountered such a situation when releasing a song before. At this time, Chen Jiang stretched out his chopsticks, picked up the meatball and put it in Yin Shue's bowl. Even if you're not confident in yourself, you should have some confidence in the songs I wrote, right? Hearing his words, Yin Shue pursed her lips and looked at Chen Jiang. She finally understood why she was nervous. I was afraid of letting down the song he wrote for me. You said before that if you can't be a star, you can still be a chef. If the performance of this song is really bad, I will invest in opening a restaurant and hire you as a chef. Don't worry, you still have a way out. I will cover your losses. Chen Jiang joked. After hearing Chen Jiang's words, Yin Shue suddenly felt less nervous for some reason. She took a bite of the beef meatball that Chen Jiang had picked up, and suddenly remembered what he had said, and burst out laughing. Okay, I'm really not nervous now. At this moment, several video bloggers who have been preparing for a few days to release a video comparing the two songs to attract some traffic have already started taking action. A Shanghai Ping Music is a million-level blogger on TikTok. Each video basically has hundreds of thousands of likes, and the highest number is as high as 1 million. He usually posts some videos reviewing songs, and sometimes compares the representative works of two singers who don't get along or whose fans have had disputes. As a result, he gained millions of fans. As a music review blogger, he has real talent and is not a fool. In the past, there was a popular star whose fans were dissatisfied with his criticism of their brother and angrily accused him of being unprofessional. The blogger was so angry that he displayed his undergraduate diploma from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and his graduate diploma from the Manhattan School of Music in the United States. In that video, he severely criticized that fan, and then he made another video to criticize that traffic star again. The reason why he insists on doing music reviews despite his advanced education is entirely in pursuit of fairness. Originally, he wanted to work in the music industry like other classmates, but one day he saw some novice music bloggers randomly criticizing other people's songs. The song was obviously pretty good, but it was criticized for being completely useless. From then on, he made up his mind to become the most authoritative music reviewer in the industry and change the chaotic atmosphere of the entire review circle. Today, as an authoritative music review blogger, he plans to publish a review to compare the newly released songs of Yin Shue and Hanmai, two singers who have been the subject of much debate among their fans recently. Let's hear who has the better song and who sings better. In his impression, Yin Shue's singing skills are very good, her basic skills are solid, and her voice is also very distinctive. There's just no particularly outstanding representative work. As for the singer Hanmai, he didn't have any impression of her, but since she was able to become a first-line singer, she shouldn't be too bad, right? He thought to himself, let's listen to Hanmai's songs first. Get your camera ready, get in position, and start recording. Hello everyone, I am Cheng who loves to review music. He said hello to the camera. For today's video, I mainly wanted to review two controversial new songs that were just released today. In the past few days, many fans have urged me to make a video on this topic. Don't worry, it's here. I believe everyone has guessed it. These two singers are Hanmai from Qingqing Entertainment, and Yin Shue who just terminated her contract with Qingqing Entertainment. It's now 12:15 p.m. on January 15th. In order to complete this video, I specially squatted on the music platform just to shoot this video for you. Please like it. Okay, without further ado, let's listen to Hanmai's song Waiting for You first. After saying that, he searched for the song on the music platform. Click to play. As the prelude sounded, our Cheng's expression remained very calm, until Han Mai's singing began. By the time the chorus came, Cheng had already frowned. What the hell is this singing? As soon as the song ended, our Cheng quickly stopped playing, his face looking very dark. In fact, before this, I had never heard of the singer Han Mai. I only knew that she was a first-line singer of Qingqing Entertainment. I originally thought that no matter what, she shouldn't be that bad, right? But today I finally understand that her first-tier reputation is a lot of water. I took a look and found that this song was written by the gold medal composer Ma Jing. Although the quality is not as good as her best works, it is close to the level of gold medal songs. But Han Mai's singing was a mess. She couldn't sing the high notes. It was all due to tuning, right? There was even electronic music. Ordinary listeners might only feel a little uncomfortable with this singing, but I'm a professional. The traces of tuning are obvious in the chorus of this song. Professionals can all tell the difference. I can only say that this song is really good, but the singer is a bit disappointing. Finally, what I want to say is, can Qingqing Entertainment stop being so arrogant? Damn, you let Yi Yanxue, a singer with the potential to be a superstar, go and give the song of a gold medal composer to Han Mai, a pseudo first-tier singer. Can't you tell the difference between the level of singers? Okay, I apologize to everyone. I was a little emotional just now. Next, let's listen to Yi Yanshue's new song, Meeting. Let me first check who wrote the lyrics and music for this song. Before the song was released, I asked around in the industry and it doesn't seem to belong to any big shot. Our Cheng looked at the line of composer and lyricist Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang? The lyrics and music were all written by this person named Chen Jiang. This name is unfamiliar and he doesn't seem to be a particularly famous composer. Why did Yi Yanxue find this unknown guy to write a song for? With doubts, a Cheng clicked on the music. As the prelude sounded, the doubts in his heart gradually disappeared. Just from the prelude, you can tell that the opponent is very powerful. When the song started, there was no expression on our Cheng's face until the chorus sounded, and then his eyes widened. This song is actually a hit. Another divine song. This treatment is absolutely amazing, the melody is so smooth. I can sing it very naturally. This song doesn't have any particularly high points, but the melody is very pleasant. The lyrics are also very well written, accompanied by Yanshue's singing. This song has become a legend in his heart. After the song ended, our Cheng still felt a little unsatisfied. This song is amazing, it's a masterpiece, he said bluntly. This song is completely different from the songs Yi Yanxue has sung before, but she handled it very well. This song suits her voice very well. The songwriter is a real talent. He wrote both the lyrics and the music by himself. Both are top-notch. The melody is catchy and the lyrics resonate with the audience. This song is truly a hit. This Chen Jiang is no simple matter. He is either an old monster in disguise, or a genius who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But as far as I know, this song was most likely written by the latter. How talented is this author? Let me tell you this, based on this song, as long as the quality of the songs he writes in the future is not too bad, he will become a gold medal songwriter sooner or later. That's right. It's not just a gold medal lyricist or composer, but a lyricist and composer. This is rare. Since the establishment of the Chinese Music Association, there have only been 3 such all-rounders in the country. Chapter 18, Music Bloggers Praise. A Cheng gave a very high evaluation to the song sung by Yi Yanxue. He also praised the author of this song, Chen Jiang. After recording the video, he started editing it immediately. At this moment, he suddenly received a message from a group of music review bloggers. After a quick glance, he found that someone was asking him what he thought of Yi Yanshue's new song. He answered truthfully, "Play it as hard as you can, I think this song is really awesome." Several group members breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Cheng Ji, the most authoritative person in the circle, had given high praise to this song. Okay, you can blow it now without any worries. At this time, Qingqing Entertainment. The head of the operations department is the young man who took the lead in finding the Navy soldier Yi Yanxue. At this time, he was listening to the quality of the song at the request of General Manager Lin. After the song, he fell into deep thought. What beautiful lyrics, what a beautiful melody. He recalled the past, when he was a student and met his first love for the first time. They were so happy back then, but unfortunately when he entered society, he had to face reality. Her first love had poor academic performance and ended up marrying a boy from the same village who also had a college degree. After graduating from a 985 university, he joined the company, and finally married the manager's daughter who was 10 years older than him in order to get promoted. He had already accepted the reality. After all, although Mr. Lin's daughter was a little old and looked ordinary, she was still better than those fat and big-eared guys. But when he heard this song today, he felt regretful. It hurts. This song is really nice. And the lyrics are very touching. Damn it, why did I slander her before? He regretted it deeply. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. His father-in-law, Mr. Lin, the company's general manager, walked in from outside. His expression was a little gloomy, and finally turned into a sigh. Did you listen to the song? Hanmai lost this time. Do you want me to arrange more navy, Dad, Mr. Lin? The young man asked cautiously. No need. Yin Shue has connections behind the scenes. We can't afford to offend her if she plays dirty tricks on us. Let's just forget it. He waved his hand. He thought to himself, it's not a big deal anyway. Yin Shue is gone, and Hanmai lost. It's not a big loss. It's just a matter of face. Where on earth did this Chen Jiang come from? He was puzzled. What he didn't know was that his wife was rushing towards him angrily. As the music spreads, Meeting ranks higher and higher on the new song chart. Although the ranking of the song Waiting for You was also slowly increasing, it finally just hovered between 4th and 5th place. The audience are not fools. They all know clearly who sings well and who sings well. The next day, as soon as major music reviews were released, the song Meet was strongly promoted. This song topped the new song chart under the watchful eyes of the public. Major music review bloggers praised this song highly and constantly belittled Waiting for You, sung by Hanmai. Many netizens commented that this is a good song, but it is a pity that the singer is Isha. Everyone is looking forward to the cover version of this song. At the beginning, when Chinching Entertainment discovered that a large number of upright music review bloggers were smearing Hanmai, it did not sit idly by and quickly locked onto the leader HN. But after investigation, the matter was left unresolved. Meeting topped the Penguin Music new song chart at 9 o'clock in the morning on the second day of its release. Chen Jiang had just finished washing up when he heard the doorbell ring in the living room. As soon as he opened the door, a soft body hugged him tightly and shouted excitedly, Chen Jiang, our song is number 1. I understand. Don't be so excited. Let me go first, and let's go inside and talk. Chen Jiang smelled the unique scent of the girl, and his heart was pounding. Unfortunately, Yin Shue was wearing too thick clothes and did not feel the same touch as last time. In the living room, 2 people sat on the sofa. Chen Jiang poured her a cup of hot tea. Yin Shue grabbed the teacup, her little face flushed. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Oh, what was I doing just now? Why was I hugging him? She felt very shy. Well, I was a little excited just now, sorry. She apologized. It's okay, I understand. The song has reached the top, which is good news. Chen Jiang said calmly. What place did Hanmai's song take? Only then did he remember that they seemed to have a competitor. She dropped from 4th to 8th. Yin Shue said. You don't know, those music review bloggers scolded her terribly, saying that her song is a good song and she is also a person. Some netizens also commented that she sang har har. Yin Shue couldn't help laughing as she spoke. Good scolding. It's her fault for wanting to go against you. Chen Jiang echoed. Yin Shue looked at Chen Jiang and said, Chen Jiang, this time it's all thanks to you. You don't know that those music review bloggers on the internet praised you to the sky. You are either an old monster in disguise or a genius that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They are still guessing who you are. Many netizens watched their videos and tried to dig out your information, but in the end they found nothing. Hearing her words, Chen Jiang was stunned. He fell into deep thought. He originally thought that as a songwriter, no one would pay much attention to him. I didn't expect this phenomenon to occur. Let them dig up more information if they want. There are so many people named Chen Jiang anyway. I haven't left any trace in the music industry. When this wave of popularity passes, no one will pay attention to me anymore. Editor Dashing of Yuejin, Mr. Jiang He, the editor-in-chief said that your book will be promoted on Wednesday next week for 2 days. Editor Daxian of Yuejin, then you will put your book on the shelves on Wednesday, which is just the right time to go to Sanjiang. The platform may also prepare a first order event for you to attract over 10,000 readers. The three major recommendations can bring you a lot of traffic. Editor of Yuejin, the number of readers of your book reached over 60,000 a day before yesterday, but you only have over 70,000 collections. It's really too scary. I will count on you to lead the boss in the future. Jiang He, it's included, no problem. Yuejin editor Daxian, begging for your help. What is this recommendation? Chen Jiang was a little confused, but he was too embarrassed to ask the editor such a low-level question, as it would be embarrassing. So he clicked on the group that the editor had previously added. Jiang He, guys, I would like to ask, which position is the recommendation for the big push? Boss, you on the top recommendation list. That's awesome, but why haven't I seen you speak in the group before? Fushen, who is this big shot who has given such a high recommendation? Fushen, boss, do you have 10,000 subscriptions? Wolfen, damn, it's you, boss Jiangher, I didn't expect you were in the group too. Wolfen, screenshot boss, this is a major recommendation. Chen Jiang took a look and found that it was the large scrolling cover recommendation in the upper corner of the second page of the mobile app. Jiang He, thank you. Dream 1,000 orders, what? Jiang He? Is the big boss the author of the book, Mystery? Fushen, holy crap. It's that big guy. He's on the top of the list before it's even released. How terrifying. The group suddenly became lively because of Chen Jiang's speech. Chen Jiang was not interested in chatting with them. After getting the answer he wanted, he exited the group chat interface. Chapter 19, Mystery, is now available. After this period of hard work, the manuscript of the book, Mystery, has reached more than 400,000 words. Including the words that have been updated, the total is nearly 600,000 words. Chen Jiang took some time to read everyone's reviews of this book. Awesome. I haven't read such a comfortable book in a long time. It's not boring at all. The writing is very strong and the setting is also complete. Author, please update soon. My roommate is dying, and he wants to read more of the plot of the book, Mystery, before he leaves. It's so interesting, this book is really good. I've been a bookworm for 10 years, and now I look forward to the plot where the protagonist pretends to be a big boss and deceives people every day. The development of online literature in this world is relatively backward, and the book, Mystery, is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, which also led to the high emotions of readers. The early popularity was even a level higher than in the previous life. In fact, the real explosion point of this book in the previous life was after the second volume. It was only after the second volume, The Faceless Man, was updated that the excitement began. The above is just an appetizer. Readers are so excited now. I can't imagine how popular this book will be after the second volume starts to be updated. It is convenient to not have a job. Chen Jiang writes whenever he has free time every day and his schedule is very fulfilling. As time goes by, the song Meeting gradually climbs up the hot song charts. In just 1 week, the song topped the hot songs chart and topped both charts. This song is very popular. During this period, whenever Chen Jiang goes to a busy place, he will hear the melody of this song. Yi Yinshua's singing voice spread throughout the streets and alleys. And on Wednesday of this week, Mystery, written by Chen Jiang under the pen name Jiang He Wanli on Yuejin Reading, was finally put on the shelves at noon. Countless authors, readers, and editors of Yuejin Reading are all extremely curious about this book. How high can the first order of this book reach? Everyone was looking forward to it, and Chen Jiang, the author of this book, as usual, uploaded the 10,000 word update he promised before the book was put on the shelves, and then went upstairs to Yi Yinshua's house for dinner. He was not too anxious about the results of the first order. Their highest number of readers before the product was put on the shelves had exceeded 100,000, so it would not be much lower. Instead, the great scholar who was studying at Yuejin literature in the distant Magic City was staring at the background data with great nervousness. Master, let's go and have dinner. Lan Qian urged. You guys go eat first. I need to keep an eye on the data in this book. The immortal waved his hand without any interest. He plans to keep an eye on the first order data for 1 hour. Generally, the first order data for 24 hours is more than 3-4 times the first order data for the first hour. This has been verified by countless novel practice data. Oh, there's no need. Anyway, the reading data of this book is there. Your performance is stable no matter what. Lan Qian said with some envy. Your performance was worse than mine before, but I didn't expect you were secretly planning something big. I think by the time this book is finished, you'll probably be promoted to editor-in-chief. The immortal looked at the subscription data that was constantly refreshing on the screen, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's not that exaggerated. After all, my qualifications are still a little too shallow. He glanced at the time in the lower left corner. It was 12:10. 10 minutes have passed since it was put on the shelves. The latest updated subscription data for the first chapter has exceeded 10,000. The first 10 minutes are when the data increases fastest, and then it will slowly slow down. At 1 o'clock, a colleague who had just finished lunch stepped into the office and suddenly heard an exclamation. Fuck, more than 30,000 orders in the first hour, 100,000 orders are guaranteed. The immortal stood up and danced with excitement. You know, the book, Thunder in the Sky, has just broken through the 80,000 first order mark. The next step is to continue waiting. This afternoon, Yi Yanxue called Sister Li to her home again. She was going to announce something big. After dinner, the three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. Yi Yanxue stated her plan with a serious expression. I have decided to personally invest 35 million renminbi to create my own music studio. Hearing her words, Chen Jiang couldn't help but look at her. This girl is quite rich. You called us here. He was a little confused. I want to ask you if you want to invest. Yi Yanxue glanced at the two of them expectantly. Sister Li smiled and nodded. I joined Yanshua's studio as the former gold medal agent of Qinxing Entertainment. She resigned from Star Entertainment last month. She had keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the company was not right, so like Yi Yanxue, she refused to sign a long-term contract and only signed a 2-year contract. The contract expired exactly 1 week earlier than Yi Yanshue's. In addition, if Yanxue needs it, I will personally invest 1 million in the studio, and you can just give me the shares as you see fit, she said. Okay. Welcome Sister Li to invest. Yi Yanshue's eyes fell on Chen Jiang, and her eyes moved. Chen Jiang, do you want to invest in technology? Chen Jiang was stunned for a moment. He was actually not very interested in investing in Yi Yanshue's studio. Unexpectedly, the other party actually extended an olive branch to him and even proposed that he invest in the technology. I'm very optimistic about your potential. As long as you promise to provide songs for our studio in the future, I will give you shares. Yi Yanxue promised. Do you trust me so much? Chen Jiang was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid that I'm just a flash in the pan and will run out of ideas later? I believe in your talent. You were able to write 2 hit songs, Meeting and Dandelion's Promise. They are definitely not just a flash in the pan. Yi Yanxue stared at Chen Jiang with her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of trust in Chen Jiang. Hearing her words, Chen Jiang suddenly laughed out loud. Okay, then I will invest in you with my technology, but let me make it clear first, my talent is not cheap, I want your 30% stake. Besides that, I want an additional share for each song I produce, but I can ask for less. Who gets the subsequent songs can only be decided by me. I have to review them one by one. My songs are not written for those young handsome guys to sing. I don't want people like Han Mai to waste my hard work. Okay, I promise you. Yi Yanxue agreed to his conditions without hesitation. Yanxue. Sister Li couldn't help but poke her and said seriously, this is not a joke. This is opening a company. It's not a joke. She felt a little helpless. Why did this girl trust Chen Jiang so much? How is it possible for her to get so many shares based on just 2 songs, one of which she hasn't even seen? She looked at Chen Jiang. Do you have any other works? At least let us see your value, right? Wait a minute, I'll look for it. He had already prepared a few songs for Yi Yanxue, and stored the music scores in his mobile phone, intending to compose an album for her. It just so happens that the time is right today, so I'll take it out and show it to them. After clicking on the music sheet of the first song, Chen Jiang handed the phone to Yi Yanxue. Here, what do you think? Chapter 20 Yi Yanxue establishes a studio. Yi Yanxue took the phone curiously and looked at the screen. I was immediately attracted by the content above. Courage. After reading the entire content, she was completely stunned, her eyes twinkling. The quality of this song is in no way inferior to that of Meeting. Look, Sister Li. Sister Li took the phone, looked at it once and fell silent. Could it be that Chen Jiang is really the innate music saint body? Even those gold medal composers can't come up with 3 hit songs in a short period of time, right? Don't be distracted, just scroll down, there are more behind. Chen Jiang reminded. Is there anything else? Yin Shue flipped the page in disbelief, and sure enough, there was a sheet of music. The title of the song written on this music sheet is Green Light. The singer who sang this song in the previous life is the same one as Meeting. That singer was known as an unpopular singer and the only diva who took away Jay Cho's first time. The song Green Light is less popular than Meeting. But it is also a golden song and was very popular in the streets and alleys when it was first released in its previous life. However, due to the different style of this song and Meet, it was not as popular as the latter. After reading the above content, Yin Shue's admiration for Chen Jiang became stronger. Sister Li's face was full of complexities. She didn't expect Chen Jiang to bring out another hit song. Don't look at me like that, there's more to come. Chen Jiang felt a little uncomfortable with Yin Shue's fiery gaze. Anything else? Yin Shue flipped the page again and looked up. Another hit song. The song is called The Wind Rises. How many songs have you written? She asked expectantly. Including your song A Meeting, there are 5 songs in total, just enough for you to complete an album. Chen Jiang said with a smile. Is this written for me? Yin Shue's face was full of surprise, and she wanted to come up to Chen Jiang and give him a big hug. After watching several songs, Yin Shue took a deep breath and said her decision, I think 30% of the shares is still too little. How about giving you 35%? At this time, Sister Li no longer had her previous objections, and she was also shocked by Chen Jiang's talent. She even suspected that once these songs were released, Chen Jiang would immediately be selected by the Music Association as a candidate for this year's Gold Medal Composer and Gold Medal Lyricist. No matter how many official places are released this year, there will definitely be one for Chen Jiang. After all, which gold medal songwriter can write so many gold medal songs in a short period of time like Chen Jiang? The remaining shares are 65%, I personally own 60%, and Sister Li owns 5%. Hearing her muttering, Sister Li quickly refused, no, it's too much. I only invested 1 million, how can I get so much? Finally, under Sister Li's persuasion, Yin Shue changed the shares given to her to 3%. Originally, Ms. Li wanted to calculate her shares based on her investment proportion, and in the end she should get 1.8%. But Yin Shue felt that she was also a gold medal agent in the industry, and it would not be excessive for her to take a little more. In that case, let's draft the contract according to what we discussed. I will go and register the studio tomorrow. As for the name of the studio, Chen Jiang, what do you think it should be called? She looked at Chen Jiang. You are the major shareholder of our studio, so naturally you should be the one to remember the name. Chen Jiang said. How about calling it Menchi Studio? Yin Shue suggested. I think it's good. Chen Jiang said he had no objection. I think so too. Sister Li also agreed. The next morning, as soon as the Industrial and Commercial Bureau opened, Yin Shue went to register her studio. Thanks to the connections, the process was completed quickly. The business license will be issued in a few days. At noon that day, Yin Shue called Tang Xiaxia and invited the 4 of them to a very famous Cantonese restaurant in Shenzhen. At 12 o'clock, the first order of the book, Mystery, was put on the shelves and came to an end. The final first order score is 105696. The first time order result of just over 100,000 is more than 20,000 more than the first time order of Yuejin's current top work, Sky Breaks the Sky. Although the average subscription of Sky Breaks the Sky has reached 150,000 now, with the momentum of Mystery, it will catch up sooner or later. Inside the restaurant. Cheers, I wish our Minchi studio a better and better future. Yin Shue raised the juice. The 3 of them clinked glasses. Tang Xiaxia was a little unhappy and complained, You are such a fool. You didn't even tell me that you were setting up a studio. I also want to invest. Xiaxia, we are good sisters, right? Yin Shue suddenly asked. Yes, we have such a good relationship, of course we are good sisters. Tang Xiaxia didn't quite understand the question she suddenly asked. It's precisely because we have a good relationship that I didn't let you invest. Your family is in this business, and you have signed a contract with your own company. I don't want some work matters to affect our relationship. Yi Yanxue expressed her good intentions. She thought a lot about it. In fact, there is nothing wrong with simply letting Tang Xiaxia invest, but her father is the founder and chairman of Tangshan Culture. Tang Xiaxia also signed a contract with her own company. If she were asked to switch to her startup studio, her family would definitely not agree. That was why Yi Yanxue did not agree to let her invest, even though if she did, Tangshan Culture might show goodwill to Mingqi Studio and transfer resources. But this is not what Yi Yanxue wants to see. The behemoth represented by Tang Xiaxia is not something that their startup studio can contend with. If she becomes a shareholder, and Mingqi Studio gets better in the future, who will have the final say in this studio? Tang Xiaxia may be willing to give up her right to speak, but Tangshan Culture behind her will never give up. Yi Yanxue is also ambitious. She doesn't want the company she created with great effort to end up becoming someone else's wedding dress. So she didn't want to have too much to do with Tangshan Culture. Even when she was targeted by Qinxing Entertainment before, she just handled it alone and rejected Tang Xiaxia's kindness of asking her father for help. I understand. After hearing Yi Yanshua's words, Tang Xiaxia also understood her intention. But you mean Chen Jiang used his technology to invest in you? And he wrote a few songs for you. She immediately became interested. When will you write a song for me? I can pay for it or sign a profit-sharing contract. I only want 30%. Chen Jiang was shocked by her heroic speech. As expected of the daughter of Tangshan Culture, a top domestic entertainment company, she is generous in everything she does. Only 30%, and the final return may be less than 10%. What is the difference between this and those losing business? Stop it. You don't want to act in a good play but insist on being a singer. Yi Yanxue said helplessly. Tang Xiaxia has been an actor since her debut and has acted in many film and television works. I don't know what came to her mind recently, but she wants to transform into a singer. He released an album a while ago, but the response was not very good, and the sales were all due to fans of some movies and TV shows. A small county town in northeast China. Hongshu was typing in the study room of the villa he had just moved into. After typing out the number of words required for today's update, he stretched. Prepare to open the water group. Udianwandian author group. Wufeng, the results of the mysterious first order are out. I asked the editor and it has exceeded 100,000. Mengyang, I saw it. Yuejin APP put up a banner congratulating Mysterious for achieving the first 100,000 orders record. The first order exceeded 100,000. Hongshu muttered to himself. It's amazing. It's taller than my chinper. He specially read this book, Mystery, during this period, and he can only say that it is really powerful. He thinks he is not as good as the other person in terms of writing skills. He is self-aware, and the editor has also talked to him about it. It is estimated that Skybreaking will no longer be able to maintain its top position in the main website rankings. But he also knew that the appeal of Qianpo to readers of channel stations was irreplaceable. The mystery is too complicated and the pace is too slow, so it doesn't fit in well when it's displayed overseas. In fact, the majority of the income of Skybreaking comes from external sites. Even if Mysterious jumps around on Yuejin, it will not affect its status. Why is this author not in the group? Hongshu thought. Otherwise, he must get to know the other party. Excellent authors should communicate more with each other. No, I'd better go ask the editor for his Penguin ID. Chapter 21 Upgrade Contract, Add More Rules. As for his first order results, Chen Jiang only learned the final data from the editor after he returned home. Overall, it was in good shape, just as he had expected before it was put on the shelves. Editor of Yuejin, Jianghe, you are the first author of Yuejin to break through 100,000 subscriptions as a newcomer with zero fan base. Congratulations to you here. Yuejin editor Daxian, the platform contacted me and said that they wanted to sign a new contract with you. After signing, you will become a platinum writer. Jiang He, what are the benefits of signing this contract? Editor of Yuejin, I'll send it to you for a look. Chen Jiang took a look at the document sent by the other party, which showed that the original profit-sharing terms had been modified. The previous contract was an ordinary contract, with the subscription revenue split between the platform and the author at a ratio of 5:5. The platform and the author also split the gifts in a 5:5 ratio. The same applies to revenue sharing under various copyright terms. Now the subscription and gift sharing ratio has been changed to 3:7. The copyright terms were even changed to 1:9. However, if Yuejin has a related platform, Chen Jiang has the right to purchase or broadcast the copyright he is willing to sell first. At the same time, the platform will give priority to Chen Jiang's subsequent works, including all kinds of recommendations that ordinary authors dream of. The restriction is that after signing the contract, you are not allowed to switch to other platforms within 5 years unless the platform violates any regulations. This contract is full of sincerity. And if Yuejin didn't deliberately target me, why should I change jobs? If they are targeted, then they have violated the rules, and changing jobs does not count as a breach of contract. As a platform supported by Tencent, Yuejin's strength is obvious to all, and it is the big brother of online literature. Currently, there is no platform more suitable for Chen Jiang's works than Yuejin. Chen Jiang paid a professional lawyer online to help take a look at it. After confirming that it was correct, he gave his own answer: he was willing to sign. After receiving Chen Jiang's reply, Daxian sent him a new signing link on the platform. After submitting the contract and waiting for the contracting department to verify it, Chen Jiang's account status will be changed to Platinum Writer. After doing all this, the editor couldn't help but sigh that Chen Jiang was the second author of Yuejin who was promoted directly from an ordinary writer to a Platinum Writer. As for the first one, it is Hongshu, the author of Sky Breaks the Sky. After the book was put on the shelves, Chen Jiang received a lot of rewards from readers. Chen Jiang found that other authors would add more chapters to express their gratitude after receiving rewards. He was worried that he had no reason to update the book frequently, so he also set a rule for updating the book frequently. Write the rules in a separate chapter and publish it. The content of a single chapter is: reward the Silver Alliance for 3 more chapters, and reward the Gold Alliance for 5 more chapters. As soon as this chapter was released, book lovers were immediately excited. Readers with sufficient capital offered rewards and asked Chen Jiang to update more. At this time, the Magic City is Thompson First Class. A simple young man just finished playing a game. Damn, what kind of quality are these teammates? You're a bad player and you're scolding me. After blocking and deleting the other party, the young man felt very tired. I don't want to play anymore. Exit the computer game interface. He opened Yuejin reading as usual. One of his favorite books hit the shelves yesterday. He waved his hand and directly rewarded a Golden Alliance. It immediately became the #1 book in this book. After he found the book on the bookshelf, he hummed a song and prepared to read today's chapter. When I opened the novel, I was shocked to find that my fan ranking had dropped to 3rd place. He couldn't stand it anymore and would not allow anyone to take advantage of him. Looking at the 2 people in front, their fan value was several Silver Alliance levels higher than his. When I clicked on the chapter, I found that the author Jiang He-Wanli had released a single chapter and gave the rules for rewards and additional chapters. That's right, the book he was chasing was the mystery. As a bookworm for 10 years, this is the best book he has ever read. As a second-generation rich man who lives at home and relies on his parents for support, his daily life consists of playing games and reading online articles. The little money spent each month is basically spent on these 2 entertainment activities. After reading the content of the single chapter, he suddenly realized why he was suddenly pushed to 3rd place on the fan list. It also became clear why the top 2 on the fan list both rewarded a Gold Alliance and then rewarded several Silver Alliances. According to this rule of adding more chapters, it is obviously more cost-effective to reward the Silver Alliance. But for him, there is no need to take advantage of this kind of thing. Then let's reward the 5 Golden Alliances to test the waters first. He muttered to himself. This is not his limit. The main fear is that if I write too much, the author will die suddenly. On the other side, at night, Chen Jiang looked at the backstage reward data. He counted them, and including the rewards he had given before, there were a total of 19 Silver Alliances and 8 Gold Alliances. No, why are there suddenly so many more people in the Golden Alliance? Chen Jiang was stunned. When I looked just now, there were clearly only 3, how come it suddenly became 8? I took a look at the users who gave rewards, and found that 6 of the Golden Alliance members were rewarded by 1 person. So fucking rich. He couldn't help but curl his lips. It is obvious that the Silver Alliance is more cost-effective. 1 Gold Alliance is worth the price of 10 Silver Alliances, but the other party still insisted on rewarding 5 Gold Alliances. Including the previous ones, he alone gave 6 rewards. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to hold on, but Chen Jiang just had a lot of drafts saved. Assuming one chapter has 2,000 words, all his drafts can be added up to more than 200 chapters. Moreover, he types very quickly. After sending out the manuscript, it only takes some time for him to make up for it. Chen Jiang calculated that he needed to publish 97 chapters in total. There are only 3 chapters left to reach 100, and this number is awkward for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He simply rewarded himself with a Silver Alliance, completing the 100 chapters. Hey, why does this Gold Alliance user ID look familiar? Chen Jiang had just rewarded himself a Silver Alliance member when he suddenly noticed that one of the Gold Alliance's reward IDs looked familiar. Sweet potato, isn't this the pen name of the author of Breaking the Sky? Chen Jiang thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the other party's purpose in rewarding him with this Golden Alliance. Could it be possible that he is also after my book? At this moment, the editor suddenly sent a message. Editor Dashing of Yuejin, Mr. Jianghe, the author Hongshu of Breaking the Sky said he wants to meet you. Editor of Yuejin, he can't find your contact information, so he asked his editor to ask me for it. Editor Daxian of Yuejin, do you want to add him as a penguin friend? Chen Jiang agreed without even thinking about it. The other party had just rewarded him with a Golden Alliance. It would be unreasonable if he didn't even give them contact information. After all, he is an author of the same level as him and is one of the top writers of Yuejin. After a while, Chen Jiang received a friend request from the other party. After adding him as a friend, the other party sent him a greeting emoticon and stated his purpose of visit. It turned out that he wanted to exchange experiences with Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang couldn't do this, as he just copied novels from his previous life. How could he have any experience in writing novels? He could only fool the other party with a few ideas from the books he had read in his previous life. Sweet potato, awesome, I didn't know novels can be written like this. What Chen Jiang didn't expect was that his words actually gave the other party new ideas. I still underestimated the creative value of those novels in my previous life. It was just a basic exposure trick from the previous life, but it made the other party so scared that they called it awesome. Jiang He, sweet potato giant, did you give me a Golden Alliance as a reward? Sweet potato, that's right, I personally like reading your book very much, brother, you're welcome, I'm giving you a reward as a reader. People from the Northeast are indeed straightforward, but in the end Chen Jiang still rewarded the other party with a Golden Alliance for his book as a return gift. After discovering that Chen Jiang had given him a reward, Hongshu sent several messages in a row. Sweet potato, oh, brother, I'm so embarrassed. I've already told you not to be polite. Jiang He, it's okay, brother. Actually, I have read your book as well. I am also considered as your reader. I am giving you this reward as a reader. Sweet potato, my dear brother, you are such a good person. If you have time to visit Northeast China, I will definitely treat you well. Bo. Chen Jiang smiled. He felt that the author of Sky Breaks the Sky was quite interesting. After uploading the 100 chapters, Chen Jiang went to bed. At this time, all his readers were going crazy. Chapter 22 readers are stunned. No, you released all 100 chapters at once. Other authors say they will update more chapters, but that means they will update over several days, with a little more update every day. Chen Jiang, on the other hand, sent them all out at once. Some keen book friends also discovered that Chen Jiang finally rewarded himself with a Silver Alliance. So they started discussing this matter on major social media platforms. Postbar. A book friend posted a post like this. After Jiang he announced his update plan, he kept his promise and updated 100 chapters that night. But I found out that he only needed to add 97 chapters, and the account that gave the last reward to the Silver Alliance was his own. Can I understand that he gave one more reward to the Silver Alliance in order to complete the chapters? There are countless comments under the post. No, there is such operation. Give yourself a reward for more chapters. I love this author. This is really awesome, other authors should learn from this. They really add more chapters when they say they will, and they will post them as soon as they say so. A certain old thief named Hongshu, please watch, he said he would add 50 chapters, and he will post them over 50 days, 1 chapter a day. I am almost paralyzed by waiting. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the 26th of the lunar calendar, and the Chinese New Year is just a few days away. Today, Chen Jiang followed Yin Shue to visit the office building she had just rented. The office building is located not far from where they live. The location is great, close to the subway station. Chen Jiang, this is the creative department, and this is the operations department. Yin Shue introduced all the office areas. Finally, before leaving, Chen Jiang, do you see this building? In the future, I want to turn the entire building into our company's office area. Instead of renting it, I'm going to buy it, or build one of our own. Yin Shue said, pointing at the building behind her. Chen Jiang looked at her with a smile. He didn't think Yin Shue was bragging. Although the company is still a small studio now. But with his help, and Yin Shue's own capital, this dream will come true sooner or later. What date are you going home? After visiting the studio, Chen Jiang drove back with Yin Shue. I'm going home on New Year's Eve. Yin Shue sat in the passenger seat, looking at the scenery outside the window. Aren't you going back to your hometown this year? Chen Jiang asked curiously. No, I haven't been back since my grandma passed away 2 years ago. Yin Shue said. I have spent the past 2 years in Shenzhen. So that's how it is. Chen Jiang suddenly realized. What date are you going home? Yin Shue asked back. Go back 3 days in advance, otherwise there will probably be traffic jams. Chen Jiang said helplessly. He hadn't graduated last year and didn't go home during the winter break. He waited until the 29th, the day before New Year's Eve, to go back. We set out at noon, were stuck in traffic on the highway all night, and arrived home at dawn. It's all due to lack of experience. So you're going back tomorrow? Yin Shue took out her cell phone and checked the time. Yes. Chen Jiang nodded. What time do you leave tomorrow? Maybe in the afternoon. Chen Jiang said after thinking for a while. Then I'll make you a farewell meal tomorrow at noon. If you want to eat my cooking next time, you'll have to wait until next year. Yin Shue smiled. Okay. Chen Jiang nodded. The next day at noon, after lunch. Be careful on the road. Bye, see you next year. Chen Jiang waved out of the car window. With Yin Shue's gaze, he drove out of the community. Although I returned home 3 days earlier, there were still many people on the road. There are too many young people leaving their hometown. There was a traffic jam on the highway. I left home at noon and finally got home at almost 11 in the evening. It's still late, but the situation is much better than last year. When Chen Jiang drove his car to the doorstep, the house was already pitch dark. He didn't tell his parents that he was coming back today. They probably thought he was coming back before New Year's Eve like he did last year. Chen Jiang walked up to the door, pressed the fingerprint lock, pushed open the door and tiptoed in. Chen Jiang's house was originally a 3-story building. After Chen Jiang sold the Bitcoin, he used the excuse that he had made money from e-commerce to ask his parents to buy the residential land next door and transform it into the current luxury house of more than 300 square meters. He originally wanted to build a villa, but his parents refused, saying that it would be too ostentatious. There are many rich people in the village, but not many of them live in villas. Most of them build their own houses with local characteristics. So Chen Jiang had no choice but to ask them to do a better job of decoration. After going upstairs, Chen Jiang took out his clothes and prepared to take a shower. Just as he was about to enter the room, the light in the living room suddenly came on. Son, are you back? Mom's voice rang out. Mom? You haven't slept yet. Chen Jiang turned around. No, I was just talking to your Aunt Wu on the phone in the room. Your father hasn't come back yet. He went out for night fishing with his friends. Chen Jiang's mother Chen Huiling explained. I saw that the lights outside were turned off, and I thought you were all asleep. Chen Jiang smiled. Dad went out fishing again. Is he learning how to night fish now? Yes, I used to only go fishing during the day, but now I hear people say that the fish are better at night. This old man has retired, and he is even busier than when he was working. You didn't even tell me you were coming back. I should have cooked more in the evening and saved some food for you. Chen Huiling said unhappily. It's okay. I ate a lot at noon. I can just cook some noodles after taking a shower. Chen Jiang said. Okay mom, I'm going to take a shower first. After taking a shower, Chen Jiang found a bowl of noodles on the table. My mother even added 2 eggs to his meal. Just make do with what you have first. I've asked your dad to come back. He'll bring you some barbecue on the way. Chen Huoling said. Why are you going home so early this year? What about your business? I don't do it myself now. I have started a company with others. Chen Jiang replied. Besides, nowadays, all companies are looking for employees. How can a boss be busy during the Chinese New Year? Chen Jiang told a small lie, but Mingqi is also a company, although it is not an e-commerce company as his parents thought. He planned to wait until the time was right before telling the two of them. Hearing this, Chen Hualing's face suddenly turned serious. You have to let your employees go home for the new year. You can't just make a few more days of money and not let them go home for the new year. They are the apple of their parents' eyes. Even if you ask them to work overtime, remember to give them more overtime pay. Chen Jiang nodded perfunctorily without refutation. How could my mother know that his company hasn't even hired a single employee yet? Since the studio was opened at the end of the year, we didn't start recruiting employees until the beginning of the year. After a while, Chen's father Chen Jingyang also came back. I also brought some barbecue for Chen Jiang. Dad, didn't you go fishing? Where are the fish? Chen Jiang asked deliberately. I just went there not long ago and was called back by your mother. I haven't even gotten out of bed yet. Chen Jingyang said a little guiltily. Didn't you go out at 7:30? If you didn't catch any fish, just tell me directly. Why did you lie to your son? Chen Huoling interrupted. Father Chen's face suddenly turned red. Wife, give me some face in front of my son. Har, Dad, it's okay. The main thing is that you are happy. It doesn't matter if we can't catch any fish. It's not like our family can't afford to buy fish. Chen Jiang said with a smile. My father works in the district government and my mother is a middle school teacher. Both of them were public servants with stable jobs. They married and had children late, and gave birth to him in their 30s. Now that we are all retired, our only son is also starting to earn money. The two of them lived a very leisurely life. My dad now goes fishing with his friends every day. When my mom has nothing to do, she plays mahjong with some old girlfriends and learns from young people how to watch TV series. Chapter 23, Family. The next morning, Chen Jiang woke up naturally and sat on the bed, still a little dazed. I looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He picked up his phone and saw the message from Yin Shue. Yin Shue, have you arrived home? The sending time is 2 o'clock in the morning. Chen Jiang, good morning. I got home at 11 o'clock last night. Were you still awake last night? Yin Shue, good morning. I had insomnia last night and fell asleep in the second half of the night. After chatting with Yin Shue for a few words, Chen Jiang got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing his face and walking out of the bedroom, Chen Jiang saw many people sitting in the living room. Uncle, aunt. Chen Jiang greeted the two elders. Uncle. The little girl sitting next to him called out to Chen Jiang in a cute voice. Hey, Xie Yuan, do you still remember me? Chen Jiang walked up and touched the little girl's head. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his niece could recognize him. The niece is the daughter of Chen Jiang's cousin. She is only 3 years old this year. When Chen Jiang saw her last year, she could hardly speak. Chen Jiang had only seen her twice, both times during the Chinese New Year. She has only seen you a few times, so she definitely doesn't remember. I told her to call for help. The aunt explained with a smile. Jiang, you're back so early this year, said the uncle with a smile. Yes, I was afraid of being stuck in traffic on the highway all night like last year, so I came back early. Chen Jiang nodded. You guys have some tea. I'm going to go visit my grandparents. I haven't been back for a while. Chen Jiang said this, waved his hand, and walked out. My grandparents are both over 80 years old this year and live in an old building. I can usually take care of myself. Originally, Chen Jiang's parents wanted to bring them to live with them, but the two elders refused to let them, saying that they were in good health and did not need care. So after Chen Jiang's family separated from his uncle's family, the two old people continued to live in the old building. Their residence was not far from Chen Jiang's home. After all, they were in the same village, and the residential land was not purchased too far away, only a few hundred meters away. Chen Jiang got up too late and his family didn't prepare breakfast for him, so he bought some buns and soy milk on the roadside. Their village is a big village in the true sense of the word. It is the officially certified most populous village in the country, with a permanent population of tens of thousands. It's almost as populous as some county towns. There are many rich people in the village and the infrastructure is very complete. All the villages in my hometown are like this. Although they are called villages, there is actually not much farmland left. They are no different from towns, and most of the villagers live in buildings. Chen Jiang was walking and eating when he suddenly saw a familiar figure on the road. Chen Ming, he called out tentatively. Lao Jiang, you're back. The boy was chatting with the boss at the door of the tobacco shop. He turned around and saw Chen Jiang. Long time no see. I heard that you are selling fruits in the village now. Chen Jiang walked up to him and put his arm around his shoulders. This guy was Chen Jiang's desk mate in high school. He only got into a junior college in the college entrance examination. I heard that after studying for 3 years, he returned to the village and set up a stall to sell fruits after graduation. Now they all open fruit shops. Yes, there is a fruit shop not far away. Chen Ming said with a smile. You are Uncle Xingyong's son, right? I heard that you are a student from Shenzhen University. The tobacco and liquor store owner suddenly asked. It's me. Do you know my dad? Chen Jiang looked at him. This man looks to be around 30 years old. Chen Jiang had never seen the tobacco and alcohol shop behind him when he went home for the Chinese New Year last year. It should have opened after that. My father and your father are old classmates. I came to your village to open a tobacco and liquor store, and your father asked his acquaintances to help with the formalities. The man said with a smile. What's your name, brother? Chen Jiang asked when he heard that it was the son of his father's acquaintance. My name is Zhang Shen, you can just call me Brother Shen. Wait a moment, I'll get you 2 bottles of red wine. Zhang Shen said, and was about to go into the store to get them. Chen Jiang quickly followed him in. Brother Shen, I paid for the wine, I can't take it for free. It's okay. It's only worth a few dollars. Zhang Shen forced the wine into his hand. In the end, Chen Jiang couldn't defeat him, so he bought a few bags of tea from him and considered it as patronizing his business. Before leaving, my old classmate Chen Ming stuffed a bag of oranges into my pocket, saying that they were grown by the elderly in his family and were very sweet. After arriving at his grandfather's house, as soon as Chen Jiang entered the door, he saw 2 old people sitting on chairs listening to opera. Grandpa and Grandma. A Jiang is here. The 2 elders looked much better when they saw their grandson coming back. Why are you carrying so many things? The old man's eyes fell on his hands. I met 2 acquaintances on their way and they gave it to me. Chen Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You've lost a lot of weight when you came back in previous years, but you look very energetic this year. Grandma Chen nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I listened to my grandma last year. I have to take good care of my health when I am away from home. I should eat well and take more supplements. Grandma made you some chicken soup. Grandma Chen walked into the kitchen and scooped a large bowl of chicken soup for Chen Jiang, which contained a few large pieces of chicken. Chen Jiang felt that after drinking this bowl of chicken soup, he probably wouldn't need to eat lunch. After drinking the chicken soup, Chen Jiang chatted with the 2 elders for a while. When he learned that his grandson had opened a company, the old man's face immediately lit up and he said, "Good," several times. When your father was admitted to work for the government, I felt that he brought honor to our family. I didn't expect that the disciple would surpass the master. You, as a son, are even better than your father. You are worthy of being a descendant of our Chen family. In our lineage, your uncle and second uncle did business overseas in Hong Kong, and now you have also started a company, so you can be considered to be a descendant of the same lineage. After staying with the 2 elders for a while, Chen Jiang went home. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Chen Jiang typed for a while at home. It was almost evening when his second cousin came over and called him to go to his grandparents' house for dinner, and only then did he stop what he was doing. Jiangzi, you have a new car again. Is this one an electric car? Second cousin Chen Xiaodao looked at the car parked at the door with curiosity. Chen Jiang nodded. He didn't have just one car. He had bought 3 or 4 cars in the past 2 years. This car is a U8 that he bought last year, and it cost him more than 1 million yuan. He bought it just for the sake of novelty, and it is also his only off-road vehicle. This car is so cool, it must have cost hundreds of thousands, right? Chen Xiaodao said with emotion. You are a top student with a good brain and can make a lot of money. When I go back, I will definitely let my children follow your example. After the two arrived at the old house, Chen Jiang saw several children playing with firecrackers at the door. Are you still playing? Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Chen Xiaodao shouted to several people. Several children heard his voice and ran into their house laughing. Among these children, 2 boys are the sons of my eldest cousin Chen Xiaojun. The younger boy is Chen Xiaotao's child, and the little girl watching his 3 brothers playing is the niece that Chen Jiang met at home this morning. She is also Chen Xiaotao's daughter. Chen Jiang also has a cousin who is already married and will bring her children back to her parents' home to visit in a few days. Walking into their house, the 3 little boys shouted to Chen Jiang in unison, "Hello, Uncle Tilda." Chen Jiang touched their heads and said with a smile, "Are you all in school?" "I'm in the 2nd grade of elementary school." "I'm a 1st grader." I'm in the senior class." "The new year isn't here yet. On that day, your uncle will give each of you a big red envelope. You must study hard." Chen Jiang said with a smile. Chapter 24 Fishing, Shallow Pretend. Why give me a red envelope? You're not married yet. It won't be too late to give it to me after you get married. Chen Jiang's sister-in-law came over at this time. Sister-in-law. Chen Jiang greeted. Well, Xiao Jiang has graduated now, right? Time flies. When I just got married, you were just in the 3rd year of junior high school. Sister-in-law Chen Namin recalled. Everyone come in and have dinner. At this time, a woman in her 30s came out. Second sister-in-law. Chen Jiang also greeted her. Well, I heard from your mother that you have opened a company in Shenzhen Stock Exchange now, asked the second sister-in-law Zhu Yarqi with a smile. It's just a small company, still in its startup phase, Chen Jiang said modestly. That's pretty impressive too. Their whole family gathered together and had a meal with the 2 old people. At the dinner table, Chen Jiang was inevitably asked why he hadn't found a partner yet. He smiled and said, I will definitely do it if I find the right one. After dinner, he slipped back home and continued typing. This is the most annoying thing every time I go home, being asked all kinds of questions by my elders, but this life is much better than the previous one. At this time in my previous life, not only would I be urged to get married, but my relatives would also ask me about my work situation. The next morning, Chen Jiang was just eating breakfast when he suddenly saw his father carrying a large box and a fishing rod on his shoulder and about to go out. Chen Jiang drank the porridge and asked him, Dad, are you going fishing? Yes, I made an appointment with some fishing friends to go fishing in the village reservoir. Father Chen nodded. Would you like to come with me? Okay. Chen Jiang thought, he was pretty bored at home anyway. Then I'll bring another fishing rod. Since you can drive, take me there. Father Chen laughed. He went into their house and took out another fishing rod. Chen Jiang had just finished cleaning the table. The 2 of them went out like this. Dad, why don't you go and get a driver's license so that it will be convenient for you to go out fishing? I will then buy you a car. After getting in the car, Chen Jiang said to his father. I'm already old, why do I need to get a driver's license? Father Chen shook his head. Nowadays, many people in their 70s and 80s are taking the exam, Chen Jiang advised. No need, I just drive the motorcycle usually. I don't have to go far to fish anyway, just in the village. Father Chen said with a smile. Besides, why buy me a car? It's a waste of money. After arriving at the place, Chen Jiang saw his father's fishing friend as soon as he got out of the car. There were 3 young men in their 20s. There were also 2 middle-aged men who were about the same age as Chen's father. He looks to be in his 50s or 60s. Chen Jiang couldn't help but sigh that the fishing circle was truly magical, with fishermen of different ages gathering together. My son just came back from Shenzhen and came to accompany me fishing today. Father Chen boasted. Chen Jiang nodded and greeted a few people. The 3 young men looked at the car behind Chen Jiang in surprise. Fuck, Uncle Chen, your son's car is modeled after the U8, right? I saw it on TikTok a few days ago, and one would cost at least $1 million. A young man exclaimed. I don't understand these things either. You have to ask my son. Father Chen said calmly, but his heart was still filled with turmoil. Is this car so expensive? As he listened to the exclamations of several young people and the envious looks of two of his peers, Lao Chen suddenly felt that his vanity was greatly satisfied. Brother Chen, your son has really become rich, the middle-aged man behind him echoed. Two middle-aged men took Chen's father to the nearby shore to go fishing. The three young men surrounded Chen Jiang's car and said, "Wow, this car is so cool. But brother, with this money, why don't you buy a gasoline car of the same price? Is it possible that I also have a gasoline truck?" Chen Jiang said shockingly, leaving the three young men silent. Come on, brother, this is probably your first time fishing, right?" one of the young men said enthusiastically. "I'll take you fishing today, I guarantee you'll get nothing." Chen Jiang nodded, "Yes, this is my first time fishing." Following the three people to another fishing spot, Chen Jiang learned relevant knowledge such as adjusting the markers and setting the bait under their guidance. Chen Jiang did as they said and cast the fishing hook. The next step is to wait for the fish to take the bait, but don't be impatient, brother. Usually the fish won't be caught that quickly. You have to be patient and wait slowly. After giving the instructions, the guy went to the side to fish by himself. Chen Jiang stared at the float on the water expectantly. About 5 minutes later, the float moved. Chen Jiang lifted it up and a big fish jumped out of the water. "Brother, I caught a fish!" Chen Jiang shouted towards them. "What?" The three of them came over immediately. "Fuck, I actually caught a fish. This fish looks like it must be several kilograms, right? Brother, I told you, if you do as I say, you will definitely catch fish." The old man patted Chen Jiang on the shoulder. After putting the fish in the bucket, they each returned to their fishing spots. About 10 minutes later, the float moved again. "Brother, I caught another fish." 3 fishermen. 2 hours later, the weather turned cloudy and it started to drizzle. Several people had to interrupt their fishing. "Get in the car." "Dad, how many fish did you catch?" Chen Jiang looked into his bucket. "Just 2 or 3 white strips." Father Chen looked into his bucket and fell silent. "Ahem, good. You're lucky today. I've had bad luck these past 2 days. I usually catch more than these." "I believe you." Chen Jiang nodded. "After returning home, my mother was shocked. 'Not bad, you caught so many fish today. Is this what my son fished for?' Chen Jiang took a photo and sent it to Yi Yanxue. "Yi Yanxue, did you go fishing?" Chen Jiang, "Yes, I went there with my dad today. We caught several big fish in 2 hours. How about that, am I awesome?" "Yi Yanxue, so awesome. Yi Yanxue, have you eaten lunch?" Chen Jiang, "Not yet." Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Yi Yanxue was eating takeout at home, looking dazed, and missing the days when Chen Jiang was at home. Although he had only been back home for 2 days. "It's better when Chen Jiang is here. I can cook for myself." Anyone who has cooked knows that cooking for one person is too troublesome. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. Yi Yanxue thought the message was from Chen Jiang, but unexpectedly it was from Sister Li. "Sister Li, Yanxue, are you free this afternoon?" "Yi Yanxue, I'm free." "What's the matter, Sister Li?" "Sister Li, I initiated location sharing. Yinyu Tavern." "Sister Li, I found a good seedling here, would you like to come and take a look? I think it's suitable for our studio. Because tomorrow is New Year's Eve." In the afternoon, the family of 3 did a simple cleaning at home. After working until the evening, Chen Jiang went out to buy some items needed for the new year. For example, couplets, blessing characters, and a red envelope. The next day, Chen Jiang didn't get up until after 10 o'clock. As soon as he left the room, Chen Jiang saw his parents busying themselves. They are preparing today's ingredients. According to the custom of previous years, New Year's Eve should be spent with my uncle's family. The 2 families discussed it and prepared the ingredients, then went to the old building to sit around the fire. That is to eat hot pot. Southerners really don't eat dumplings during Chinese New Year. Chen Jiang took down the couplets at the door from last year and replaced them with the ones he bought yesterday from the stall of the old man with the best calligraphy in the village. I bought the Spring Festival couplets from his house in previous years. Chapter 25 Yi Yanxue, Happy New Year. Son, did Arshin give you 2 bottles of red wine a few days ago? Take them out and drink them in the evening. Chen Jingyang said to Chen Jiang. Okay. Chen Jiang nodded after hearing that. Everyone is busy on New Year's Eve, except the children in the village. While Chen Jiang was helping to wash the blood clams, he heard the sound of children playing with firecrackers outside. Especially the monkey with a long tail, the sound comes in bursts. I was busy until noon and had a simple meal. At 1 or 2 o'clock, Chen Jiang went to take a shower. Changed into a new set of clothes. My parents also changed into new clothes that Chen Jiang bought for them, all of which were purchased from brand name stores. Chen Jiang forgot what brand it was, but he bought it at Wonder Plaza in Shenzhen. He bought clothes from several stores. Dad, take a look at the coat my son bought for me. How is it? Does it look good on me? Mother Chen put on her coat and showed it off in front of Father Chen. It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears. Father Chen praised quickly. Seeing this scene, Chen Jiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, Mom, it's almost 3 o'clock, let's go to Grandpa quickly. The family went to the old building with the washed seafood. This year, Chen Jiang's family prepared some seafood, drinks and the like. My uncle's family prepared snacks, as well as meat and vegetable ingredients. When we arrived at the old building, my uncle's family had already arrived first. Chen Jiang took a look at the raw ingredients on the table. His uncle's family bought a lot of beef, meatballs and vegetables. Beef hot pot is a local specialty. When entertaining important guests for dinner, many locals like to take them to beef hot pot restaurants. The local beef is all fresh yellow beef and is very expensive. Many families here like to gather around the fire during the Chinese New Year, and some families will prepare a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Hey, come here, guys. While others were not paying attention, Chen Jiang walked out the door and waved to the younger generations who were playing in the open space outside. Uncle, what's the matter? The 4 little kids ran towards Chen Jiang happily. Uncle will give each of you a red envelope. Remember to hide it and tell your mother when you get home in the evening, okay? Chen Jiang said with a smile. Good. The 4 children responded one after another. Chen Jiang took out the red envelopes he had prepared and gave one to each of them. He also thoughtfully helped his youngest niece hide the red envelope in the innermost pocket of her coat and zipped it up. Okay, put it away and don't drop it. My uncle is so nice. The red envelope my father gave me is much smaller than what you gave me. The eldest son of my eldest cousin said happily. Although they don't understand the importance of money at this age, they know that the thicker the red envelope, the more it represents that their elders value them. Remember not to tell your parents yet. Tell them when you get home tonight. Chen Jiang reminded again. Okay, let's go play. Back in the house, my mother, my aunt, and her 2 daughters-in-law started playing mahjong. My dad sat with my uncle and talked about some recent family matters. Arjiang, there's a play in the village tonight. Do you want to go and have a look? At this time, my second cousin came over. Okay. Chen Jiang agreed. During holidays here, the villagers would set up a stage to perform operas, and sometimes there would be more than one stage. Since there are many people in the village and the area is naturally large, the place where the stage is built is divided into several areas. Chen Jiang hasn't been to a stage for a long time. In the evening, just as the sun set, the sound of continuous fireworks could be heard outside. Chen Jiang went to the rooftop and looked outside. The fireworks in the sky bloomed like a huge flower. And there are many of them, blooming in different corners of the air. Very beautiful. Chen Jiang recorded this scene. Sent it to Yin Shue. Chen Jiang video. Yin Shue, wow. Can you set off fireworks over there? Yin Shue, so many people are setting off fireworks. Why are there so many people in your village? It looks much more lively than my hometown. Chen Jiang, our village has many people and the population is relatively concentrated, and the cultural atmosphere here may be richer than yours. Yin Shue, have you eaten? Chen Jiang, not yet. Yin Shue, I haven't tea made it yet, but my dad is already making it. The food my dad cooks is delicious. Yin Shue, come to my house if you have the chance, I'll ask my dad to cook for you. Chen Jiang, okay, I will definitely go when I have time. Chen Jiang, But are you sure your dad won't mistake me for a yellow-haired guy and beat me up? Dog head. Seeing this sentence, Chen Jiang felt inexplicably dazed. Going to her house and eating the food her father cooked. It always feels weird. Yi and Shue, probably not. They are eager for me to find a partner as soon as possible. Yi and Shue, it's all because of those marketing accounts on short videos, saying that for the profession of artist, many people don't get married until they are in their 40s. My mother actually believed it. Chen Jiang, you are only 23 years old, right? At your age, it is time to strive for success. How can love be more important than career? Yi and Shue, I think so too, so don't secretly find a partner when I'm not paying attention. Let us work hard for our careers together. After saying this, Yi and Shue couldn't help but blush. She didn't know what she was thinking just now, and she couldn't help but send out this sentence. Chen Jiang, okay. Arjiang, it's time to eat. Grandma's voice rang out. Grandma is here. Chen Jiang turned around and shouted, then typed into the chat box, I'm going to eat first. With a wonderful mood, Chen Jiang sat down at the dinner table. At this time, the two sisters-in-law also drove the children into their house. Wash your hands and eat. After everyone arrived, the old man, the head of the family, said, in the new year, I hope our family will get better and better. I also wish my grandchildren better careers and great-grandchildren success in their studies. Especially Jiang, I wish your company will be prosperous. Good. We all drank a glass together. The children drank fruit juice and cola, while the adults drank red wine and beer. On the other side, after seeing Chen Jiang's reply, Yi and Shue couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Shue, it's time to eat. Here comes Mom. After dinner, after helping to clear the table, the woman in the house continued to play mahjong. Chen Jiangzer followed his two cousins out. The three boys went out to play with firecrackers with their friends, and the little niece followed behind Chen Jiang. When we arrived in front of the stage, there were a lot of people coming and going, and it was very lively. There were many vendors selling snacks, as well as toys like balloons. When he was a child, Chen Jiang liked to follow his parents to watch plays, not because the plays were so good, but because there was a lot of food to eat. There were too many people and Chen Jiang was afraid that his niece would get lost, so he carried her on his shoulders. The little girl also experienced such a high perspective for the first time, and she was very surprised and shouted, My uncle is so tall, taller than my father and second uncle. What the little girl said is quite right. Chen Jiang is indeed the tallest in the family. He is 183 centimeters tall. The average height in Guangdong province is relatively short, so this height is considered quite tall. His two cousins are only about 1.7 meters tall. After walking around, the two cousins watched the performance on the stage with great interest. Chen Jiang bought a cotton candy and a balloon for his niece, but thought there was nothing much to see, so he took her home first. Are you back? Didn't you go to the theater? As soon as I entered the door, my uncle asked in surprise. There's nothing to see, so I brought her back first. Chen Jiang explained with a smile. Besides, there are too many people. I'm afraid the little girl will get lost. Chen Jiang glanced at the TV playing the Spring Festival Gala. A skit was being played, but everyone was busy with their own things and no one was paying attention to it. Broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala seems to have become a habit nowadays. The two old people stayed up until around 10 o'clock and went to bed first. At 11 o'clock, Chen's mother put down the mahjong in her hand and said, Let's go home. We'll play again tomorrow. After returning home, Chen Jiang ran to the rooftop to watch the fireworks. The moment the pointer passed 12, a huge firework bloomed in the sky. Yi and Shue sent a voice message, Chen Jiang, Happy New Year. You too, Happy New Year. Chen Jiang also replied with a voice message with a faint smile on his face. Chen Jiang also received many New Year greetings from friends on WeChat. Among them were several adopted sons from my previous dormitory. Dormitory group. Zhong Jianlong, I wish all my sons a Happy New Year. May you have great fortune in the new year. LV Hao, rebound. Wu Haiping, rebound. Chen Jiang, why do you, my son, think about being a father every day? Chapter 26 Yi and Shue's young fans. The Spring Festival is the most leisurely day. His parents went out to visit relatives, so Chen Jiang stayed at home typing. On the second day of the new year, their whole family went out early in the morning. According to custom, we are going to visit my grandparents to pay New Year's greetings today. Chen Jiang's grandparents live in the next city, more than 100 kilometers away from them. Chen Jiang drove his parents onto the highway. These 2 days, maybe because everyone has gone home for the new year, there is not so much crowds. It was not yet noon when we arrived at my uncle's house. My second and third uncles were already waiting at my eldest uncle's house. Chen Jiang greeted several elders one by one: grandpa, grandma, uncle, second uncle, and third uncle. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Jiang is 1 year older. Grandpa smiled and took out a red envelope from his pocket. Although you can already make money, you still have to give the red envelope for good luck. Grandma has this too. Grandma then said. Several uncles also took out the red envelopes they had prepared. Chen Jiang received several red envelopes in this way. Although he is an adult, he still receives a lot of red envelopes every year. Although the amount is not large, the thought is great. Chen Jiang asked his uncle, "Uncle, why didn't you see Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu is the only daughter of Chen Jiang's eldest cousin and also Chen Jiang's niece. I don't know what she was doing hiding in the room. She didn't respond when I called her just now, said the uncle. Hearing this, Chen Jiang quietly walked to his niece's room and knocked on the door, but there was no response. He could only vaguely hear her arguing with someone else. What is going on? Chen Jiang pushed open the door and found her holding her phone, wearing headphones, arguing with someone. Let me tell you, my Shue is the best. She is a little queen, and your idol is just a nobody. How dare you come and mess with my Shue? After saying that, she sent the voice message angrily. Chen Jiang curled his lips and walked forward to take a look. The little girl's mobile phone was playing a song that was very familiar to him. Meeting. Shue? Is this girl a fan of Yunxue? I didn't expect Yunxue to have such young fans as elementary school students. Chen Jiang was a little amused. At such a young age, I'm already learning to chase stars from others. Xiaoyu, you are listening to this kind of song at such a young age? Do you understand what this song is expressing? Seeing his little niece's sad face, he couldn't help but speak out. Uncle. The little niece turned around and found that her uncle had walked in at some point. Uncle, of course I understand. When you reach my age, you will understand too. Xiaoyu said earnestly. Are all kids nowadays like this? Chen Jiang was stunned. Hey, uncle, is your name also Chen Jiang? She suddenly hesitated. The composer of my favorite song is also named Chen Jiang. Uncle, I wish you had half of his talent. She sighed. When Chen Jiang heard this, the smile on his face stopped immediately. Is it possible that this person is me, my cousin? Impossible, it's just a coincidence. Uncle, you are too narcissistic. Chen Jiang silently stuffed the thick red envelope that he had already taken out half of back into his pocket. Good for you. I originally wanted to give you a red envelope, but now don't blame your uncle for being heartless, he thought to himself. He left the room and happened to meet his cousin's wife who was returning home. Sister-in-law, how did Xiaoyu do in the final exam? Hearing Chen Jiang's words, the cousin's wife sighed and said, except for Chinese, I failed in math and English. That won't work. Math and English are the key. Xiaoyu is already in the 3rd grade, right? Chen Jiang asked. Yes, 3rd grade. My cousin's wife nodded. The 3rd grade is the most critical year in elementary school and the most important year in life. Xiaoyu's studies cannot be delayed. I didn't lay a good foundation in the 3rd grade, otherwise I could have been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. As her cousin, I feel I need to help her with her studies. I plan to pay for 2 tutors for her. Chen Jiang expressed his thoughts. Oh, how can this be? It's not easy for you to earn money. My cousin's wife waved her hands quickly. Xiaoyu is my niece, and this is what I should do. Chen Jiang said righteously. Sister-in-law, ask someone today if there is a one-on-one tutor nearby. I will pay the tuition after you find out. Let's hire her for a semester first. Nowadays, families attach great importance to education. In Xiaoyu's situation, it's easy for her to be left behind by others without even a trace of her. Then I would like to thank you on behalf of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is so lucky to have a cousin like you who cares so much about her studies, said the cousin's wife gratefully. Oh, cousin, this is a red envelope for her. It's the new year, and everyone needs one. Chen Jiang took out the red envelope from his pocket. No, you've already hired a tutor for her, how can she still ask for your red envelope? Besides, you're not even married yet. I have given red envelopes to every junior. Red envelopes are red envelopes, and tutoring fees are tutoring fees. These are two different things. Chen Jiang stuffed the red envelope into his cousin's wife with a firm attitude. When he returned to the living room, several of Chen Jiang's cousins were already there, as were his other nephews, nieces, and nephews. Chen Jiang also gave each of them a red envelope. After staying at his uncle's house until the evening, Chen Jiang refused their request to stay overnight and drove his parents home. They tried to keep her, but according to the local custom, one is not allowed to stay overnight at one's parents' home during the new year. After returning home, Chen Jiang just received the price list sent by his cousin's wife. There are several tutors, and the prices are different. Chen Jiang was very generous and selected the two most expensive teachers, added their friends, and sent the deposit to them. After doing all this, Chen Jiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. From then on, Xiaoyu would have tutoring classes every weekend. I don't know how my little niece will react after knowing all this. I didn't expect that there is such a group among Yin Shui's fans. In the previous life, there was a talented female singer who was very famous and had many young fans. Originally, she had a good popularity among the public, but because of the actions of these young fans, she lost a lot of points in the impression of the public. For traffic stars, the existence of this kind of fans is a good thing for them. But for talented stars, the existence of such fans becomes a bad thing. Since young fans are mentally immature, it is easy to ruin a star's popularity among the public. This little girl really needs a good education. Chen Jiang muttered. After taking a shower, Chen Jiangang was ready to start the game. Suddenly I received a call from Yi Yinshui. Chen Jiang, when will you return to Shenzhen? Yi Yinshui's soft voice came from the phone. Maybe the day after tomorrow. Chen Jiang said after thinking for a while. Sister Li discovered a good talent in a bar. She is a resident singer. I have had some initial contact with her. I have listened to her singing and her voice is very distinctive, said Yi Yinshui. Your voice is very distinctive. Chen Jiang suddenly showed some interest. You want me to help you make up your mind, right? Then I'll go listen to her sing. After hearing what Chen Jiang said, Yi Yinshui said, okay. The two then started chatting. Let me tell you, my cousin's daughter is actually your fan. When I went to her house, I found her arguing with another fan, who was probably also an elementary school student. Chen Jiang told what happened today. Hearing Chen Jiang's complaints, Yi Yinshui couldn't help but laugh out loud. You are so miserable. She actually doesn't believe you. Chapter 27, A Good Seedling in the Tavern. Chen Jiang told Yi Yinshui about his later behavior of hiring a tutor for his niece. She almost laughed to tears after hearing this. Chen Jiang, you are so mean. You are taking revenge on her like this. Your niece will definitely hate you to death when she finds out. But I do have a lot of young fans, which caused me a lot of trouble and ruined my popularity. Yi Yinshui felt miserable and said helplessly. But there's nothing I can do about it. I can't stop them from liking me, right? It seems that you are very popular with children. Chen Jiang said with a smile. Sister Li said the same thing about me. She also said that even if I don't become a star, in addition to being a chef, I can also be a kindergarten teacher. Yi Yinshui said proudly. Xiaoshui, eat some fruit, who are you talking to? You're smiling so happily. At this time, Chen Jiang heard the voice of a strange woman on the other end of the phone. My mother is coming in. I'll hang up first. Yi Yinshui said in a low voice. Okay, bye. Shenzhen Stock Exchange. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yinshui turned around and saw her mother standing at the door with a plate of fruit. I knocked on the door just now, but you ignored me. Li Fangru asked with a gossipy look on her face, who are you chatting with so happily? Just a friend, a studio partner, don't think too much about it, Mom. Yi Yinshui's face turned slightly red. Are you sure your studio doesn't need your father's investment? Li Fangru asked, placing the fruit on the table. No need. The money I earned in the past few years is enough. If it was not enough, I would definitely not hide it from you. Yi Yinshui explained. That's good. Eat some strawberries. Your dad knows you like them, so he bought them specially for you. There are not many strawberries in this season, said Li Fangru. Yi Yanxue picked up a strawberry and took a bite of the tip. It tasted sour and sweet. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day of the new year. Chen Jiang is going back to Shenzhen Stock Exchange today. My mother stuffed a lot of local specialties into his trunk. Although Chen Jiang said that these foods are also sold in Shenzhen, my mother said bluntly, nothing out there tastes as good as what we have at home. Mom, remember to check your bank card balance. I transferred some money to you. Go buy what you need and be nice to yourself. Chen Jiang said. I understand. Chen Huoling responded. Okay, Mom. I'll be leaving now. Chen Jiang reached out of the car window and waved. Drive slower. Mother Chen shouted towards the taillights of the receding car. As the car disappeared from her sight, she withdrew her gaze. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Hey, Jun, what's going on? What, one person missing? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. It was already afternoon when Chen Jiang arrived at the community. Although there was a little congestion on the road today, driving was smooth on most sections. Chen Jiang was very lucky. Shortly after he left the highway, due to an emergency, the entire road was blocked by vehicles that came later. Chen Jiang drove into the community, and when he was about to enter the underground garage, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. After parking the car, Chen Jiang pulled the bulging suitcase and got into the elevator. After putting the things away, he came down again and went back and forth 3 times before he moved all the things upstairs. After finishing his work, he went downstairs and saw Yi Yanxue sitting on a wooden chair next to the green belt, holding a cat and staring at the children playing not far away. When he walked closer, he found that Xiaoju had a collar around his neck. He thought that Yi Yanxue had put that collar on it to prevent it from running around. Yanxue. Chen Jiang shouted at her. Chen Jiang? You're back. Yi Yanxue was a little surprised when she heard the voice and looked towards him. I didn't think I saw your car just now. I saw you in the car. Chen Jiang smiled. The little orange in her arms yawned out of boredom. Let's go. Haven't you eaten yet? Come to my house for dinner. I've saved some food for you. Yi Yanxue said. Okay. Hearing her words, Chen Jiang felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he had a strange illusion. The scene in the movie where a married wife leaves food for her husband who is away from home suddenly emerged in my mind. Why do I feel that this scene is inexplicably overlapping? Yi Yanxue was holding Xiaoju and walking in front with light steps. Chen Jiang followed behind Yi Yanxue. When she arrived at her house, Yi Yanxue took the food to heat it up in the microwave. Chen Jiang was eating while listening to Yi Yanxue complaining about Xiaoju. I was not home for a short while that day, and it tore the curtains in the living room. It also tried to steal canned food, but it couldn't open it, so it pushed all the items on the cabinet down. I don't even dare let it out when I go out now. After lunch, Chen Jiang took the initiative to clean up the table. Yi Yanxue put the orange cat into a cage and said to Chen Jiang, it's Maya's turn to be on duty tonight. Let's go and listen to her sing together. Chen Jiang nodded. Okay, if she is indeed a good candidate, I will write a song for her myself. By the way, my mother asked me to bring some local specialties, some of which are ingredients. I'll bring them up for you. Chen Jiang went downstairs and returned to his home. He brought up some seafood and other ingredients that his mother asked him to bring and put them in Yi Yanxue's refrigerator. Then he took out a bag of oranges and said, these are grown by my old classmate. You can try them. The day before yesterday, Chen Ming sent another large box of oranges to Chen Jiang. We can't finish all these oranges at home because there are too few people in our family. My mother gave some to the neighbors and my uncle's family, and the remaining large bag was taken back by Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang cut 2 oranges, and Yi Yanxue tasted a slice, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious, very sweet and juicy. If it tastes good, eat more. Chen Jiang looked at her with a smile. Yi Yanxue loves to eat fruits. He remembers that he could see fruits on the coffee table in her house almost every day. And it's basically different every day. And this tea is something I bought specially from my hometown. You can keep it. Drinking it when you are tired or sleepy can help you stay awake. It is more effective than Dongpeng tea. Chen Jiang said. In the evening, after dinner, Chen Jiang drove and took Yi Yanxue to the pub she mentioned. In the middle of the conversation, Yi Yanxue and Chen Jiang talked about the experience of the resident singer named Meyer in the bar. The bar owner told me that Meyer came from Sichuan province and was not Han Chinese. A few years ago, in order to get rid of the marriage arranged by her parents, she refused to marry a man she had never even met and resolutely severed ties with her parents. At the time, she had nothing but an old guitar and made a living by singing in different bars. She moved around a lot and finally came to Shenzhen. I had contacted her once before, and she knew who I was and showed great interest in joining our studio. But I'm undecided about the contract, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. When we arrived at the pub, we found it was located on a busy street in an urban village in Shenzhen. The sign outside the pub was large and flashed purple light. There are 4 big words written on it, Yin Yu Tavern. The environment inside is quite good and the space is quite large. There were quite a lot of people, so the two found a corner seat and sat down. She told me that she would go on stage at 8 o'clock, so she shouldn't be here yet. Yi Yanxue said. Chen Jiang looked at the time and there were still 20 minutes left. He scanned the order code on the table. Ordered myself a cocktail. After asking Yi Yanshue's opinion, he ordered a glass of juice for her. Yi Yanxue looked around and it seemed that only a few children had juice in front of them. She pouted and showed a helpless expression on her face. Alas, it's my fault that I can't drink. Chapter 28. Can a song be written like this? Is this pub doing so much business? After the drinks were served, Chen Jiang looked around and discovered that all the seats were occupied. The entire pub was filled with guests, and some were standing at the door. As if they were all expecting something. As 8 o'clock approached, the lights on the stage came on. A girl walked from a dark corner into the spotlight. She's here. Yi Yanxue pointed at the stage and said, she's Meyer. Fortunately, Chen Jiang was not nearsighted, so he could see the girl's face clearly. She was just an ordinary-looking girl, inconspicuous in the crowd. She had 2 braids and wore ordinary clothes, just a white shirt and jeans. But when she walked onto the stage, the customers sitting in their seats all turned their eyes to her. Obviously, more than half of the people here came just to listen to her sing. When the music started, Chen Jiang recognized it immediately. It was one of the representative works of a queen in this world. This song is more passionate and has a high pitch. The moment Meyer's singing began, the ordinary girl was no longer ordinary. She easily mastered the high notes at the beginning. Chen Jiang looked in that direction and his eyes lit up. The voice is very pure, and within its purity there is a sense of longing for freedom. A very special voice. Chen Jiang remembered a female singer in his previous life. The two of them had very similar voices, both very unique. Perhaps in this world, she is the only one who can master that song. Chen Jiang thought. When the singing stopped, there was warm applause in the pub. Good. Great singing. Thank you everyone. The girl bowed to the audience. Next, I'll sing you another song, a meeting which is very popular recently. She smiled and glanced in their direction. Apparently, she spotted them. Here, winter, leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year. I think, I wait, I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged in this way. The singing started and Chen Jiang listened quietly. The singing was not bad, but due to the style of the song, it was far inferior to the level of the previous song. After singing the song, she thanked him again and left the stage. After a while, she appeared in front of the two of them. Sister Yanxue. She sat next to Yi Yanxue. Let me introduce you. This is the music director of our Mingqi studio. Yi Yanxue said to her. Hello, I'm Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang introduced himself. Are you Chen Jiang? Meyer's eyes lit up. As a music lover, she naturally also pays attention to the developments in the circle. Chen Jiang has become very famous in the circle recently. He is known as a mysterious genius composer who emerged out of nowhere. No one in the circle knows his age. Looking at the young man in front of her, Maya showed some disbelief. Chen Jiang is so young. Hello, Mr. Chen, she said a little nervously. Yi Yanxue looked at Chen Jiang, and it was obvious that she had given the decision-making power on the contract to Chen Jiang. Give her a signed B, and I will write a song for her myself. Chen Jiang said with a smile. Signature B is the highest contract a non-singer-songwriter can get. Before, Yi Shua had been struggling over whether to give her a C visa or a B visa. The benefits and resources of the C visa are slightly worse. The benefits and resources of visa B are better. The basic salary is quite different. In addition, singers who sign with C need to give 70% of the income they receive after signing the contract to the studio, while singers who sign with B only need to give 50%. But at the same time, the singer contract signed by B will have more restrictions, and if the contract is breached, the amount of compensation required will be greater. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Maya's face immediately brightened when she heard the words and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She actually didn't have much thought about the contract. The main thing was that Chen Jiang actually agreed to write a song for her. You should know that the last song Chen Jiang wrote, Meeting, was a hit song. He has the ability to be comparable to that of a gold medal songwriter. Having a creator like this willing to write a song for oneself is no less lucky than being hit by a gold nugget falling from the sky. Okay, go to the location I sent you tomorrow afternoon to sign the contract. Yi Yanshua said. Okay. Thank you, Sister Yanshua. Maya said gratefully. You should thank Sister Li. She was the one who discovered you. Yi Yanshua looked at her with a smile. Sister Li took the initiative to propose the idea of training you personally. I agree. She will take you after you sign the contract. She will be your agent from now on. Yi Yanshua has now become the boss of the studio. The studio is just starting out, and Sister Li, who has rich experience, needs to quickly bring out a group of potential artists. Yi Yanshua will later look for another assistant to continue to be responsible for her subsequent affairs. After leaving the pub, the two strolled around the nearby streets. This place is far less developed than the city, but it has a more down-to-earth feel. Chen Jiang always feels that the snacks in the urban villages are more delicious. When he told Yi Yanshua about his feelings, she was a little skeptical. They are all snacks, what's the difference? I bought 2 lamb skewers at a roadside shop. Yi Yanshua covered her face tightly, and when she was eating the mutton skewers, she lifted the mask a little and took a light bite. At the same time, pay attention to your surroundings. Seeing this scene, Chen Jiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. You are like a cat stealing fish. It's exactly the same as when Xiaoju stole the food. You are worthy of being its owner. Humph. Yi Yanshua rolled her eyes at Chen Jiang and said unhappily, if someone finds out, you'll be on the headlines tomorrow. Yi Yanshua is suspected to be having a tryst with a mysterious man, is that right? Chen Jiang said with a smile. Sure. Keep your voice down. Yi Yanshua said hurriedly. This is a village in the city, full of young people who have worked hard all day. Don't worry, they won't be able to recognize you. Chen Jiang thought about how it was in his previous life. After a busy day, I hurried off work and returned to my rental house in the urban village. Sometimes I have to go back to the company to work overtime. I don't have the time to pay attention to celebrities. Even if I recognize them, I will just pass by them. I'm afraid of paparazzi. If there's a paparazzi, I'll beat him up. You know what, the food here is really better than in the city. Yi Yanshua said in surprise. Of course. Most of the snack bars here are run by local aunties and uncles. They are all old shops, so the food is naturally better than outside, Chen Jiang explained. Chen Jiang, you just said that you wanted to write a song for Meyer. Have you decided what to write? Yi Yanshua suddenly remembered what Chen Jiang had just said and asked. I've thought about it. When I heard her singing, I had already thought of how to write this song. I can write the song immediately after I go back. Chen Jiang vowed. Then let's go back. There was a hint of anticipation in Yi Yanshua's beautiful eyes. She was very curious about what kind of song Chen Jiang would compose for Meyer. Since he had just drunk some alcohol, Chen Jiang found a designated driver nearby. After returning home, Chen Jiang went into the study first. I started typing on the computer keyboard. It took me nearly 20 minutes to finish writing the score and register the copyright. Then he sent the file to Yi Yanshua. Chen Jiang, it has finished. Yi Yanshua? Yi Yanshua, I just finished taking a shower, and you've already finished writing? Chen Jiang, yes, I have sent the file, you can take a look at it yourself. Yi Yanshua was completely confused at this moment. She originally thought Chen Jiang was just joking. How could he finish writing it so quickly? It would take at least one night. I didn't expect it to be so fast. After opening the file and seeing the music and lyrics, her expression immediately became serious. After watching it, she was deeply shocked, and for a moment she couldn't think of any words to describe the song. Can a song be written like this? Yi Shue was shocked. Chen Jiang is really awesome. Chapter 29 Studio officially opened. Yi Shue has already begun to look forward to seeing what kind of reactions people in the circle will have after this song is released. The melody of this song completely breaks the conventional writing style and does not follow the rules at all. It's like playing with building blocks, putting them together left and right, and finally building a skyscraper. Chen Jiang, how is it? Have you finished reading it? Yi Shue, you are so annoying. Yi Shue, did you really come up with this song in just 5 minutes? Chen Jiang, to be precise, less than 5 minutes. Yi Shue, what on earth is wrong with your brain? I really want to pry it open to see which window God has closed for you. Envy. Yi Shue, it seems that our studio will have another talented singer. The next day. Afternoon. Welcome to join our dream studio. To be honest, our studio has not been established for long, and as you can see, the decoration is not yet completed. Although our studio was established not long ago, our staffing is not weak at all. You have already seen it yesterday. The author of Meeting is our music director, and Yi Shue, who is known as the Little Queen, is our boss. The studio has just been established. As the first batch of artists, the company will focus most of its energy on you. I hope you can do better. In the studio office, Sister Lee said to Meyer. I understand, Sister Lee. I will definitely work hard. Meyer said seriously. Okay, since you've already signed the contract. Sister Lee took out a folder from the drawer and pulled out a sheet of music from it. This is the song Chen Jiang promised to give you, take a look first. Is it finished so quickly? Meyer was stunned. She subconsciously took the music sheet and looked at the content on it. Song title, Wild Girl. This name is a bit strange. Looking down, she couldn't help but be fascinated by it, and her eyes gradually brightened. While looking at the music score, she couldn't help but hum the melody. This song suits me so well. She likes it very much. Sister Lee, did director Chen really write this song yesterday? She asked in disbelief. That's true, and according to your sister Yin Shue's description, it only took him 20 minutes to write this song. Sister Lee nodded. I just received this sheet music yesterday. I was shocked to hear that he only took less than 20 minutes to compose this song. Chen Jiang is a true genius. It seems like his inspiration will never run out. She recalled that Chen Jiang had taken out for songs at once and sighed. You have to work hard. Chen Jiang is very optimistic about you. If your performance is good in the future, he may even write songs for you. Hearing her words, Maya clenched her fists and vowed in her heart, I must not let director Chen down. The 12th day of the first lunar month. Today is the opening day of Mingqi Studio. We have been busy with decoration and recruiting for some time, and it was not until today that Mingqi Studio was officially opened. There are 2 large flower baskets in front of the studio door. Yi Shue, the company boss, personally received the guests at the door. Many artists that Yi Shue knew came to the scene, and most of them put down their flower baskets and left. There were also 1 or 2 first-line singers who shamelessly came up and tried to get close to the singer, asking questions in both implicit and implicit ways, wanting to know who Chen Jiang, the man who wrote the song Meeting, was. Brother, please stop asking. I am Chen Jiang. When Yi Shue was annoyed by the questions, Chen Jiang walked out. Are you Chen Jiang? Hello, I'm Wang Rui, an artist of Qinxing Entertainment. The young man, dressed in a somewhat effeminate manner, introduced himself in a flattering manner. Chen Jiang looked him up and down. He had heard of this artist. He was a first-line singer of Qinxing Entertainment and one of those popular stars who relied on his resources to squeeze into the first line. Hello, are you Yin Shue's former colleague? That's right. Then won't your company's higher-ups have any objections to you coming to attend our studio's opening ceremony? Aren't you afraid that they will misunderstand you? Chen Jiang asked doubtfully. The previous unpleasantness between the company and Miss Yi Shue was caused by our former general manager Lin Anyuan. He is no longer the manager of our company. Our new general manager, Mr. Zhu, specifically told us to have a good relationship with Miss Yi, said Wang Rui. Hearing his words, Yi Shue was obviously stunned. Of course she knew who the former general manager the other party was talking about. The reason why she had conflicts with the company before was indeed largely due to this general manager Lin. In her impression, this person is a very conceited and vengeful villain. It was because he made the rule that only superstars could sign S-level contracts that many first-line singers fell out with the company. Are you saying that your general manager Lin is no longer in Chinching Entertainment? Yi Yanxue asked. Yes, Miss Yi, haven't you been paying attention to the news these days? Well, you were busy with the opening ceremony, and the company was trying to minimize the impact of this incident. It's normal that you didn't pay attention to it. Wang Rui said. You can search his name and see what's going on. Upon hearing this, Yi Yanxue immediately took out her phone and searched on the browser, and a piece of news immediately popped up. Chinching Entertainment General Manager Lin Anyuan is suspected of accepting bribes, maliciously targeting the company's artists, blocking resources, and privately selling company resources. He has been taken away by the police. According to the news, the evidence of these things was revealed by his wife in a state of anger because he was having an affair. And the person he had an affair with was actually Han Mai's sister. Yi Yanshue's eyes widened. She didn't expect it to be such a big melon. No wonder Han Mai was able to snatch that song from me. It turns out that they have this kind of relationship. Yi Yanxue looked a little strange. She had previously thought that Han Mai had flattered Lin Anyuan in exchange for resources. After all, she had no background and not much strength, but Lin Anyuan had always been very good to her. When she learned that Lin Anyuan gave the song to Han Mai, she was still a little confused. Because Han Mai is actually quite ordinary looking among the artists in the company, how did Lin Anyuan fall in love with her? Unexpectedly, the one who sacrificed herself was her sister. After learning the truth, Yi Yanxue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Chen, can we get to know each other? If convenient, add us on WeChat. Wang Rui asked tentatively. Chen Jiang saw through his thoughts at a glance and said with a smile, it's fine to get to know each other, but it's fine to add WeChat. I'm the music director of Minchi Studio now. If you have any cooperation needs, you can contact the person in charge of this aspect of our studio. After hearing his words, Wang Rui left in disappointment, thinking about how to convince Yi Yanxue to agree to cooperate. After seeing him leave, Yi Yanxue was a little angry. When I had a conflict with Chinching Entertainment before, they hid farther away than anyone else. Now, they are pretending to be so enthusiastic. Chen Jiang looked at her with a smile. Okay, I'll accompany you to receive the guests next time, so that they won't keep pestering you to ask me who I am. At noon, Yi Yanxue booked a large private room in a nearby hotel. Currently there are not many people in the studio, only a dozen or so, and most of them are staff members holding important positions. We will need to continue recruiting people in the future. Several of these employees were poached by Sister Lee from her original company. As for the artist, there is only Meyer at the moment. Inside the private room, Yi Yanxue gave a brief opening speech. After the speech, all the employees applauded. Okay, let's eat. Chen Jiang, the company's second largest shareholder and music director, sat next to Yi Yanxue. In fact, when Yi Yanxue wanted him to be the music director at first, he was not very willing. But later Yi Yanxue told him that it was just a figurehead and he didn't need to be responsible for matters that had nothing to do with him. Only then did he agree. The reason why Chen Jiang had to take on this job was because Yi Yanxue believed that no one was more suitable than him. Even if a gold medal songwriter came, he would not dare to guarantee that he understands music better than him. Based on the songs he has released so far, who has the ability to challenge him? Chapter 30 Author I want to send you some local specialties. After the opening ceremony, Yi Yanxue and a group of company employees returned to the studio, while Chen Jiang drove home. As soon as he returned home, Chen Jiang received a message from the editor. Editor of Yuejin, Mr. Jianghe, there is an agreement here that needs your confirmation. Jiang He, what agreement? Editor Dashing of Yuejin, the group wants to sell your book overseas, that is, to serialize it in the overseas version of Yuejin reading. Jiang He, I have no objection to this. 17 years later, Yuejin officially launched the overseas online novel serialization platform. Since then, more and more novels have been translated into English and exported overseas. As a result, a phenomenon has emerged where some novels are not well known in China but are very popular overseas. The previous version of Mysterious was extremely popular overseas for a long time, and topped various overseas app rankings. The book originally describes a story with a Western background and has achieved excellent results in the domestic market. The ability to attract money in overseas markets is likely to be no weaker than that in domestic markets. Chen Jiang was not surprised that the top management of Yuejin in this life could see this. Editor of Yuejin, by the way, Jiang He, your book has quite a few words now, it's time to find an operator. Yuejin editor Daxian, I took a look at your book, and it is a little behind Qian Po in the monthly ticket list. You need to canvass for votes and strive for the monthly ticket champion this month. After the editor's reminder, Chen Jiang also had this idea in his mind. Yes, it's time to find an operator. In Yuejin, if you want to get on the monthly ticket list, you need operations to call on book lovers to vote. If there are any bad comments in daily life, you can also ask the operation department to control the comments. However, this operation requires experience. Where can we recruit operations personnel? Chen Jiang has no experience. Jiang He, where can I find the operator? Editor of Yuejin, I don't think I've ever recruited one. Editor of Yuejin, why don't you ask Hongshu? I have hired an operator after reading his book. Chen Jiang then went to ask about sweet potatoes. Hongshu, you want to find an operator? That's right, with your popularity, it's time to find an operator to attract fans. Sweet potato, I found my operator in the book club group. You can go and ask in the book club group. It's best to find someone who is at the top of the book club list, so that you can convince the public. Book club. Chen Jiang then remembered that he seemed to have not set up a book club until now. This led to a lot of comments on his book, and book lovers had no place to discuss the contents of the novel, so they even started discussing it in the book circle. Chen Jiang took a look at the comments from book friends and found that many readers had urged him to set up a book friend group a long time ago. This is also his fault, he usually doesn't read the comments. The first volume was recently completed, and many readers complained in the comments section. Oh, why is the captain missing? You stabbed me hard. The captain is such a nice guy. Jiang He, you old thief. You have lost your monthly ticket this month. Why are you all scolding the author? I am different. I think the author wrote this plot very well. Didn't he? The Chinese New Year just end recently? I want to send the author some New Year gifts. Can the author tell me the address? Chen Jiang. He silently closed the comment section and began to hesitate. Do you want to start this book club? After hesitating for a long time, Chen Jiang finally decided to create a group. After setting up the group, Chen Jiang uploaded the group number to the book, posted a single chapter, and asked readers to join the group. As long as you have subscribed and answered the name of the protagonist, you can join the group. In order to allow the group chat to accommodate more people, Chen Jiang specially purchased the highest level membership. Soon, book lovers began to flock into the group. The first sentence that came in was, "Old thief Jiang He, return Captain Dun's life." But despite all the criticism, most book lovers finally urged for more updates. Only 4 chapters today. Any more? Who would read this? I just don't have money. If I had money, I would definitely give the author a silver ally and update more. In just 10 minutes, the first book club group was full. 2,000 people packed in. Some book friends commented under a single chapter that they did not join. There was no other way, so Chen Jiang finally created a few more groups. After all the readers who were used to joining the group joined, Chen Jiang sent a message to each group. Now recruiting a book club operator, priority will be given to readers with experience and who are at the top of the book club list. After seeing this news, readers who felt they met the requirements and had a lot of free time tagged Chen Jiang. Finally, Chen Jiang's eyes fell on a message sent by a group member named Looking into the Night Sky. I have worked as an operator for several books with tens of thousands of orders. I have time almost every day. I think I can be a good operator for mystery. This user's name is exactly the same as the one given to the person at the top of the book club list. As expected, this person tops the book club list. He has rewarded Chen Jiang with several golden alliances, which can be said to be extremely generous. Chen Jiang then added him as a friend. Jiang He, you are the number 1 brother on my list, right? Looking into the night sky, it's me. Looking into the night sky, Mr. Jiang He, please give me an operation position and I will reward you with 2 more golden alliances. Jiang He, there is no need for rewards. I will give you the operation position. I don't understand the operation rules of Yuejin. The daily book circle and calling on readers to rush to the list will be left to you. Sorry for the trouble. Looking at the night sky, no problem. I promise I won't let you down. Jiang He, the editor, asked me to rush to the monthly ticket list this month, and I need you to call on readers to vote. Chen Jiangang set up the other party's account as the operator of this book in the background. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Chen Jiang went out and saw that it was Yi Yanxue. She was holding 2 cups of milk tea in her hands. Here, for you. I bought it on the road. Yi Yanxue walked into the house and handed the milk tea in her hand to Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang took a look and it was still the milk tea of the Shanghai young woman. Jian Yi Yanxue inserted the straw into the milk tea and took a big sip of the pearls. Chen Jiang looked her up and down and couldn't help asking, I see you eat a lot, so why don't you gain weight? I heard that other female stars usually need to diet to maintain their figure. I was born with a physique that doesn't allow me to gain weight. Yi Yanxue said proudly. And I am fat where I should be fat, and thin where I should be thin. Hearing this, Chen Jiang suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, it seems that what he said is indeed correct. Yi Yanxue reacted immediately after she said this. She remembered what happened before and her face turned red. She was afraid that Chen Jiang would notice that something was wrong with her, so she had to pretend to concentrate on drinking her milk tea with her head down. After a while, she finished the cup of milk tea and threw it into the trash can. Yi Yanxue touched her flat belly with satisfaction. Chen Jiang drank his milk tea slowly and asked Yi Yanxue, why did you come back so soon? Don't you need to stay in the studio? We haven't recruited all the people yet, so how can we do any business? The directors of each department are recruiting people. I asked Sister Li to help watch over them, and I came back first. Yi Yanxue explained. How is it? Have you recruited any good suitable talents? Chen Jiang asked curiously. There are few with good potential. Yi Yanxue said. Chapter 31 Strange Aunt. Their studio mainly aims to train talented singers. After all, talented artists are the foundation of a company. Of course, traffic stars also need to be cultivated, but such artists are generally used to make money. It can be discarded at any time. When it comes to traffic stars, many entertainment companies just squeeze them dry and then throw them away. This is the face of capitalists, everything is based on profit. Yi Yanxue doesn't want to go along with those entertainment companies. She has her own ideals, so she wants to recruit more relatively talented artists. But I didn't expect the reality to be so cruel. Chen Jiang, I found that people with musical talent are still a minority after all. Most of the artists who came for interviews these days want to go for the appearance route. Yi Yanxue sighed. She now understands why most entertainment companies recruit a large number of traffic stars. It's simply because there are so few truly talented singers. It takes too many resources to train an artist who has no talent but good looks. Moreover, it is quick to make money by relying on good looks, which makes those traffic stars unwilling to improve their own abilities. Suppose there is a traffic star who has worked hard for a while and has made considerable progress. Then he will find that all these efforts are just icing on the cake, and fans care more about their appearance. Fortunately, the studio still has Chen Jiang as its pillar. Be able to create more talented artists. It's okay. Just try to recruit more talented and potential artists. I'll see if there are any suitable ones and write songs for them. Chen Jiang promised. By the way, when will Maya release a song? He asked. In March, the new song charts were too hot this month, with many superstars releasing songs, and Maya, a newcomer, was at a disadvantage. I've learned in advance that there will be fewer artists releasing songs next month. I will use all the resources at hand to promote her then. Yi Yanxue said. It's better to be cautious when releasing a song for the first time, get good results, and accumulate a wave of fans first. Chen Jiang nodded. Now half of February has passed, which means that Maya will have to wait another half a month to release the song. So when are you going to release the album? Maybe in April, which happens to be different from Maya's time. Yi Yanxue said. This is how the music industry works. Singers from the same company generally don't choose to release new songs at the same time. If one more person releases a song, it means there will be one less piece of the pie and some traffic will be lost. Do you plan to release one song first or all at once? Chen Jiang asked. Let's release them together. This way it will be more popular. The studio has just been established and I have to seize the entertainment hot searches and advertise our studio. Yi Yanxue explained. With an album full of excellent songs, Chen Jiang has already imagined how lively the music circle will be in April. Hartilder, Yi Yanxue couldn't help but yawn. Didn't you sleep well last night? Chen Jiang raised his eyebrows. Yes, I'm asked to speak at the studio's opening ceremony today. It's my first time as a boss, and I'm more nervous than when I'm facing the audience at a concert. Yi Yanxue looked sleepy. I'm going to go back and take a nap first. Good afternoon. Chen Jiang said to her. He, good afternoon. Looking at the direction she left, Chen Jiang couldn't help but smile. The next day at noon. Chen Jiang, I'm out of soy sauce at home. Do you have any? Yi Yanxue, wearing an apron, half leaned out of the kitchen, holding an empty soy sauce bottle in her hand, and waved at Chen Jiang. No, I don't cook usually, so how could I have soy sauce? Should I go buy some now? Chen Jiang asked. Okay, hurry up and buy this brand, it tastes better. Yi Yanxue said. Chen Jiang went to the supermarket outside the community and after searching for a while, he finally found the brand of soy sauce that Yi Yanxue mentioned. After paying the bill for the soy sauce, Chen Jiang was about to leave the supermarket with the bag. Suddenly, he saw an auntie not far away accidentally drop the bag in her hand and the fruits were scattered all over the ground. There were many pedestrians around, and out of kindness, Chen Jiang quickly stepped forward and picked up the fallen fruit with the aunt. Auntie, let me help you. Thank you, young man. After picking the fruits, Li Fangru thanked the enthusiastic young man. No need to thank me, auntie. I'm leaving first. Chen Jiang said with a smile. Before leaving, he couldn't help but take another look at the aunt. You can tell from her temperament that she is not an ordinary person. She dresses very fashionably. Although time has left traces of the years on her face, you can still tell that she was a great beauty when she was young. For some reason, Chen Jiang always felt that this aunt looked familiar. Watching Chen Jiang leave, Li Fanru couldn't help but sigh, this guy is so kind and handsome. She then left the supermarket. As she was walking on the road, she suddenly realized that the kind-hearted young man had been walking in front of her. Is this the same direction? Young man, are you going to Jingxing Mansion too? Auntie. Chen Jiang stopped and looked back, are you also a resident here? No, but my daughter lives there, and I came to see her. Li Fangru said with a smile, she loves eating fruit the most, and the fruit I bought is for her. Auntie, do you also live in Shenzhen? Chen Jiang asked. Yes. Li Fangru nodded. So you don't live together? No, she moved out and lived alone after graduation. She bought this house with her own money. It's close to where she works. I tell you, my daughter has a promising future. The two of them walked into the community, talking and laughing. Auntie, which building does your daughter live in? Chen Jiang asked. The third staircase in Building 8, Li Fangru replied. What a coincidence. I also live on the third floor of Building 8. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiang couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is it such a coincidence? Really, young man? Then you and my girl are destined to be together. Hearing his words, Li Fangru's eyes lit up. I'll introduce my daughter to you when I have time. Good. Chen Jiang responded casually, thinking that the aunt was just being polite. They arrived at the elevator door, and after the elevator landed on the first floor, the two walked in together. Chen Jiang pressed the 21st floor. Young man, you also live on the 21st floor. Li Fangru was a little surprised. No, I went to a friend's house for dinner. I live on the 20th floor. Chen Jiang explained with a smile. Does your daughter live in 2102? There are only 3 households on each staircase in this building. There are 2 households on the 21st floor that Chen Jiang knows. 2101. The smile on Chen Jiang's face suddenly froze. 2101. Isn't he that Yi Yanshue's home? In other words, the girl this aunt is talking about is Yi Yanxue? Are you Yanshue's mother? Chen Jiang asked tentatively. Yes, you are Xie Shue's friend. Hearing Chen Jiang accurately say her daughter's name, Li Fangru naturally guessed that the friend Chen Jiang was talking about was her daughter. What's your name, young man? She looked at Chen Jiang in front of her, and the more she looked, the more she found the young man pleasing to the eye. "Auntie, my name is Chen Jiang." Somehow, Chen Jiang suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. "I really want to escape from this elevator as soon as possible." Ding dong. "I'm coming." Hearing the doorbell, Yi Yanxue rushed out of the kitchen in a hurry and pushed open the door. "Chen Jiang, you're finally back. Give me the soy sauce." She took the bag from Chen Jiang's hand and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be someone behind her. She looked over and said, "Mom." She was stunned. Chapter 32. Mom, why are you here? Mom, why are you here? Yi Yanshue's face was full of embarrassment. "Can't I come and see you?" Li Fangru said unhappily. In the kitchen, Yi Yanxue was standing in front of the stove stewing pig's trotters. Although her eyes were fixed on the meat in the pot, her ears were perked up, wanting to eavesdrop on what her mother was talking about with Chen Jiang. Unfortunately, the whirring sound of the range hood perfectly drowned out the voices outside. In the living room, Chen Jiang sat on the sofa with his legs closed, his posture straight, and a somewhat embarrassed expression. "Xiao Chen, don't be nervous. Auntie is not a man-eating monster," Li Fangru said with a smile. "So you and our Xiaoxue are neighbors on the same floor? And now you are both shareholders of the same studio. The song Meeting that our Xiaoxue released recently was written by you, right? You are quite talented, young man. Where is your hometown?" Chen Jiang answered truthfully. "It's not far, in Guangdong province." Li Fangru nodded with satisfaction and asked, "What do your parents do for a living?" Chen Jiang pursed his lips. He felt as if his aunt was questioning her future son-in-law. "My dad used to work in the district government, but is retired now. My mom was a middle school teacher, but she also retired 2 years ago." "Your parents gave birth to you late, right?" Li Fangru asked with a smile. "You are an only child. You don't have brothers or sisters?" "No." Chen Jiang answered honestly. "This young man is in really good shape." Li Fangru thought to herself. Not only is he talented, but his parents are also intellectuals. At this time, Yi Yanxue poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted outside, "Mom, don't misunderstand, we are innocent. Just ordinary friends. Auntie, please have some tea." Chen Jiang said. Li Fangru took a sip of tea and praised, "Is this from your hometown? It tastes better than the one I bought in Shenzhen." "Yes, I brought it from my hometown." After finishing her work in the kitchen, Yi Yanxue returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, she tried to explain to her mother again, "We are just ordinary dining partners, eating together. Chen Jiang and I are innocent. Don't ask him questions." "Okay, so that means you eat together every day now." Li Fangru immediately grasped the key words. "It's not easy for me to cook at home alone, and he pays for my food." Yi Yanxue defended. "Okay, your dad called me back for dinner, so I won't bother you anymore." Li Fangru checked the message on her phone and said to Chen Jiang, "Xiao Chen, come to your aunt's house when you have time. I'll let Xiao Shui's father cook for you. He learned from a state banquet chef before, and the dishes he cooks are delicious." "Okay, auntie, take care." After watching her mother leave, Yi Yanxue asked Chen Jiang in distress, "Why did you come back with my mom? I met her in the supermarket. At first I didn't know she was your mother. I thought she was just a strange aunt." Chen Jiang recounted the process of meeting Li Fangru in the supermarket. "Oh, I give up. I guess she went shopping with her old sister and just happened to pass by here on her way home, so she stopped by here," Yi Yanxue said distressedly. "Your mother seems to have misunderstood us." Chen Jiang thought of the scene just now and couldn't help but laugh and cry. "I'll explain it to her next time I go home." Yi Yanxue puffed out her cheeks. "It smells so good, did you cook the pig's trotters?" Chen Jiang smelled the fragrance in the air. "Yes, let's go and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Outside the community, Li Fangru walked towards the supermarket parking lot, muttering, "Young people nowadays are really weird. Just be a couple, what's wrong with just saying it out loud? Why do you have to pretend that you two are just dinner buddies? In our older generation, we were much more direct than we are now," she sighed in her heart. "Young people nowadays are so hesitant in relationships." After returning home, she told her husband Yi Jianjun about this at the dinner table. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjun's pupils suddenly dilated, and he said to his wife, "What did you say?" "Our daughter is having dinner at home with a man. She also told me that they were innocent and were just eating together, but I think things are definitely not that simple." Li Fangru expressed her guess. "Wife, I think you are overthinking it. Maybe they are just eating together." Yi Jianjun's face was full of disbelief. "From childhood to adulthood, have you ever seen any boy so close to Xie? Li Fangru reminded. "Impossible. Didn't Xie say that it's inconvenient for one person to cook, and the young man lives downstairs from her, so it's normal for them to eat together?" Yi Jianjun denied. "You said that guy also wrote a song for Xie." "Yes, the new song that Xie sang a while ago was written by him. This young man is quite talented." Yi Jianjun thought to himself. "The family conditions are not bad, but they are still not as good as ours. I think you just don't want to see your daughter get married. I think even if these two don't have any special relationship now, it may not be the case in the future." Li Fangru analyzed. "I can tell at a glance whether these two young men are up to something or not. I estimate that sooner or later something will happen to them. I think you just have nothing to do after eating, so you're thinking about all sorts of things." Yi Jianjun retorted anxiously. "What did you say?" Li Fangru glared at him and said, "I see you have nothing to do after you've eaten your fill. If my daughter can't get married in the future, I'll be angry with you. If she can't get married, then she can't get married. It's not like I can't support her. You sleep in the guest room alone tonight." "No, my wife." Yi Jianjun panicked and quickly admitted his mistake. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. February 27th. There are only 2 days left in March. Gazing into the night sky, author, you'd better publish a single chapter to attract votes. Your current monthly votes are only slightly ahead of Qianper Sanqiong. Looking at the night sky, it's better to be more stable in the last 2 days. Jiang He, how many votes do I have now? Gazing at the night sky, 210,000, and Sweet Potato's side is a little over 200,000. The distance is very close, and as long as he exerts some strength, he can be easily caught up. Chen Jiang adopted Yao Wangyekong's suggestion and posted a single chapter asking for monthly votes. Although he himself was not concerned about the novel, since he had chosen to write it, he still had to fight for it. This is a respect for the previous author, as well as a respect for the editors and readers. Recently, when he was bored, he was browsing the forum and saw many scenes of his book friends and the book friends of Qianper Sanqiong arguing with each other fiercely. Everyone is arguing about which of the two books is the best. We can't let our readers down. After a period of hard work, Chen Jiang now has more manuscripts than he had before the Chinese New Year, totaling more than 700,000 words. Chen Jiang established a rule in each chapter: for every additional 1,000 monthly tickets, he would add another chapter. Readers were immediately excited after seeing the content of the single chapter. Although many readers do not have enough money to reward the Silver Alliance for extra chapters, they can still get monthly tickets by spending some money on reading. Many people usually have the habit of accumulating monthly tickets. After seeing Chen Jiang's rules for adding more chapters, readers of Mysterious threw out the monthly tickets they had in their hands. For a time, the gap between Mystery and Sky Break on the monthly ticket list became larger and larger. Chapter 33, Wild Child is online. Yuejian editor Daxian, Jiang He, it's the end of the month, it's time for the final sprint tilde. Jiang He, it's already rushing. Yuejian editor? Joyful literature. In the office, seeing Chen Jiang's reply, Daxian opened the Yuejian app in confusion. Then he saw Chen Jiangfar's single chapter. Oh shit! Another explosive update. Daxian's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Having met this author, I have no regrets in my editing career. Not only does he write well, he also works so hard. With this speed of updating, there are probably not many people in the entire platform who can be as enthusiastic as Jiang He. It would be great if there were more authors like Jiang He. Of course, you can only think about it in your mind. There is only one high-quality author like Jiang He on the entire platform. Even Hongshu can't compare to Jiang He. Although Hongshu's book is not worse than The Secret Book, it is not as good as the Jianhe volume. Daxian clicked on the group of his authors and said, everyone should learn from Jiang He. He not only writes well, but also works hard. If you had half the effort of him, you would never fail like this. Author in the group. Are you sure this is something you can do with effort? Seeing the growing gap in the data on the monthly ticket list, Hong Shu felt powerless. It is tens of thousands higher than the monthly tickets, and the trend is still rising. There is no chance of winning. He silently deleted the single chapter that was about to be sent out to ask for monthly votes. The cohesion of readers on this mysterious site is really amazing. He had a feeling that starting from this month, his work, Qianpo, might no longer have a chance of getting the first place in the monthly ticket sales. I used to laugh at that kid P for being the perennial runner-up. Now it's my turn to be laughed at, right? He began to doubt his life. There is no way. There are too many Laobai readers on the main site of Yuejin. Although my own Qianpertsangqiong is very cool, it is still too amateurish after all. At this point, Jianghe Yuejin main station's title of number 1 platinum is probably going to be confirmed. Just last week, the average subscription of Mystery reached the same level as his, reaching 150,000. He no longer has any advantage in terms of average subscription. However, Hong Shu was very open-minded. Although he could not compete with Jianghe on the main site, his Qianpo had always been the top book on major platforms on the channel site. Although I can't compare with the main site, my total traffic is higher than his. Hong Shu comforted himself. Editor of Yuejin, Jiang He, you are my god. Jiang He, basic exercises, don't do 6. Chen Jiang looked at the number of votes for the next month and found that the gap between him and the second place, Sky Breaks the Sky, was already tens of thousands of votes. It is estimated that by the last day of this month, the number of votes should increase to 100,000. I guess I'll have to update another 100 chapters. Chen Jiang thought. However, this time he has more manuscripts in stock than before the Chinese New Year. If you have food at home, you will not be worried. Book Friends Group. At this time, Yao Wangyekong, the operator, was still soliciting tickets. Looking at the night sky, brothers and sisters. The decisive battle with Qianpo Kangqiong will begin today. We must let the readers of the next book face the reality and let them know who is the first true god of Yujian. Looking into the night sky, at all members go read the author's chapter, and vote if you have votes, in order to add more chapters. Fuck, I just saw that there's another update. I just happened to have a few votes left, so I voted. The author is awesome. He just added 100 chapters before the book was released, and now he adds more. I have voted for all the 20 monthly tickets I have saved. I want to drain all the author's manuscripts. The next day, until 11:30 p.m. The data on the monthly ticket list finally settled at just over 310,000. That is to say, Chen Jiang will update 110 chapters. After sending out all the chapters in one breath, Chen Jiang felt his hands were sore. I took a look at the book club and everyone was cheering for more chapters. More than 100 chapters published in one go, the author is awesome. I seriously suspect that the author still has some manuscripts saved, but unfortunately there is no evidence. Tomorrow is March. Chen Jiang looked at the time. In 10 minutes, Meyer's first single Wild Child will be uploaded to major music platforms. At this time, Chen Jiang suddenly received a message from Yi Yinxue. Are you asleep? Not yet. Next second. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. Who is it? Why would someone come to see me so late at night? Chen Jiang opened the door with some confusion, and saw Yi Yinxue in a pink nightgown standing at the door, looking at him with a lively look. Chen Jiang, Maya's first song is about to be released, and I can't sleep. Seeing her not feeling sleepy at all, Chen Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not you who's releasing the song, why do you seem so nervous? This is the first time our studio's artist has released a song. Aren't you nervous? Yi Yinxue asked, blinking her big, glittering eyes. Chen Jiang shook his head. You have to believe in Maya. With her singing skills and style, the audience will definitely like her as soon as they hear her. The two sat together on the sofa in Chen Jiang's house, waiting for Maya's new song to be released on major music platforms. 12 o'clock. Sister Lee immediately sent a message in the work group. The new song Yi Zi by the studio's first signed artist Maya has been released on major music platforms. After seeing the message, Yi Yinxue immediately opened Weibo. Edited a post. Maya, the first artist signed by Dream Studio, has released her new song Wild Child on major music platforms. Fans who are interested can go and support her. A link to the song is included at the back. Less than a minute after the post was published, someone immediately commented, "Dream Studio? What is that? Didn't Shua post a while ago saying that it was a hot topic at the time, that Minchi Studio was the studio she created after she terminated her contract with Chinching? I didn't expect that Shua's studio would have an artist release a song so soon. Shua's employees are like our own people, we must support them." It seems that Chinching Yuan of Chinching Entertainment also released a song today. Is Chinching Entertainment doing this on purpose? No, the singer from Chinching Entertainment is a first-tier singer, and the singer from Minchi Studio is just a newcomer. Even if he has a grudge against Minchi, how can he bully a newcomer? I'm dying of laughter. Han Mai was so lame last time. It's impossible that Chinching Yuan can't even beat a newcomer this time, right? It shouldn't happen. After all, he is a top player. Wouldn't it be easy for him to beat a newcomer? Maybe this new artist won't even make it into the top 10 of the new song chart. Can it be said that Chinching Yuan is targeting him? Everyone, don't be misled. This is just a new singer. It's not Shua who released the song herself. Chinching's first-line singer released a new song. You said he was deliberately targeting the new singers from Minchi Studio. Isn't this a joke? Seeing this comment, Chen Jiang was a little surprised. Did you know that Chinching Yuan was going to release a song today? I haven't heard of it. Shua shook her head. She was a little surprised. Don't first-line singers promote their songs for a period of time in advance? She picked up her phone and asked someone at Star Entertainment who knew the inside story. The explanation I got was, this was a temporary decision made by their new manager and it was originally scheduled to be delayed until April. Shua thought about it and felt that she didn't seem to have any conflicts with Chinching, the new manager. When the store opened some time ago, he even asked his artists to show their goodwill to him. Moreover, she never told anyone about the first song released by an artist under Dream Studio. Even if it was leaked by his subordinates, there would be no need for the other party to let a first-line singer release a song a month in advance to target his own artists, right? Isn't this like sending an elephant to step on an ant? Moreover, Mayer's goal this time is only to enter the top 3 of the new song list, and it would be best if she could get the first place. A singer of Chinching Yuan's size is actually not her competitor. After figuring this out, Shua breathed a sigh of relief. This could just be a coincidence. In fact, Mr. Ju from Chinching Entertainment did not intentionally target Shua. He didn't even receive any news that the artists under Minchi Studio would release a song tonight. After learning the news, he immediately asked the artist who told him to explain to Shua that it was all just a coincidence and there was no deliberate targeting. As the general manager of Chinching Entertainment who was appointed in a critical moment, he had no intention of going against Shua. Instead, he specifically instructed his artists to show their goodwill to the other party's studio on the opening day. Because he had heard that Shua had a considerable background in the entertainment industry, someone from the company's operations department said that on the day meeting was released, the now jailed general manager Lin ordered them to remove all negative information about Shua. This situation had never happened before. It was the first time that Mr. Lin made a compromise with his artists. After taking office, he scolded General Lin more than once, saying that he had left behind a mess for himself. If Shua is a first-line artist with the potential to become a superstar, just give her a contract if she wants one. We have to make a strict rule that only signing is given to queens. No idea of adaptability. Forced Shua away. He is very rigid and yet he acts so tough, using the company for personal gain. You deserve to be sent in. The reason why we asked that first-line artist to release a song in March was entirely because time was tight. He had to produce results as soon as possible so that those old-timers on the board could see his level of capability. To this end, he used all his connections to get the song from a gold medal songwriter. This song has definitely reached the level of a hit. He gave this song to his most promising first-line artist Chinching Yuan. Chapter 34 Audience Resonance. This artist is truly talented and cannot be compared to those superficial talents in the company. It's just that when General Lin was still in office, his resources were also suppressed, otherwise his fame would probably not be much weaker than Shua. The Star Entertainment building was dark, with only the general manager's office in the middle still having lights on. The new Mr. Ju is still busy with work. After listening to Chinching Yuan's new song that had already been released, he called him. Xing Yuan, this month, I hope you can focus on the hot song charts. As long as you can get into the top 3 of the Hot Songs chart, even if it's only for 1 minute, I promise I will never treat you unfairly in the future. Okay, Mr. Jew. Xinxing Yuan on the other end of the phone immediately understood what the leader meant. It's a delight. This is about starting to support yourself. It seems that this new song is just the beginning. Wang Siki is a fan of Yi Inxue. She is not like those fanatical fans, she just likes listening to Yi Inxue's songs. Every day after dragging her tired body back home and taking a shower, she likes to put on headphones and listen to Yi Inxue's songs over and over again. Recently Yi Inxue released a new song, which she likes very much. She keeps playing it on repeat and never gets tired of it. Every time she listened to Yi Inxue's songs, she felt her tired spirit being cleansed. It's like there's some magical power. Today, she played Yi Inxue's playlist on loop. She opened Weibo out of habit, thinking of checking it out before going to bed. As soon as she entered Weibo, she saw the post from Yi Inxue. Mengqi Studio. Wang Siki was a little confused. In her impression, Yi Inxue didn't seem to have her own studio. After reading the comments below, she finally understood what had happened. Then she looked at the song Wild Child. It's recommended by Yi Inxue, so it shouldn't be that bad, right? She thought to herself. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she turned on Penguin Music out of curiosity. I searched for that song Easy. Click play. At the beginning, there are various sounds of animals in the mountains and the sound of flowing streams. Wang Siki immediately felt relaxed physically and mentally. Then the song began. Why is the wind getting stronger? My heart is getting more and more excited. Like a wisp of dust tilde. Dancing freely in the wind tilde. I will hold my hands firmly tilde. But the courage that dissipates. Hearing the singing, Wang Siki subconsciously clutched the quilt tightly, her eyes moving. She felt a free and easy breath coming towards her. A picture unconsciously emerged in her mind. A little girl, barefoot, running freely on the grassland. As the chorus sounded, Maya's quirky and unfathomable transitions made her seem like a person whose freedom was bound, struggling to break free, and finally breaking free. The infectious singing made her eyes tear up. As the song ended, she fell into deep thought. She didn't know when it started, but she began to become numb. When I enter the company, it is no longer like when I first started, full of energy and enthusiasm. Every day is a repetition of the past. Day after day, year after year. Will it continue to be like this in the future? Why is this happening? She thought of the inner struggles of those around her and her parents' earnest advice. They say that in today's society, if you don't work hard to improve yourself, you will be eliminated sooner or later. She was caught up in it, and it was not until today that she remembered that she was just a single girl who had never been married. After working for several years, looking back, I realized that I am only 27 years old. I am not bound by marriage, so why don't I go and see the beauty of the world? Wang Siki thought of the grassland. She wanted to see the endless green and the cloudless blue sky. At this moment, many people like her had the same feeling. At Chen Jiang's home. Listen to the song once. Chen Jiang nodded, the singing is very infectious. Yi Inxue looked at the new song list and found that Yi Zi was ranked 87th. She was a little dissatisfied with the ranking and said, why is it so far down? It sounds really good. That's normal. Maya doesn't have much fan base, so it's impossible for her to be like you and make it to the top 10 of the new song chart right after the release. Chen Jiang said with a smile. Okay, now that her song has been released, you should go back. Chen Jiang stretched lazily. Even if you're not sleepy, I'm going to sleep too. Good night. Yi Inxue stood up. At this moment, she finally felt a little sleepy. Good night. Chen Jiang watched her leave with a smile on his face, and returned to the bedroom. At this time, in a rental house in Shenzhen. Maya was so nervous that she couldn't sleep at all. It was past 2 o'clock in the morning, and she lay staring at the dark ceiling with her eyes open. Finally, I couldn't resist my curiosity and opened the comment section of my song. That winter was very cold. It was my first time to enter the society. My family told me that they couldn't help me with anything and that I had to rely on myself for everything. I had to work hard and my younger brothers and sisters would depend on me. Later, this sentence was like a shackle that held me tightly. When I heard this song today, I remembered that I am only 23 years old this year. I dropped out of high school and went out to work. Over the years, my family's situation has gradually improved, but I seem to have forgotten why I was fighting for it. This song is so amazing and infectious. It's hard to imagine that music can be like this. I also want to be an eagle soaring in the sky, flying freely over the grassland. I have saved a lot of money over the years, but my girlfriend asked me to pay 280,000 yuan for the bride price. I decided to break up with her. I want to go to the Hulunbuk grassland to experience the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland. Looking at the various comments from netizens, there seems to be no negative comments. Their comments put Meyer in a trance and she smiled happily. Seeing so many people being moved by her singing, she felt happy for them from the bottom of her heart. I hope you can all live for yourself, she thought to herself. The next morning. It was just after 6 o'clock when our Cheng was woken up by a phone call. Who is it? He shouted impatiently at the other end of the phone. Brother Cheng, it's me. Our phone. You'd better explain to me what's going on, or I'll make you understand the consequences of disturbing my sleep. Brother Cheng, Chen Jiang has released a new song. Didn't Yi Yanxue open a studio some time ago? The first artist signed by her studio released a song in the early hours of yesterday morning, and I found out that the author of the song was Chen Jiang. When our Cheng heard his words, he immediately stopped feeling sleepy. The little bit of energy I had left in waking up also dissipated. Did he write both the lyrics and the music? He asked quickly. Yes, he did it all, the other party replied. How good is this song? Our Cheng asked curiously. How can I put it? I can only say that the level is very high. This song is a bit special. You should go and listen to it yourself. I guarantee that you will be shocked after listening to it, he said firmly. Is the level so high? Our Cheng quickly climbed out of bed, without even bothering to wash up, and directly took out his mobile phone to search for the song on the music platform. As soon as I entered the software, I saw a big banner. The debut work of the first signed artist of Yi Yanxue Studio is coming. Chapter 35 Wild Child is a hit. Unlike the last time Yi Yanxue released a song herself, she was deeply entangled in a contract dispute with Qinxing Entertainment at that time, and her future was not bright. That time, Penguin Music only gave her a few small recommendations. And this time, although it is only a newcomer from Yi Yanxue Studio releasing a song, it is of great significance. After singing Meeting, Yi Yanxue is no longer the same Yi Yanxue. Her status has been raised to a higher level. It can be said that if she takes one more step forward, she will become a queen. After Yi Yanxue left Qinxing Entertainment, she established a studio and signed the first artist to release a song. This is obviously big news. As a result, major music platforms, including Penguin Music, generously donated their resources. Therefore, in the most conspicuous position on the platform interface, every user who clicks in can see that Meyer's Wild Girl and Qinxing Yuan's Love You Don't Need Lies are displayed alternately on a large banner. So far, Meyer may be the only one who can enjoy such treatment when releasing a song for the first time. Penguin Music is the largest music platform in China today, ranking in the T0 position. Cool Cat, Gugu, NetCloud and the recently popular Cope Music are ranked in the T1 position. The following are some second-rate music platforms, so I 1T list them all here. Therefore, when singers release songs, they will pay special attention to the Penguin Music rankings. Our Cheng clicked on the banner. Enter the song details page. Click play. As the song sounded, his eyes gradually brightened. When it came to the chorus, he was completely stunned. How can music be like this? How can songs be written like this? If he had previously simply looked up to Chen Jiang, now he had transformed that emotion into admiration. It's so fucking awesome. The seemingly chaotic notes are combined into a golden song. Every turn of tone is unexpected. It is impossible to guess what melody will be played next. The process of listening to this song is just enjoyment. So contagious. This singer is also very talented. This song is not something that ordinary people can sing, but she managed to sing it very easily. It was as if this song was tailor-made for her. No, could it be that Chen Jiang wrote this song specifically based on her voice? A bold guess emerged in his mind. I can write a hit song that suits a singer based on her voice. When did songwriting become so easy? The same thing happened with the last episode, Meeting. He immediately went to the bathroom to wash up, then quickly changed his clothes, thinking about how to recite the lines later. He was going to temporarily record a video to review this song, which was the only song so far that made him think it must be a hit. How are the data today? Today, Chen Jiang rarely showed up in the studio. Director Chen, it's now the 10th place. Maya replied. Chen Jiang picked up his phone and looked at the rankings. The first on the new song list was Shin Yuan's new song. Maya's Wild Child ranked 10th. More than 70 people entered in one night, which is considered a very fast speed. It shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 3 later. Chen Jiang listened to Shin Yuan's new song. This song, like most pop songs, is about love. The quality is very high, and it is said to be created by one of the few gold medal songwriters in China today. I can only say that he is worthy of receiving the 2 highest honors of composing and writing lyrics at the same time. It is really well written. Shin Yuan himself has strong singing skills and is very capable, and he handles this song very well. The level is comparable to Wild Girl, but its fame is higher than Maya. It seems that there is no hope for it to win the first place. Chen Jiang thought. This was also expected. He said to Maya, relax, this is your first time releasing a song, it's good enough if you can get into the top 3 of the new song chart. Shin Yuan is a veteran first-line star, it's normal that you can't compare to him. Maya nodded, okay. Stop staring at the data, come to my house for hot pot at noon. At this time, Yi Yanxue walked in carrying a few bags of hot pot ingredients. This is Maya's first song, and now she's officially debuted, we have to celebrate for her. Hearing Yi Yanshue's words, Maya felt a warm current flowing through her heart. Thank you, Sister Yanxue. Yi Yanshue's home. I hope our studio gets better and better, and I hope Maya's new song will be liked by more people. Chen Jiang raised his glass. Cheers. Several people gathered together to eat hot pot. Yi Yanxue drank juice and stared at the video on her phone. Chen Jiang, it looks like you're going to be on the hot search again. Huh. Chen Jiang was subconsciously stunned. What's the meaning? Didn't I tell you about a music review blogger before? It was that blogger who took the lead in scolding Qingxing Entertainment. He praised you so much last time that if I hadn't known you didn't know him, I would have thought he was your relative. He just posted another video, and half of the content is praising you. Yi Yanxue said with a smile. He might be a fan of director Chen. Maya said with a smile. After hearing what Yi Yanxue said, Chen Jiang was speechless. He really doesn't want to be in the spotlight, he just wants to be a quiet and transparent songwriter. Who is this review blogger named Chen? On the second day after the new song was released, Yi Zi entered the top 5 and ranked 4th. On the third day after the new song was released, it entered the top 3 and ranked 3rd. On the fourth day after the new song was released, it ranked 2nd, and this ranking remained unchanged for 2 weeks. Until this morning. Yi Yanxue excitedly rang the doorbell of Chen Jiang's house. Chen Jiang, Wild Child is a hit. As soon as Chen Jiang opened the door, she hugged him tightly again. Be gentle and stop shaking. Chen Jiang was almost shaken unconscious. What's going on? He looked puzzled. Has T Wild Child always been very popular? It has been ranked 2nd on the new song list for some time now. Is this not considered popular? Yi Yanxue took out her mobile phone and showed Chen Jiang a Douyin video. The title is, I am still unmarried at the age of 27, I quit my job, Hulenbar grassland, the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland, I am here. The video has received over 2 million likes. This video was released at 2 a.m. today, just 7 hours from now. With 2 million likes accumulated in just 7 hours, this video can be considered a hit. In the video, a girl first tells about her own experience. Like most children from ordinary families, she goes to school and studies hard. I was admitted to an undergraduate college in the college entrance examination. Then began the dull college life. After graduating from university, like most graduates of the same period, I chose a company that matched my major and started working. Although I jumped around a bit in the middle, except for holidays, I basically lived a life like an assembly line every day. Get up, go to work, get off work, go to sleep. The days just keep repeating like this. Until that day, I heard this song. The scene in the video flashed and a song began to play. And this song is Wild Child. As the familiar melody sounded, Chen Jiang immediately understood what Yi Yanxue meant by famous just now. It is believed that this video will trigger a series of chain reactions. If someone posts a video first, it will definitely trigger others to imitate it. For example, a blogger was the first to propose the hiking zone area. That video went viral. Then a large group of bloggers began to follow suit. This wind will grow stronger and stronger, and eventually people's attention will fall on the initiator of all this, that is, the song Yeezy. Chapter 36. I want to go to the grassland with you. We are not married yet, and our parents don't need you to take care of them yet, so why do you have to live such a hard life? Please be nicer to yourself. At least you should know how to rest. Don't live like a machine, numbly. Humans are just carbon-based creatures, not silicon-based creatures. If possible, please come out for a walk. This is the end of the video, the last words spoken by the protagonist of the video. At the end of the picture, she is riding a white horse and running freely on the grassland. This is really a big deal. Chen Jiang couldn't help but sigh. The speed at which information spreads on the internet is really too fast now. What's the situation with the penguin rankings now? Yi Yanxue opened the app and took a look. It has surpassed Love You Don't Need Lies. It's now ranked first on the new songs chart, and is still rising in the hot songs chart, currently at number 21. Xinxing Yuan's song is ranked 5th. Chen Jiang smiled and said, "Have you told Meyer?" "Yes, I just called her and she was shocked." Yi Yanxue smiled and revealed 2 dimples. "Chen Jiang, let me ask you a question." Chen Jiang was slightly stunned. "What's the problem? Do you want to go to the grassland to play?" Yi Yanxue looked at him expectantly. "Do you want to go?" Chen Jiang asked back. "Yes, don't you think the grassland is beautiful?" Yi Yanxue said with longing. "When we have time, how about we go together?" Hearing her words, Chen Jiang fell into deep thought. "It seems that I have not been anywhere in this life. Before my rebirth, I was always busy with work due to pressure. Now that he is financially free, he has never thought about traveling because he has always been alone. It seems like a nice idea to go to the grassland for fun." Chen Jiang recalled the scene he saw in a movie in his previous life, the line that impressed countless people: "Lao Shu, do you want a wife? Endless grassland, blue sky, and cotton candy-like clouds. Fresh air, herds of cattle and sheep, and galloping horses. And those simple herdsmen. The most important thing is to have someone to accompany you." So he nodded. "Okay, I'm always free. When you are free, I will go with you. Who will I meet and what kind of conversation will we have?" At this time, Yi Yanshue's cell phone rang. "You use your own song as a ringtone." Chen Jiang couldn't help but smile. "Of course, I think my songs are the best." Yi Yanxue raised her head and put her hands on her hips. She took out her phone and looked at the note on the screen. "Mom. Sure, my mom is calling, please keep your voice down." Yi Yanxue reminded. "Hello, Mom," she called into the phone. "Xiexue, I'm here, but why can't I see you?" Li Fangru's voice rang out. Yi Yanxue was suddenly panicked. "Mom, you went in." "Yes, why aren't you at home?" Li Fangru asked puzzledly. I'm at the company." Yi Yanxue explained subconsciously. "Well, is Xiao Chen home? Your dad made some cookies and asked me to bring them to you. If you weren't home, I would give them to Xiao Chen to try." "No, Mom, just leave it with me." Before he could finish his sentence, the call was hung up. "Yi Yanxue. Your mother is coming down to see me." Chen Jiang was stunned. After a while, they heard footsteps coming from outside. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. "My mother is here, I'm going to hide first." Yi Yanxue stood up hurriedly. "Your shoes are still outside," Chen Jiang reminded. Outside the door, Li Fangru was holding a bag in her hand and her eyes fell on the shoe rack at the door. "Aren't these slippers Xiexue's?" With a click, the door opened. "Auntie, you're here," Chen Jiang said to her. "Xiao Chen, your uncle made some cookies. Try them and see how they taste." Li Fangru looked around and finally found her target on the sofa. "Xiexue, why are you here? Didn't you say you were at the company?" she asked. "Mom, Yi Yanxue was a little embarrassed and avoided looking. "Just tell me directly if you are at Xiao Chen's house. Why do you have to say that you are at the company? It's not shameful to come to see Xiao Chen." Li Fangru looked at Chen Jiang and said with a smile. Come on, Xiao Chen, try it. She took out a tin box from the bag, opened the lid, and filled it with cookies. Chen Jiang tasted a piece and praised, delicious, auntie. Uncle's cooking skills are really good. Auntie, you eat too. As long as they are delicious, Xiaoxua loves the cookies made by your uncle the most. Li Fangru said with a smile, Xiaoxua has also learned a lot from your uncle's cooking skills. Let her make some for you in the future. Yi Yinshua's face turned red immediately after hearing this. Star Entertainment. General Manager's Office. Looking at the video sent by his assistant, Zhu Weiman suddenly felt unwell. The song that ranked behind Xinxing Yuan on the new song list actually became a hit on the short video platform. The number of views has exceeded 10 million, and the number of likes has even reached 3 million. There are hundreds of thousands of comments. Many people asked in the comment section what the background music of the video is called and where they can listen to it. Zhu Weiman looked at the Penguin Music new song chart and sure enough, Xinxing Yuan's Loving You Doesn't Require Lies had been pushed to second place. The top of the new song list is obviously Meyer's Wild Child. Zhu Weiming looked at the hot song rankings again. At this time, Yi Zi had already entered the top 10, ranking 8th. Loving You Doesn't Require Lies ranked 4th. It seems like it shouldn't be a problem for us to enter the top 3 of the hot songs list later. This song Wild Child is so popular, and it's a song by a new artist. Dreamchi Studio has made quite a splash this time. It's a pity that I don't know this Chen Jiang, otherwise I would ask him to write a song for Xinxing Yuan no matter what the cost. But it is obvious that this Chen Jiang has a very special relationship with Yi Yanxue. Given the previous conflicts between Xinxing Entertainment and Yi Yanxue, it was basically impossible to get him to write songs. What a jerk this Lin Baopi is. He's still causing trouble for the company even after being in jail. Zhu Weiman cursed in his heart. He sent a message to Xinxing Yuan, don't take the song Wild Child too seriously. Your song is no worse than hers. She's just luckier. Although you no longer top the new songs chart, as long as you can still be in the top 3 of the hot songs chart, I will not lose a single point, I promised you. When Xinxing Yuan saw the message from his leader, he quickly told the other party that he was not affected. After replying the message, he rubbed his temples, somewhat unwillingly. This luck is too bad. I didn't expect to be surpassed by a newcomer. This newcomer is so lucky that he has become very popular on the short video platform. Fortunately, the leader's promise has not changed. It's not that I'm not good enough, but that the other party has better luck. He picked up his phone and searched for the other party's song. Before this, he had never taken this song seriously. Although I know that the song was written by the author of Meeting, the singer is a newcomer. So he didn't pay much attention to it before. After listening to it once, he put down his phone and sighed, it's not unfair to lose. He is quite strong and has better luck than me. This song in particular can easily resonate with contemporary workers. It really expresses their inner thoughts. You really can't underestimate today's newcomers. Xinxing Yuan accepted his defeat with all his heart. Chapter 37, The Queen Who Wants to Change Jobs. Xiao Chen, is the layout of your house the same as Xiaoxue's? Li Fangru asked curiously. Yes, auntie, but the balcony needs to be a little longer. Chen Jiang nodded. The balcony is just a little longer? This design is quite weird, it's obviously the same building. Li Fangru took a sip of tea and said curiously. I find it a bit strange too. Yi Yanxue agreed. It was because of this that Xiaoju was able to successfully run to Chen Jiang's house. Xiao Chen, this box of cookies is for you. Auntie will go back first. Li Fangru took a sip of tea and said to Chen Jiang. Next time, stay with Xiao Chen, and don't lie to me that you are at the company. She teased her daughter again. Yi Yanxue lowered her head feeling guilty. As soon as Li Fangru left, Chen Jiang found Yi Yanshua's expression a little funny. Why are you feeling guilty? Yi Yanxue felt guilty and argued, I don't feel guilty at all. Magic City. Santa Entertainment. Are these all we have in stock? After looking through the music score database in the company's back end, Shan Yuner was a little disappointed. Sister Shan, these are all we have. The company's composers haven't had much inspiration lately, the staff member said tactfully. Shan Yuner's expression was a little solemn, and she sighed in her heart. It seemed that there was really no reason to stay. As the only queen of Xingda Entertainment, she has suffered a lot in terms of resources over the years. Success is due to the great saint, and failure is also due to the great saint. Back then, Shing mobilized the entire company to elevate herself to the position of queen. Of course, it's just a cooperative relationship. When I first debuted, I was at the peak of my career. When my first contract expired, the 4 major entertainment companies all extended olive branches to me. In order to keep her, Shindar made a promise that could not be refused. That is a gambling agreement. This incident caused a lot of uproar in the circle at that time. The content of the treaty is that if the Holy University can help her become the Queen of Heaven within 2 years, then she must stay in the Holy University for 10 years after becoming the Queen of Heaven. If she fails, the contract will be invalid and she can leave St. Petersburg University directly and even receive compensation. At that time, she was just an ordinary first-line artist. Although she had great potential, she was still confused about her future. With the promise of St. Petersburg University, she naturally chose to stay there. After all, even the 4 major entertainment companies cannot guarantee that they can make her a queen. The competition was fierce that year, with more than a dozen first-line female singers eyeing this position. Everyone is watching with eager eyes. Afterwards, Shindar expended all its resources and spent more than a year to push her to the position of queen. When people in the circle heard the news, they were excited. You know, Shindar Company is the only company that has successfully created a queen after the 4 major entertainment companies. That year, Shindar snatched one of the 3 domestic queen-level awards from the 4 major entertainment companies. The reason why the 4 major entertainment companies are called the 4 major entertainment companies is because they control most of the resources in the entertainment industry. Whether in the field of music or film and television, he is a giant. Although the emergence of Shindar could not shake their position, it was called the 5th largest music company because it produced the Queen Shan Una. That's right, it is the 5th largest music company after the 4 major entertainment companies. The reason why it is not the 5th largest entertainment company is that Shindar does not have a film and television business. There is also a film and television company, which is also known as the 5th largest film and television company. The 4 major entertainment companies occupy the top 4 spots in the 2 major entertainment fields of music and film and television in no particular order. Shindar and another film and television company can be said to be the top in their respective fields besides the 4 major companies. This is the kind of company that sounds impressive, but in fact only the artists within the company know that its resources are far inferior to those of the other 4 major entertainment companies. The vast majority of resources created by gold medal songwriters are in the 4 major entertainment companies. It can be said that Shindar Company has exhausted all its resources to promote the Queen Shan Una. In recent years, resources have become increasingly scarce, which means that after becoming a queen, Shan Una did not have enough resources to consolidate her position. Now, they can only be considered as one of the very last few divas in the Chinese entertainment industry. Her popularity is not even as high as Yi Yinxue, who is a half-step superstar. After her birthday this year, Shan Una will be 35 years old. In another week, her contract with Shindar Entertainment will expire. That year she was 25 years old, and she had become a queen of pop, enjoying great fame. Since then, she has been standing still for 10 years. The songs released in recent years have always been lukewarm. Seeing the rising generations catching up with her, she was so anxious. But there is no way, the contract has not expired yet. Although she knew that she would feel very sorry for Shindar's kindness if she changed jobs after the contract expired, Shan Una still had to leave. If I stay in St. Petersburg University, I won't get good development. Shindar also knew that it could not keep her, so the manager talked to her a few days ago and expressed the company's goodwill. Let her go without worry, but if the company encounters any problems in the future, I hope she can do her best to help the company. During this period, the 4 major entertainment companies also extended olive branches to her, but did not offer conditions that satisfied her. It's not even as good as the contract offered 11 years ago. It can only be said that since she has been making no progress in St. Petersburg University in recent years, the 4 major entertainment companies do not have high expectations for her. If not the big 4 companies, where else can I go? She was a little confused. If we don't take a step further now, we will never have another chance. She drove back to her home in a daze. As soon as she entered the door and sat on the sofa, Shan Una took out her mobile phone and started watching Douyin, thinking of relaxing her mood. Suddenly, she came across a blogger named A Chang Loves to Review Music. This video has hundreds of thousands of likes. The barrage was filled with the words "came here" because of its reputation. This immediately caught her attention. Today we are going to review a new artist and a new song. This new artist is a little special. She is the first artist signed by the Dream Studio founded by Yi Shue after she set up her own studio Meyer. The new song she brought this time is very special. You will understand after looking at the composer of the lyrics. That's right, it's Chen Jiang. Watch this blogger praise a songwriter highly and then play a song. Listening to this song, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I seem to have heard it by chance, but I was very upset at the time so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now after hearing it again, her eyes widened. Can songs be written like this? This melody is so amazing. It has a strong sense of separation, but it is particularly touching. At the end of the video, the music blogger came to the same conclusion as Shan Yuner. After the video ended, Shan Yuner remembered a name Mingqi Studio. She searched the studio online and found, as the blogger said, that it had very little experience. But he has already released 2 hit songs. Shan Yuner had heard of Chen Jiang before and knew that he wrote Meeting. Unexpectedly, not long after that, another hit song, Yi Zi, was released. How about joining Mingqi Studio? This idea came into her mind.